On the contrary, he has helped me to wake up and become conscious. The memory seized me powerfully, and the hazy pictures I had been carrying inside myself without being able to bring them into conscious focus suddenly became sharp and clear. New pictures emerged into my consciousness, new memories which had been lying hidden and buried in the depths of my subconscious. Now, fitting together like the stones in a mosaic, they formed the perfect picture of a past life in a land beside the great river, the Nile, in the land of the pyramids. The memory pictures came ever more alive, while the impressions of my present life gradually paled, turning over their place to the reawakened consciousness of a person I once was. The environment in which I sat, the simple little room in the house in the forest, the beautiful view out over the river in the valley, disappeared bit by bit. And he too was nowhere to be seen. The room opened and spread out about me. I found myself in a great hall, in my own chamber, and I became aware of a fat and lovable woman smiling at me joyously. Yes, of course. Today is my 16th birthday, and I am just putting on my festive robes. I am to wear them at the great reception in which my father is to present me to the representatives of the country as his wife, successor to the queen who died an early death. In a great oval silver plate which has been hammered and polished with loving care and high art, I see my own figure, my own picture, and I watch my dear old Menu as she dresses me. My mother died while I was still very young, and I have only a vague memory of how pale she was, and how fine. In the treasure chest of my precious recollections, I still see her great, sad eyes as she took her last long look at me before she died. This last, long, loving glance created a contact between us which I still feel within me, and today when I am to be presented to the country as her representative, I feel this contact even deeper, even stronger. Now fully robed and ready I stand before my mirror and look at my image. I like it. I see a fine, delicate, slender person in a beautiful robe, scintillating, silken with golden hums. The golden sash about her waist enhances her slenderness, her broad collar emphasizes her shoulders, and the kerchief around her head accentuates the self-confident and superior expression in her face. I am vain, I like what I see in the mirror. And dear, old, warm-hearted Menu, who considers me the most perfect being on earth, can hardly see through the tears of joy welling up in her eyes. The two oldest representatives of the country come and lead me down the long corridor into the great reception hall. With slow, ceremonious steps, they lead me between the rows of people of rank to the great house, to the pharaoh, to my father who is now to be my husband. He sits on a golden throne like an image of God. It is not without reason that his name, Pharaoh, means great house. His person is the outer integument, the house of God. God dwells in him, manifests himself in him, radiates through him. The power of his glance is so penetrating that people who are not completely true are compelled to look aside. He is sitting there looking straight at me, through me. I look back at him fearlessly, engaging his glance with mine. I know the tremendous power radiating from his eyes is the power of love. He sees everything. He sees that I am vain, just as he sees all my other imperfections, but he understands everything. He is love itself. He is my father. A magnificent lion, his lion, sits motionless beside the throne. Majestic and dignified, it is a symbol of the supreme power of the pharaoh. I arrive at the steps to the throne and stand still. The pharaoh rises, comes down, turns to the magnificent jewel box the chamberlain holds out to him, lifts out the most beautiful creation of the goldsmith's craftsmanship, a golden shoulder collar. Picking it up lovingly, he lays it over my shoulders. Then he takes the golden hoop that ends with the head of a serpent and fastens it firmly onto the white silken cloth over my forehead. It is the symbol of the members of the ruling race, the sons of God. It is the symbol of the initiates. Then taking my right hand, the pharaoh leads me up to the throne. We turn to the representatives of the country and the people of rank, and he presents me to them as the representative of the Queen, as his wife. We seat ourselves, I to his left, somewhat ahead of him. Now the people of rank with their wives, the eldest among them first, pass by us slowly, and bow low with outstretched arms, first before the pharaoh and then before me. We sit motionless. Only our eyes make contact with each and all as they move by. I think of the fact that I now manifest the spirit of my dear mother, and this makes me aware of my duty and responsibility. The people of rank pass by and I see their souls reflected in their eyes. In some there is real love and respect, in others envy, curiosity or cowardly civility. The Supreme Chamberlain, Ruka, also bows before me. As he has so often done before when I have met him in the palace, he gives me a glance that is somewhat cynical, impertinent, and flatteringly intimate all at the same time. I answer his impertinence with a cold stare, and the procession marches slowly onward. Then I see friends of mine, old and young, some of them former playmates, their faces full of genuine love. I meet their glances with mine, and this union enriches us. Slowly, ceremoniously, all the people pass by us, silently, but united in spirit. The lengthy procession finally comes to an end. The pharaoh stands up and reaches me his hand. Slowly we descend the steps, and, walking between the rows of statesmen and people of rank, leave the room. Leading me into his chamber, my father seats himself, waves me to a seat, and looks at me smilingly for a while in silence. I can see that I am pleasing to him. From head to foot his glance moves over my figure with satisfaction. Then, looking me happily in the eye, he says, "From now on we'll see each other often, for you will take your mother's place and fulfill her duties before the public. For many years we have been preparing you for this task, and you know your duties. I want you to have a happy memory of this day of days, so you may make a wish. You've known for some time that I was going to ask you what you wanted, so tell me now. What is it?" Yes, I was prepared, and like other young women, I could have had a number of wishes. I could have asked for beautiful jewelry, for I knew I could wear the great festive jewels only on occasions of high ceremony. Or I could have wished to travel, or asked for a young trained lion, or for something else of the sort. But I didn't want any of these things. "Father," I said, "what is the significance of the ornament I am wearing on my head?" The pharaoh looks at my forehead, then into my eyes, then answers, "The golden snake is the symbol of the ruling race, the sons of God." "Yes, Father, but it is also the symbol of initiation. I am not worthy to wear it because I haven't been initiated. I want to be initiated. That's the wish I want you to fulfill for me." Father becomes very earnest. "Ask for something else, my child," he says. "You are still very young and not yet mature enough to receive initiation. Tender young sprouts must not be exposed to hot sunshine, otherwise they burn up and can never blossom. Wait till you've acquired the necessary experiences in earthly, physical life. To be initiated now would make your later problems much, much harder for you to solve. Why cause yourself unnecessary troubles? Take my advice and wish for something else." "Father," I answered, "there's nothing else I want. The things other young people like just bore me stiff. Above and beyond all earthly joys I see the wishes of the body. I like beautiful jewels very much, but even gold is a form of matter which is made precious through a manifestation of the spirit, through the work of the artisan. Naturally I enjoy beautiful scenery and new sights when I'm traveling, but I can never forget that this is all creation, not the Creator. I should like to experience the highest truth in its reality. I want to learn to know God, the Creator Himself. Father, you know that what we call life is only an unreal dream. Here everything slips out of our hand, we can never be definitely happy about anything. Everything is merely a transition between past and future. But I want to experience the eternal present which will never become the past and which was never the future. And I want to find that condition or place which was never there before I reached it, becomes here when I reach it and turns into there again when I go on. I want to experience the eternal present in time and space. Father, I want the highest reality, I want initiation. Even as he listens to me, Father becomes sadder and sadder. Your spiritual awakening has come earlier than it should have, he says. All I can do is to go to my brother Ptahhotep, the high priest of the temple and the head of our race. I will speak with him, and he will take you under his guidance. May God's eternal light illumine your pathway. He lays his hand upon my head and blesses me. I should like to throw myself upon his breast to thank him for granting my wish, but my heavy golden collar holds me back and keeps me from making any sudden motions. Father, who can read a person's every thought, sees that I wanted to express my joy through this sudden outburst. In one way you're still a big child, he says kindly, and in others you are grown up and mature. You'll have to practice great self-control if you want to be initiated. I answer with a laugh, I already have self-control, Father, when I want it. Yes, I believe you. But do you always want it? He asks with a smile. It's boring to always exercise self-control, Father. That's just the trouble, he replies with a loving nod. There's danger in your finding self-control boring. Just remember, if, even for a second, you do not keep your will directed towards your favorite lion, and if he attacks you in this weak moment, you're lost. The low self is just as much an animal in its nature as a lion is. We must keep both of them under constant control, then they serve us with their gigantic strength. Always pay attention. We take leave of each other. He escorts me to the door and turns me over to the two elders waiting in the antechamber. Oh, what a nuisance these ceremonies are. Why do I have to walk in such a slow and dignified manner between these two old men, just to get back to my own room? I'd like to run down the long corridor and burst into my room where my menu will be waiting for me, full of excitement and curiosity. But no. I have to walk with dignity and majesty, so the beautiful golden collar on my shoulders will not slip off askew. Finally we reach my door where, with dignity and majesty, I take leave of the two elders. I walk in and stop inside the doorway so that Menu can admire me and my glittering gold ornaments. She is truly beside herself at the sight of my beauty and my majestic movements, and because, as she expresses it, I look so much like my mother. Then I tell her, do you see how ignorant you are, Menu? I can't look like anybody else, and I don't like to have you say things like that. My nose or my mouth can perhaps resemble my mother's, but can you ever really see me, the real me, myself? You see only my body, the dwelling place of myself, but you never see myself. How then can I look like somebody else? Oh ho, says Menu, if I can't see you, how come you are so beautiful? Just tell me that. If I can't see you, then what I do see here in front of me and what I consider so beautiful is not really you but merely the dwelling place of yourself, so you are not beautiful at all. Then don't stand there looking so proud and majestic. At this we both burst out laughing. Despite her limited intellect, Menu can often give me such a wise and witty answer that I am ashamed of myself. Yes, she has discovered my weakness, my vanity. Then with infinite tenderness she removes my golden collar and the ornamental band from my head, laying them with tender care in the jewel chest, because the Chancellor, Ruka, is waiting outside with the two ornament-bearers to carry these precious works of gold back to the treasure chamber to await the next high ceremony in court. He enters my antechamber and bows before me. This man annoys me, because I see he is not bowing out of respect for me, but because he must. He gives me another saucily intimate look, while I do my best to look as dignified and regal as possible. Then at last I am alone with Menu. Menu became my nurse when my mother died. She was and still is my bodily servant, and I am much more intimate with her than with the ranking ladies of the court who have taken on the duty of bringing me up and educating me. From the bottom of her heart, Menu loves me with such infinite affection that I could do with her whatever I wanted. She has always been absolutely delighted with everything I've ever said or done, and I have never had a wish that she would not fulfill blindly if it was within her power to do so. She was always close to me, or somewhere nearby, and now that I have to take on public duties beside my father, she has started to worry that I might keep her more and more at a distance. But I love her with a boundless confidence because I know and can read in people's eyes that no one else in my father's court loves me so sincerely, so unreservedly, so completely uncalculatingly as Menu. I saw my father only seldom during my childhood. He was and is a great man in our country. For he came to the earth with the duty of guiding and governing people in their earthly life. He dedicated his life to the task of showing the sons of men how to govern a country in such a way that all its inhabitants can develop happily. This task gave him so much to do that he had very little time left for me. Every day he spent a few minutes in the garden where I was playing with the children of the royal family, or he arranged for me to visit him for a few minutes in his chamber. When I was still quite small, he would pick me up in his arms or crouch down beside me on the floor for a while. Then he would look at me with endless love, bless me and go away. He always spoke to me just as if he was speaking to an adult. In our race, known as the sons of God, it is not considered important at all whether we have been on earth for a long time or only a short time, or whether a spirit is living here on earth in a still undeveloped body, as a child, or in a developed body, as an adult. This question of size and age is only considered important among the sons of men, who are so closely tied to their bodies and identify themselves with their physical instrument to such an extent that they completely forget their true nature as spirit independent of time and place. The sons of men believe that someone can actually be small or large. But the members of our race, the sons of God, even keep their spiritual consciousness when they are born into their bodies. They never forget that only the body can be a child or an adult and that the spirit is and always remains the same. It is neither big nor small, neither young nor old, for spirit is independent of the world of time and space. This is why my relationship with my father was never disturbed at all by the fact that we were of different ages and seldom saw each other. As I grew older, father sometimes took me along on his walks, and when I would get tired, he would pick me up and carry me in his mighty arms as he went on talking about all the secrets of nature. I found such discourses of his extremely fascinating, and I once said to him, "Father, I'd like to know so much about everything, just like you do." "When you are initiated," he answered, "all the secrets of heaven and earth will be known to you." I never forgot these words of his, and I waited patiently for the time when I too would be initiated. Although I was always living among strange people, I never felt alone because of this. I knew my father understood me completely, and even though we were not near each other physically, I was united with him in spirit. I belonged to him. And in the same way I was united with my mother. She was no longer living in the body, yet I was indissolubly united with her in spirit. It is astounding to realize how little the unity of the spirit depends on physical togetherness. My dear Menu, for example, is almost always with me, scarcely leaving me alone for a moment, and still I am not with her. She can love me but not understand me. She hardly thinks for herself anymore, and scarcely lives except for me. She lives in me and is completely in my power, even though I do not exploit this situation. Father told me once that one should never abuse the power arising from superiority of the mind. Right now Menu is as happy as if my father had presented her to the court as his wife, as if she were so beautiful, and as if she had been given my ornaments as a representative of the Queen. Oh, my dear old Menu. And now, naturally enough, she asks me what wish I asked my father to grant. Initiation, of course. I reply. What? Menu cries out in horror. Initiation? You don't mean to say you want to leave the court and join the neophytes in the temple? Why didn't you ask for beautiful jewels? Or to have Imhotep, the artist, make a statue of you? Or anything else, except initiation? Why get so excited? I ask in reply. The one and only thing I want is initiation, and that's all. And how could anything make me happy that is not in me, not myself, but hanging outside on my body so that I don't even see it? I now even own the jewels with which people will someday adorn my body, after I have left it, when they put it into a tomb, so that people may know that I belong to the race of the sons of God. I have these jewels right now, but still don't feel happier in any way than before. And for the same reason people will immortalize my outward form. Why should I wish for such things? Who cares what the sons of men will say a few thousand years from now about the statues of my outward form? The only thing which can make me happy is what is in me, what is identical with me, but not things outside myself. The only thing that can make me truly happy is an inward experience through which, in spite of my earthly body, I can earn the ultimate truth in life. I want to be initiated. Menu groans in desperation, as if I had asked for death itself. Oh, I know, no one can talk to you. When you have your mind set on something, it just has to happen. But I feel initiation is going to bring you into great danger. Don't wish for that. Wish for something else, please. What did the Pharaoh say to your idea? He has given his permission for me to see his brother, PTAHHOTEP, and now please stop groaning. Don't spoil the whole day for me. That evening, I leave the palace with Menu. Wearing heavy veils, we walk through the long colonnade from the palace to the temple, on our way to the high priest, my father's brother, the son of God, PTAHHOTEP. PTAHHOTEP is the highest of all priests. At the same time, however, he is the highest physician and architect, because he knows and masters all the secrets of nature. He has come to earth with the duty and the task of leading the sons of men in their spiritual life and initiating them in the sciences. He stands above Father because he never identified himself with his body, whereas Father married and thus anchored himself more firmly in the material plane. Without talking, we make our way to the temple. Menu has learned to keep silent when I am withdrawn in thought. A neophyte awaiting us before the temple takes me inside. Menu remains in the antechamber. At the end of another long colonnade, PTAHHOTEP awaits me in a little reception room. The neophyte remains outside. There he sits, the representative of God. I see him for the first time close to, and his eyes overpower me. Oh, these eyes. Dark blue, such a deep dark blue that they look almost black. They are so dark because they are bottomless, as endlessly deep as the vault of heaven itself. When one looks into the eyes of the sons of men, one easily sees the bottom. In their eyes, one sees their soul, their whole character. One sees individual eyes. PTAHHOTEP's eyes are completely different. These eyes have no bottom at all, and looking at them is like looking into the infinity of the sky on a starry night. In these eyes there is nothing personal, nothing individual, only an endless depth where eternity is at home. The whole world, all creation lies within these eyes. I have recognized myself in these eyes, and from the very first moment felt absolute confidence because I know these eyes know me and contain me within themselves. I know I am in him, and he is in me and loves me as himself because I actually am he and I are a complete unity. He is love incarnate, and I feel this infinite love penetrating me, glowing within me. Moved to the depths of my being, I fall to my knees before him. PTAHHOTEP holds out his hand, raises me to my feet, and says, "My little daughter, never bend your knees before a visible form. Do not humble within yourself the divinity that every living being carries within itself. The same God manifests himself through you, through me and through the entire created world. God alone is the only one before whom you can fall to your knees. Now rise and tell me why you've come. Father of my soul, I say as I rise, I want initiation." PTAHHOTEP asks, "Do you know what initiation is? What does it mean to you when you say you want to be initiated?" "I don't know exactly what it consists of, but I want to be omniscient. I feel like a prisoner in my body, as if I were feeling my way around in darkness, completely at the mercy of invisible forces I do not know and therefore cannot control. I want to be able to see everything clearly. I want to be all-knowing like you and Father and the other initiates. Ptahhotep answers, initiation means becoming conscious. You are now conscious to a degree corresponding to the resistance of your nerves and body. When a person becomes conscious to a higher spiritual degree, he automatically guides higher, stronger, more penetrating powers into his body. For this reason, he must also raise the level of resistance of his nerves and body. To achieve the supreme, divinely creative degree of consciousness, while at the same time increasing the resistance of the nerves to this supreme degree in order to be able to endure this divine condition without harm to the body, that's what initiation means. Initiation also entails omnipotence and omniscience. I understand, Father of my soul, and that is just exactly what I am longing for. Ptahhotep looks at me silently for a time, and I feel his glance going completely through every fiber of my being. Finally he says, you will be initiated. But not now. You are not ready for it yet in every respect. You have not yet learned to control the divinely creative power within your body. And if you make yourself conscious of this power on the spiritual plane before having learned to control it in its physical manifestation, this would mean a very great danger for you. What kind of danger, Father of my soul? There would be the danger of your possibly burning your nerve centers. If you achieve the highest level of spiritual consciousness and thus acquire control over this power, you could do yourself great harm by guiding this power into your lower nerve centers. In this case your consciousness would sink lower than the level at which it was born in this life. You have no experience yet in the guidance of this power. The awakening of consciousness must begin on the lowest level in the scale of manifestations, because then you will only be guiding into your body power corresponding to the level of your development, that is power your nerves can bear without harm. In this way the nerves have strong enough resistance to carry the forces conducted into them. Father of my soul, I reply, what does it mean to conduct divine power into the body and to experience this power in the body? How can I learn to know and control this power in its physical manifestation? If that's how initiation begins and I must first go through this experience, then I'd like to do it immediately so that I can prepare myself for the higher initiation. Up to now Ptahhotep's divinely noble face has been as motionless as an alabaster statue, with only his eyes glowing brightly. But now at these words of mine the calm features of his face break out into a smile, while his eyes radiate even more light and more understanding. Immediately? He echoes. That is not possible, my child. To become conscious of divinely creative forces on the lowest level of the scale of manifestations means to experience physical love. You must wait until some young man appeals to you, until his positive manly radiation awakens your heart and makes it glow with negative feminine power. You must come to know this power of love, for unless you have this experience behind you, you cannot control it. It would always represent a constant temptation, involving the great danger of your falling to a much lower level of consciousness than the one you're on now. Father of my soul, I will never fall prey to physical love. Love is not a temptation for me, and I am not afraid of this danger because it really isn't a danger for me. Permit me, please, to be initiated. Ptahhotep turns quite serious again and says, my child, you only think that love could not be a danger for you because you do not know this tremendous force. To be courageous in the face of a danger we do not know is neither courage nor power, but only ignorance and weakness. Because of your lack of experience you do not know the temptation of love, and you believe you are able to face this force. But don't forget that love is also the manifestation of divine creative force and is therefore as strong as God himself. You cannot destroy this creative force, you could only transform it. But if you don't know this force, you can't know how it can be transformed. Be a good girl now and go home and wait till your destiny brings you this experience. When you have found out what love means in its full reality, when you have experienced it and clearly know what this force is, then you can come back and I will give you your initiation. At this I threw myself on my knees before him, embraced his feet and begged him desperately, "No, no, don't send me away, don't deny me initiation. I will resist all temptations of love, I will not vacillate, I beg of you, give me initiation." Ptahhotep smiles again and strokes my hair. I feel tremendous power flowing through his hand and into my head like a strong current. "Truly," he says, "I am not accustomed to this type of behavior. Do you think, my child, that when I tell you I won't initiate you and you throw yourself on your knees before me, this will make me change my mind? One of the requirements of initiation is absolute self-control. Child, you still have a long way to go on the path of self-control. And your self-assurance is not in equilibrium with your experiences. First gain the necessary experience, then you can come back." I see that he has nothing more to say. I stand up and take leave of him. "Father of my soul, I'll go now, but you're not going to abandon me, are you? May I come back to you again some other time?" Ptahhotep answers with ineffable love, "I know that you have been alone very much ever since your early childhood and you still are. It just had to be that way so you could develop your self-reliance. But you are never alone and you must feel that, really. You are united with us by the eternal band of the highest laws of affinity and association. I am always with you even when you do not know it. I knew before you did that you were coming to me today with this request, and I also know what will follow. But there are laws, which even we must obey. You belong to us. I bow low before him to receive his benediction. Then I go. Waiting for me in the antechamber, Menu asks, "How was it? What did the Son of God tell you? Please tell me everything. Right away. I just couldn't understand what was keeping you so long. Please, tell me. Are you going to be initiated?" "The Son of God will not give it to me. He says I haven't had any experience in earthly life." "Thank God," says Menu, beaming with joy. "Didn't I tell you it wouldn't be good for you to be initiated? I knew it." Yes, Menu, you know everything better, but just leave me in peace now. I want to put some order in my thinking." And we walk on silently back to the palace. All night long and all the next day I can think only of Ptahhotep, the representative of God. I have known that on the basis of my ancestry I belong to the sons of God, but it was a great experience to hear from him that he is the guardian of my soul. He is the visible representative of God here on earth, and I know I could speak as openly to him about my most secret thoughts as in my own innermost prayers to God. His eyes saw right through me, his glance illumined the hiddenmost corners of my soul, and that made me happy. It is so wonderful to know that I belong to a living being who understands me without words and who can never be angry with me because he sees everything from above, just as God himself does. I don't need to explain to him what I mean, or why I want to do something or achieve something, as I am accustomed to have to do with my tutors. Ptahhotep sees the most secret motives behind my thoughts and my deeds, even those I am not conscious of myself. I don't even need to say a word to him, it is enough when I merely stand before him. He sees me. His spirit is open for me, and I feel I am in constant contact with him. I even felt it before I met him. I felt a force as strong as steel was guiding me, and now I know this force was, and is, his radiation. I know that he even sees me when I am not with him. Even now I feel his eyes upon me. Whatever I do or think is not hidden before him. And in this case he can also see that I cannot take no for an answer on the question of my being initiated. No. I can't see why I should first have to have experiences in love behind me. I'll never fall in love. Men only interest me to the extent that I expect them to notice and admire my beauty. Since they all do that, it's quite enough for me. For vanity is only at work in me when I am in the company of others. When I am alone, there is only one wish that fills my whole soul: initiation. I cannot and will not wait until I have had the experience of falling in love, because I never will. And so that evening, accompanied by a very worried Menu, I go again to Ptahhotep to ask him once more for my initiation. Once again Menu waits in the antechamber, while the neophyte takes me to the garden where Ptahhotep is sitting under the palm trees. I bow before him. He returns my greeting, looks at me with his shining eyes, I feel he's looking into me, and waits. I stand and say nothing. Why should I speak when he knows anyway what I want? He reads my thoughts. He lets me stand. Finally he gets up, lays his hands on my shoulders and asks, "Why have you come?" "Father of my soul," I reply, "why do you ask when you already know anyway? I am unhappy because you refuse to initiate me. I have no other wishes, no other thoughts, only initiation. Please give me initiation." Ptahhotep strokes my hair lovingly and says quite earnestly, almost sadly, "I gave you your answer yesterday, just be calm and have patience. Remember what I told you yesterday about creative power, and live your life as other young people do. Occupy yourself with your flowers and with your animals, go and play with other young people, enjoy yourself and for the time being don't think about initiation." "Father," I reply in agitation, "I can think only about initiation. Whatever I do guides my thoughts directly back to initiation. When I look at my flowers, or when I watch my turtles crawling back and forth and living their life as wisely as if they had an intellect, I run into secrets and mysteries to which I would like to know the answers. I would like to know everything, understand everything, I'd like to be initiated. If the turtles had an intellect," says Ptahhotep smiling, "they wouldn't lead such a wise life. And now you don't want to be wise because you have an intellect, but because you have too much intellect. But now just try with your excellent intellect to understand that you're still too young to be initiated. Come back again when you have your earthly experiences behind you. Then I will give you your initiation." Oh my! It's not so easy to deal with Ptahhotep as with my dear old Menu. Ptahhotep is hard, and all my strength bounces off him like arrows off a stone wall. Again I bow low before him and go. But outside I answer Menu's questions in a spirit of rage and desperation, rage because Ptahhotep thinks I am too young, and desperation because I stand powerless in the face of time rising up before me like an impenetrable wall, as invincible as Ptahhotep himself. All that night I can't sleep again, and all the next day I pace back and forth in my room, as restless and unhappy as the trained lions in the lion's court. Through being born into my body, my consciousness has been dulled and deadened. I feel as if I were in perpetual darkness. I want to see clearly even though I am imprisoned in the body. I want to know. I want to be initiated. Why should I wait? If love is a matter of indifference to me now, it will still be when I am initiated and omniscient. I already know that physical love is only a necessity of nature to carry on the race. Why should it be dangerous for me not to know this from experience? I have my intellect and my consciousness and they will protect me from this danger. I won't fall into nature's trap, the trap of love. I'll be able to resist this temptation all right. In this manner I brood all day long. By the time evening comes again, I just can't stand it any longer. I take my veil and go again with Menu through the long colonnade to the temple, to Ptahhotep. I want to tell him that I'm not afraid of this temptation, that I'll be strong enough, that he can initiate me. Oh, how blind I was! How foolish! As if Ptahhotep had not seen the future clearly. As if he had not known how everything was going to turn out. But even he must obey the divine law and watch patiently, as I run headlong into my undoing. Watch patiently as I plunge head over heels into an abyss, only to have to climb out later by my own strength. He receives me again in his little reception room. I enter, bow, and tell him with all the determination I can muster, "Father of my soul, I wanted to obey you, but I cannot. I long so much for knowledge that I've come back again. I cannot see why I should wait when I'm absolutely sure I have enough strength to withstand the temptations of physical love. I am strong enough. I have self-control. Please give me the initiation." At this Ptahhotep closes his shining eyes and remains motionless a long time. I wait with inward impatience, but outwardly without moving a muscle in order not to disturb him. Finally, Ptahhotep opens his eyes. He stands up, comes over to me, takes up my hands in his, and says, "3 times you have asked to be initiated. 3 times, despite my refusal. It is a law that when a member of the tribe of the sons of God asks 3 times to be initiated, we cannot refuse him any longer. It is a sign that initiation is necessary for him, regardless of the danger he may risk as a result of it. I will speak to your physical father. We will need to discuss how you can carry on your duties during the time of initiation. Other neophytes normally live in the temple during this time, but with you we will have to make an exception because you have to fulfill the duties of the wife of the pharaoh. Now go in peace." I feel like throwing myself about his neck to thank him for giving me his permission to be initiated, but I prefer to show him I can control myself. I stand motionless, and my eyes express my joy. Ptahhotep smiles at me and says, "What you've done in thought, you've already done, don't ever forget it." "Oh, Father, if you already regard me as having done it, then I will really." And with that I throw myself into his arms and kiss his noble face, right and left. "I thank you, I thank you. How wonderful. I'm going to be initiated." "Initiated? Yes, I can see you have tremendous self-control," says Ptahhotep. "Only now, Father," I answer with a joyous laugh, "only now. After all, you're not only the high priest, but my own blood uncle. So I can kiss you, can't I? But when I'm initiated, you will see how serious I am and how much self-control I have." "Yes, I know," says Ptahhotep, embracing me lovingly. Then he strokes my head again and leads me to the door. We take leave of each other. Dancing and skipping, practically walking on air, I go back to the palace with Menu. I am infinitely happy. But Menu, from the moment she hears that I am to be initiated in the temple, cries and wrings her hands continually as if I were dying. Her lamentations spoil the fun for me, and I feel as if surrounded by invisible shadows. Finally, at bedtime, when she starts again to talk about her gloomy forebodings, my patience is at an end. "Look, Menu," I tell her, "you know they wanted to take you away from me after my 16th birthday when I was presented to the country as the pharaoh's wife. You know that according to the rules I should be surrounded by ladies of the court. It took me a hard fight to get the pharaoh to agree to your staying on with me and to my being accompanied by ladies of the court only on high state occasions, the way things have been in the past. But if you act this way, I surely will have you sent away and take on the ladies of the court. To be sure, most of them are terribly boring, but at least they don't interfere in my private affairs." Menu, poor old fat Menu. She is so frightened at my words that she stops crying immediately, sits down on the floor beside my bed and looks at me silently but with so much love, so much care and solicitude that I can't help bursting out laughing. Throwing my arms about her, I tell her, "Just calm down, Menu, I'm not going to send you away. Never. I love you. You're the only person who really and truly loves me with all your heart. I'll always want you with me. Just calm your fears. The initiation will not harm me, only help me. Ptahhotep will take care of me. He will be with me always." Then in leaving Menu says, "I hope the initiation really won't harm you. But I am always afraid when I see the big flashes of lightning and hear the thunder coming out of the pyramids. I hope you won't have anything to do with that." "No, no, Menu, now be a good girl and go to bed," I tell her, and Menu leaves. But for a little while I ponder over her parting remark. Lightning and thunder coming out of the pyramid? Yes, it's true. Ever since I was a little girl, I have known that lightning and thunder have struck out of the pyramid occasionally and after that it would rain. It was always as much a matter of course as life itself, and I never gave it a second thought. But now when I am initiated in the temple, I will probably learn the secret behind this phenomenon too. Then with a great and wonderful feeling of expectation, I fall asleep. Sons of God, the next day the Pharaoh summons me. I am to see him after his audience. At the appointed hour the controller of the royal household comes and escorts me to father. "Come, my child," says he, "I want to tell you what Ptahhotep and I have agreed upon about your initiation." "Did he come to see you?" "No," says father and looks at me quizzically. "Did you go to see him?" I ask again. "No," again, he answers and smiles. "Father," I tell him, "for a long time I've wanted to ask you how you discuss things with Ptahhotep without going to see him or his coming to see you. I've often noticed that you've told me something about Ptahhotep as if the two of you had been together in a long consultation. And yet you had not left the palace and he had not come to see you. How was it possible, father?" Ever since my childhood father has been accustomed to my questions, and he now answers me as patiently as ever. "You have a mirror, and you have seen your head in this mirror, haven't you?" "Yes, father, I see my head every day when Menu does my hair." "And what have you noticed?" asks father. "That I have a much longer head than the sons of men in general. But you too, and Ptahhotep and most of the people in our race, the sons of God, as people call us, have the same longer head form. It's noticeable even in spite of the kerchief or headgear or ornaments the person might be wearing." "How is it, father? Why is the shape of our heads different from that of the heads of the sons of men?" "Look, my child, for you to understand many of the things here on earth, you must first know something about the Earth's development. Just like all the celestial bodies in the universe and like all the forms of life on these celestial bodies, our Earth is subject to the laws of constant change. The divinely creative forces radiate from the eternal infinite original source, and in constantly expanding waves they penetrate the plane of matter. That is to say, matter is formed from these forces. This process reaches its highest point in ultramatter, then automatically reverses itself. The process of spiritualization begins again and the matter is transformed into force. But this process takes eons of time. The changes are going on regularly but so subtly and slowly that they cannot be noticed or observed in the course of a human life. On the other hand, some changes, which require thousands of years of slow and unnoticed preparation, occur suddenly and visibly when the proper time has come. Right now we are living in such a period of transition in which changes are noticeable. One of these phenomena is evident in the fact that various races of people with roundish skulls are led and governed by rulers who are spiritually greatly superior to them and who are even different from them physically. They have a more graceful figure and an elongated cranium. Once there lived on Earth a race of people very different from the races living today. They manifested completely the law of spirit and not the law of matter like the races of people living today. These people were conscious on the divine plane and manifested God here on Earth without any admixture of the self-seeking characteristics of the body. In their divine purity, these people deserved the name the sons of God. Their entire life was based on spirituality, love, and selflessness. And they had no physical appetites, urges and passions to cast shadows on the spirit. The members of this higher race possessed all the secrets of nature, and as they were perfectly acquainted with their own powers and kept these powers completely under the control of the spirit, they were also able to control and guide nature with all of its tremendous forces. Their knowledge was boundless. They did not need to earn their bread with physical toil, and instead of earning their livelihoods with the sweat of their brow, they put the forces of nature to work. They knew all the laws of nature, the mysteries of matter, the powers of the mind, and the secrets of their own being. They also knew the secret connected with the transformation of force into matter and of matter into force. They constructed devices and tools with which they could store up, set in motion, and utilize not only the forces of nature but also their own spiritual forces. They lived happily and peaceably as the dominant race in a great part of the earth. At the same time, however, Other creatures similar to the sons of God were also living on earth, but with much more material bodies and on a much lower plane of development. Obtuse in spirit, their consciousness was completely identified with the body. They lived in primeval jungles, struggling with nature, each other, and animals. These creatures were the ancestors of present-day man. The race of the sons of men you see in our country represent a cross between these two races. As I said a moment ago, the law of constant motion and change is at work throughout the universe. The Earth is now going through a period in which the process of materialization is advancing. This means that the divinely creative power is moving farther and farther on into matter, and the power on Earth is gradually falling more and more into the hands of ever more material races of people who were once under the guidance of higher, more spiritual races. Little by little the higher race is dying out. They are withdrawing from the plane of matter to the spiritual plane, and they will leave humanity alone for a period of time, as time is reckoned on Earth, many thousands of years, so that humanity may, without visible guidance, climb upward with its own power. And so it has come about that this animal-like material race of cavemen is experimenting in accordance with divine laws, growing mightier and more powerful until the time comes for it to begin ruling the Earth. Before leaving the Earth, however, the higher race had to implant its special powers in the lower race. Through the operation of the laws of heredity, this will enable the lower race, after a long process of development, to arise out of matter again. This is why many sons of the divine race made the great sacrifice of begetting children with the daughters of primitive man. Through this first crossing of the races they have developed new individual types and, gradually, new races of people. The divine power of the sons of God and the mighty physical powers of the daughters of men have produced different types of descendants. On the one hand, physical, and on the other, spiritual giants. There have also been physical titans who, from their mother's ancestry, have inherited primitive, undeveloped brains. In these persons, the spiritual power of their fathers, working on the material plane, created tremendously strong bodies. With their gigantic physical strength, these individuals have overcome weaker persons and, because of the animal appetites of their nature, they have become tyrants greatly to be feared. But there have also been spiritual titans who have manifested their inherited creative power through the higher centers of the brain, rather than on the lower physical plane. These spiritual giants were assigned the task of leading and teaching for a time, the lower, animal-like, body-conscious race of humans, as well as the hybrid race which later rose through the interbreeding I have already mentioned. These spiritual giants have the task of teaching the people of these two races wisdom, sciences and arts as the basis of a higher civilization, and of giving them a good example of divinely universal love, unselfishness and spiritual greatness. That is why there are some countries today where despotism and tyranny are dominant while others are ruled with love and wisdom. This will gradually disappear and humanity will know the great initiates and their secret sciences only through historical records, tradition and legend. However, even in the darkest period of human development, by virtue of the laws of heredity, there will be the possibility that a son of God may be born in a human body in order to show humanity the way out of darkness and misery. Father, I ask, is our country the country of the sons of God? No, my child. The continent which once was the home of the sons of God has been completely destroyed. Gradually there were fewer and fewer descendants of the divine race. They left their mortal frames behind them and did not reincarnate themselves. Finally there were only a few left in various parts of the earth to transmit dominion to the human beings who were constantly growing in power. Because of the interbreeding of the two races, however, there arose some individuals with a knowledge of magic acquired from their fathers and the animal-like, physically oriented selfishness of their mothers. These were able to infiltrate into the temple, and by virtue of their spiritual powers, they received initiation. However, They degraded their knowledge to black magic and made selfish use of their own powers and the natural forces they controlled with the instruments and equipment of the temple. The sons of God who were then still living in this part of the earth saw what was coming. They knew that these powers mercilessly destroy anyone who uses them wrongly, that is, with satanic selfishness instead of with divine unselfishness. They knew the black magicians were headed straight for perdition and their blind avarice would cause general destruction. So the last sons of God built huge ships, closed on all sides and even insulated against the forces which penetrate and dissolve matter. Then they secretly took aboard a few of their instruments, their families and their domestic animals, and closing all openings, they sailed away from the part of the earth that was to be destroyed. Some sailed north, some east, some south, while some, sailing westward, arrived here where we are now. The black magicians soon lost control over their instruments. It should have been their task to conduct the highest cosmic divine forces into these instruments and store them there, because the only source of this power on earth is the human being himself. But the more selfish these people became, the more a change took place in the current with which they charged these instruments for later use. One day, when the sons of God in their insulated ships had already sailed away to a sufficient distance, the tragedy occurred. One of the black magicians unintentionally conducted into his own body a force which dissolves matter, that is, changes it into another form of energy. When this process has once been set in motion, the matter which has been transformed into energy goes on and on, acting as a destructive force, until it has dematerialized everything. In this way the whole continent was destroyed. Finally the new forces thus created slowed down and eventually halted the process of disintegration. The entire dematerialized continent was transformed into energy of radiation, at first rising up to the upper reaches of the Earth's atmosphere, then returning transformed into the primordial form of all matter. After further transformation processes, the whole gigantic mass fell to earth again in what appeared to be an unending downpour of water, mud and sand. The waters of the oceans rolled over the gigantic cleavage in the body of the earth. The land masses of the other hemisphere, split asunder by the cataclysmic shake-up, moved farther and farther apart in order to restore equilibrium throughout the earth, until they finally occupied their present positions. Part of the destroyed continent now lies in our country as a mighty desert of sand, and there is a danger that winds may carry abroad these mountains of sand and cover up fertile, inhabited areas. The sons of God in their ships had special instruments and equipment to stabilize their vessels and keep them horizontal at all times. Thus they survived the catastrophes and finally landed. In every part of the earth where they set foot they began a new civilization. With their knowledge, wisdom and love they won the hearts of the natives. They became rulers. They were worshipped, revered as gods or demigods. Their first acts were to construct suitable buildings for their secret instruments in order to insulate them completely from the world outside and provide adequate protection against the powerful, penetrating energy stored up in their instruments. These buildings, which we call pyramids, can now be seen in all the various parts of the earth where the sons of God fled with the instruments they salvaged. Profoundly impressed, I listened to the story of these tremendous events. It cleared up many things I had not understood before, but not everything. How did the sons of God bring these mighty blocks of stone and set them in place, one upon the other? I asked. Do you remember, my child, the Pharaoh replied, that I told you the sons of God did not need to work with physical force because they cause the forces of nature to work for them? We still possess some of these instruments with which we can control the gravitational force of the earth at will, neutralizing it or amplifying it, depending on the result we wish to achieve. In this way we can make an object weightless or, inversely, even heavier than it normally is. When a huge block of stone has been made weightless in this way, even a child could push it about with its little finger or raise it to any desired height. Ships were piled high with these gigantic blocks of stone without being overloaded, because the blocks had been subjected in advance to the proper form of radiation and so made weightless. All the gigantic edifices, here and in other parts of the world, which human power would never have been able to build, were erected by the sons of God in this way. Wherever the sons of God disembarked from their ships, they created a high civilization. Wherever they are still ruling, they are leading the people in unselfish love and making a sacrifice for their benefit. The sacrifice of remaining here on earth for a time in order to teach them and propagate spiritual powers. There was once a time when the ruler, the pharaoh, was simultaneously the high priest. In one and the same person, he was the earthly and spiritual leader of the people. Later, however, as the country grew greater through culture and wealth, the sons of God divided up the tasks, and ever since then one of them has fulfilled the duties of worldly government, while the eldest, the leader of the race, has been the spiritual leader of the people. The pharaoh rules the country. The high priest fulfills his duties in the temple. He is the guardian of knowledge in every field. Since all knowledge comes from a single source, it is he who gives the initiation into the sciences, into the arts, and also the great initiation in the temple into the artless art of the spirit. Now you know why the people we are ruling and teaching have differently shaped heads from those of the descendants of the sons of God who are now the reigning family. Those of us who have this elongated skull make relatively little use of our intellects because we are able to experience truth directly with our inner sight. Our forehead is not heavily arched, because in our heads the brain centers having to do with the power of thinking are only developed to the point necessary for us to perceive and consciously experience external impressions. On the contrary, in the rear part of our cranium we possess fully developed brain centers, the physical instruments of spiritual revelation. These brain centers enable us to be conscious on the divine plane and give us those superior qualities and characteristics which distinguish us from the sons of men. Human beings, in their consciousness, live in time and space. We, although we too inhabit earthly bodies, enjoy the perfect spiritual freedom, in freedom from time and space. Through the power of the divine consciousness and with the help of these brain centers, we are able to move freely in time and space. This means that we are able to shift our consciousness into the past or into the future at will. In other words, we are able to experience the past and the future as present. And with the same ease we can free ourselves from the hindrance of space and move our consciousness to any place we wish. In this condition there is no here and no there, but only omnipresence. For past and future, here and there, are only different aspects, different projections of the one and only reality, the eternal omnipresent being, God. The blood of both races is flowing in your veins. You inherited characteristics of our race, but also of the hybrid race from your mother's side. In you the higher organs are beginning to function, unfortunately much too early for you to have had time for earthly experiences or for you to have conquered your partially earthly nature. You are unsatisfied because you feel imprisoned in time and space, caught between here and there. The spirit within you is beginning to awaken and long for its divine freedom. You have asked 3 times to be initiated and you will be. Then you will learn to make conscious use of all the higher organs which are not yet fully active within yourself. You will also acquire the ability to establish contact at any time with similar beings in order to be able to exchange thoughts with them. I am thus able to establish spiritual contact at any time with my brother Ptahhotep or with any of the other descendants of the race of the sons of God still living on earth. Through a complete union of our consciousnesses, we are able to exchange our thoughts on any given subject much better than if we were talking together on the earthly plane with the help of larynx, tongue and ears. With our consciousness we can seek each other out at any time, but we feel immediately if the other is occupied and concentrating on something else. In such a case we disturb each other only if we have something very important to communicate. Otherwise we withdraw. But you can easily understand why only persons who have achieved perfect unselfishness can have such abilities. If self-centered sons of men also had them, They would create such chaos that all the finer, higher organs would be ruined in the general confusion. For the most part we meet through uniting our consciousnesses in this way in the evening after our daily duties are done, and in this union we see each other's thoughts. Thus in a matter of moments we are able to agree on things which would take long discussion in a three-dimensional world. After we have thought over our worldly tasks, we shift over with our consciousness into the dimensionless state of all consciousness, in order to draw new vital energy from the eternal, divine, original source. In this condition we are one with all living creatures, with the entire universe, identical with it in the divine, primordial union, one with life itself, with the eternal being, hence with the essence of every manifestation, with you too and with all other people. Only these beings who with their consciousness are still living in three dimensions are not aware of this union. On the other hand, every creature awakens from sleep with renewed vital energy, whether or not it knows that this energy comes from the divine original source. And so you are going to be initiated. This means you are starting on a long journey. You will have to travel this path on Earth even after Ptahhotep and I have left the three-dimensional world and only remain in spirit in the sphere of the Earth. I have different tasks from Ptahhotep. Your spiritual and intellectual guidance is in his hands. In the eternal union, however, we will always be together. It would have been better if you had had more patience. But you are as you are, and the way you are will also determine your fate and your future. We cannot interfere. The power which comes from union will always accompany you and help you through the most difficult times. Since you have the duty of representing the wife of the Pharaoh beside me, you will not be able to dwell in the temple as other neophytes do during the period of preparation for initiation. You will go there every morning for instruction. During the day, you will do your exercises there with the other neophytes, and when evening comes you will return to the palace. At palace ceremonies you will come in time to fulfill your duties at my side. So you can report to Ptahhotep tomorrow morning. But I still have a question and so remain standing. Father looks at me quizzically. Father, I ask, you have told me that the sons of God, in order to propagate their spiritual powers, took wives from among the daughters of men. Didn't the daughters of the sons of God also take husbands from among the sons of men? Why have only the sons of God begotten children with the daughters of men and not the daughters of God too with the sons of men? Father looks deep into my eyes and says, engrave this answer of mine upon the tablets of your memory. If you understand this truth really well, we may perhaps be able to set the rudder of your fate on a different course. If you pour out a drop from a glass of red wine into a glass of white wine, the red wine in the glass remains pure red wine as it was before. The white wine is no longer pure white wine, but a mixture of both. And if you then pour out some of the white wine, what you pour out is actually a mixture of red and white wine. Do you understand, my child? Yes, Father, I understand. You mean that the blood of a purebred son of God still remains pure if he begets children with a daughter of the sons of men. But the blood of the purebred daughter of God would become mixed blood if she were to marry one of the sons of men. From then on she would be mixed and so would her children. Remember this truth every moment of your life, says Father. Then he arises, I bow before him, and he blesses me. Preserving the unity of the soul in my heart, I leave the room. Years of preparation. Accompanied by menu, I go to the temple. How often will I be going through this long colonnade between palace and temple? How often and for how many years? Until I myself have become the path, so that with my eyes closed my feet would carry me to the temple. Today I enter the temple for the first time as a neophyte. Just because I would like to hurry, I hold myself in check and walk with ceremonial slowness. I am determined to enjoy to the very last drop the pleasure of beginning my initiation. I am withdrawn within myself, deep in thought. Fully conscious of all the things my father told me yesterday, I go forward to my future duties as an initiate. At the entrance the same neophyte as before is awaiting me. Menu takes her leave. At first she embraces me, kisses me and holds me tight as if we were never to see each other again. Then she calms herself and bows before me in the way she believes she should. I embrace her and feel that my mother is also kissing me through Menu's lips. The neophyte accompanies me to Ptahhotep, who is waiting in his little reception room. How often will I be standing thus before him? How often will his eyes rest upon me, or pierce me through and through with their peace, assurance and strength? My dear child, he begins, initiation, as I have already explained to you, means to become conscious on the highest level, the divine plane. To be able to do this requires long physical training and spiritual preparation. One first must strengthen the nerves to enable them to bear these high vibrations without harm, without death. To become conscious on a given plane means to conduct the vibrations characteristic of this plane into the nerves and through the nerves into the body. From the time a body is born, that is, from the time a self dwells in it, the body develops a power of resistance corresponding to the average degree of consciousness of the spirit dwelling in it. The degree of consciousness of a living creature fluctuates up and down, depending on its emotional condition, within the limits of an octave of vibrations. These fluctuations, however, must not exceed the limits of elasticity of the nerves, for if they do, injuries and sicknesses of a more or less serious nature occur, even death. The vibration belonging to creative vital energy is absolutely lethal for creatures whose consciousness has not yet reached this level. It would burn out the nerves and nervous centers. For this reason, vital energy from the spinal column, where it has its seat, is transformed into a low vibration corresponding to the degree of consciousness of the person concerned, and only this transformed vital current is conducted into the body. Thus animals, for example, are animated by a much lower life vibration than primitive man, and primitive man with his beast-like selfish nature, is animated by lower vibrations of vital energy than a person who is spiritually developed. If one were to conduct the vital energy of a highly developed human being into an animal or a much less developed human, the animal or lower-level human would die instantly because of the contact with the more powerful vibrations. The great initiation means consciously experiencing the vital energy and creative vibrations of eternal being, experiencing these vibrations on every plane of development and in their original frequency, without transformation, and simultaneously conducting these vibrations into the nerves and the body. This naturally requires a corresponding amount of resistance which can be obtained through physical and spiritual training. That means that one must slowly and cautiously prepare and awaken the appropriate nerve centers and learn to control them. Initially you will receive this physical and spiritual training from Mentupta, the leader at the School of Neophytes. In your concentration exercises, Ima, and Ptahhotep points to the neophyte who brought me here, will help you. When you have passed your preparatory tests given you by Mentupta and Ima, you will receive further training and your initiation under my guidance. Now Ima will take you to the neophyte school and give you everything you need for the beginning. If you want to speak to me during your training, you can arrange to see me any evening. May God guide your further steps. After Ptahhotep's benediction, I bow and follow Ima to the School of Neophytes. Ima takes me to a little cell, one of many built in the temple wall. He gives me a plain white linen robe and a pair of plain sandals, saying that this cell belongs to me. When I come out, having exchanged my silken robe and golden sandals for the simple clothing, I am a neophyte exactly like Ima. He leads me on through a long colonnade, and through the great door we step out into the temple garden. The garden is magnificent. A large rectangular plot of green grass bordered by palms makes an excellent place for exercise. As we go on, I see the neophytes at work behind the park-like part of the garden, near the vegetable plot and the orchards. All the neophytes wear the same kind of clothing as mine, but none of them is as young as I. Ima takes me to Mentupta, the head of the School of Neophytes. He is a friendly person with soft, loving eyes. He explains my daily duties to me. The neophytes are divided up in groups. All groups are under Mentaptor's guidance, but each individual group also works under the leadership of an advanced neophyte, a candidate for priesthood. Ima leads the group to which I am assigned. He is a tall, slender but very powerful young man. I noticed his crystal pure radiance when he first took me to PTAHHOTEP. He has passed most of his preparatory tests and the time is close at hand for him to be initiated. Ima is a candidate for the priesthood. In his appearance he doesn't give the impression of a man so much as of an androgynous being standing above and beyond sex. As much above and beyond it as an archangel. He radiates all the keenness of a sharp sword. His angelically beautiful face bears the signs of supreme intelligence and powers of concentration. Above his eyebrows there are two well-developed mounds, the signs of wisdom. His mouth is well-formed, beautiful, full of energy, but with soft corners, delicately chiseled, revealing his tender love for every living creature. I love him from the very first moment, feeling complete confidence in him as I would in a dearly beloved brother. I am happy that he is the one who is to prepare me for my tests. Ima introduces me to the other neophytes. They have all chosen the priesthood as their calling in life, but only those who pass all their tests and receive initiation will become priests or priestesses. There are many who never make it. Nevertheless, if they wish to do so, they can spend the rest of their lives in the service of the temple, working in the garden and tending the animals. The neophytes who pass their preparatory examinations receive ever new and progressively more difficult tasks and assignments parallel with their degree of advancement. The group under Ima's guidance is one made up entirely of spiritually well-developed neophytes. On their father's side, most of them are descended from the sons of God, just as I am, and they can be recognized even from a distance by the elongated shape of their heads. I am assigned to this group and feel good in their pure atmosphere. Every morning at sunrise we have to assemble in the garden. We begin with physical exercises. The exercises involve strong concentration. We assume various body postures and, while doing breathing exercises, must guide our consciousness into different parts of the body. Through long and patient practice in this way we can make the entire body completely conscious, move at will, control and guide the smallest parts of the body and all internal organs. Patiently and persistently we thus develop the body into an excellent instrument. When we have finished these exercises, we go into the great room of the temple for training of mind and soul. In these exercises, Mentaptor dictates to us various interrelated dream pictures which we must experience as intensively as if they were real. With these dream pictures we intentionally produce different emotional states within ourselves and learn how to control them. With these exercises Mentaptor takes us through all the different spheres of the underworld and overworld, through the 7 hells and the 7 heavens, teaching us to keep our presence of mind no matter what may happen so that even in the most difficult situations we can instantly decide what to do. As soon as we have completely mastered this kind of exercise, we go a step further. We have to experience different emotional states on command, without dream pictures, but with the same intensity as if we really had a reason. We begin these exercises at the lowest negative condition, moving up step by step until we reach the highest positive condition. To take an example, we begin by experiencing the deepest state of dejection, moving up gradually through indifference, then on higher and higher, through joy and on up to the highest state of happiness. When after long practice we get proficient at this exercise, we are obliged to practice faster changeovers from one emotional state to another until we can experience them all, one after the other, as easily and positively as a musician draws forth a whole gamut of tone from his instrument, from the lowest to the highest. When we achieve proficiency at running quickly through the whole scale of human emotions, from darkest desperation to the highest bliss, we take the next step. This consists of experiencing opposite emotional states, one after the other, with no time lost for transition, shifting from deep sadness immediately to the highest hilarity. Or, to take another example, from fear immediately to self-assured courage. We are only permitted to do these exercises under the direction of our teacher. They represent a great strain for our nerves. It takes us a long time to reach the point of being able, with the aid of the dream pictures, to experience the emotional states as vividly as if they were external events in our lives. It takes us still longer to be able to experience the full scale of emotional states from the lowest to the highest. Only when we can bring our nerves to complete rest after these exercises, keeping them in a well-rested condition throughout the day, are we permitted to practice the most difficult exercises of experiencing diametrically opposite emotions without a time of transition. The aim of these exercises is to make us independent of both external events and our own personal moods, thus enabling us to determine our own moods ourselves and maintain our emotional equilibrium no matter what happens. We are taught constant inner watchfulness and presence of mind. People believe that there always has to be a reason for their being joyous or happy. Through the exercises with the dream pictures we first imagine we have a reason for being in one mood or another. Thus we learn to control the reasons themselves. As we do not actually have a reason, however, we have to imagine one ourselves. Then comes the next step of experiencing an emotional state by itself, without a reason, without having previously imagined a situation such as would call forth the mood to be experienced. After long practice, when we have become quite skillful at these exercises, we discover we have always imagined we had a reason for being sad or joyous, depressed or exuberant, etc. Through these exercises we thus become convinced that events and occurrences in our lives must not have any effect on us. We discover that every state of consciousness arises, and can only arise, within ourselves. One and the same event can provoke one person to laughter, another to tears, while a third remains completely indifferent, all because each is merely projecting outwardly his own inward attitude, and it is only this inward attitude which provokes our response, not the external events themselves. As a final result, the pupil must attain the ability to keep his emotional composure imperturbable and unshakable at all times, never losing it under any circumstances. These exercises also teach us that whatever happens on earth is only a transitory dream picture projected in time and space by ourselves. We only need to take it seriously insofar as it adds to our experience. But it takes a long time to reach this degree of ability. We have to keep ourselves under the strictest observation, must never forget ourselves for a moment, must always be conscious and aware, always analyzing every feeling, every thought, to determine in what stratum of the self it has originated. And all this is not something one can learn to do from one day to the next. In addition to this long spiritual training, we also have to practice purely mental concentration exercises. These are assigned to me by Amma. After the group exercises he takes me to a quiet corner of the garden and explains what concentration means. I must not allow my thoughts to roam around aimlessly. On the contrary, I must command myself to concentrate only on one prescribed concept. I must pull my thoughts together into a single point, giving them a centripetal rather than centrifugal direction. Ima gives me a sentence on which to concentrate. When I have succeeded in concentrating on it, I am to go and tell him. Then he leaves me alone. The sentence is I always manifest divinity. I sit down and start to concentrate on this sentence. I repeat mentally, I always manifest divinity, once, twice, 10 times, 100 times. I think of nothing else, I always manifest divinity. I always manifest divinity. I always manifest divinity. After an hour I go to Emma and tell him, I can't concentrate on that sentence. It's impossible. Impossible? He asks, why should it be impossible? You told me that concentration means directing all forces, all thoughts to a single point, drawing and holding together all the forces of the intellect and of consciousness. But when I concentrate on a sentence, I cannot draw together all the forces of my intellect into one single point. A sentence consists of several words. These words follow each other both in time and space. That means I can't simultaneously think these words in a given point but only one after another in time and space. And when I have thought the sentence through to the end, I have to jump back again to the beginning and think it through to the end again. That's why concentration in this way is impossible. Either I have to jump back from the end to the beginning after each sentence, like this, or, if I imagine a sentence in a circular form, my concentration results in running around in a circle, but that is not concentration. Ima listens attentively. Then, quite pleased, he says, "You have practiced right. You've discovered it's impossible to concentrate on words. The fact that you finally imagined the words to be in the form of a circle shows that you are making a real effort at concentration. But no matter how close you pull the words together, they still form a circle and you can never get them into the center. You have found out that no matter how much force you exert on them in the direction of the center, the words resist this force, so you cannot draw them into the center. This principle of resistance towards being drawn into the center is one we use in building bridges. We build an arch of stones, just as you have built a circle out of words, and the bridge doesn't fall into the water because the stones exert pressure on each other and the stones do not yield to the pressure. Because of the power of their resistance, the stones hold the whole bridge together. But if your concentration aims to get to the center, it is prevented from doing so by the resistance of the words, and the concentration is impossible. The same happens if you try to concentrate on one word. A word consists of letters which can never be drawn together completely in a single point. So what must I do? For your next exercise, try to concentrate on a single letter. Take the letter O, for example, says Ima, and leaves me alone. I try it. Sitting in the grass again, I concentrate on the O. Mentally I repeat the letter O, saying O, 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 and still thinking of nothing but O, O, V, O, 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 until all of a sudden I make a new discovery. I go back to Ima and tell him laughingly, "I've already finished." "Well," he asks, "what have you found out?" "That the O I was concentrating on all of a sudden turned into a pipe. A long O-shaped tunnel in which I was constantly moving forward. But that isn't perfect concentration either." "Good," says Ima. "That means you've already reached the fourth dimension. Now try again with the sentence 'I always manifest divinity' and try again to concentrate on that. How would you solve the problem now?" "What should I do?" I ask. "What would you do?" asks Ima in his turn. I consider the problem for a while and then say, "The words are the clothing, the material manifestation of the meaning. If I want to get into the center, I must give up the words that hinder me and concentrate only on the meaning of the sentence, without words, without form. Is that right?" Ima smiles and says, "Let's see how you succeed. Go and try. Then come back." I go back and concentrate on the meaning of the sentence 'I always manifest divinity'. Apostrophe. Only on the meaning. Then I go back to Ima. He is just finishing a discussion with another neophyte. Seeing that I am waiting for him, he gives me a roguish glance as if he already knew how I had got on with my concentration exercise. "Well?" he asks. "Ima, it's so strange. As I tried to concentrate only on the meaning of the sentence, I couldn't think of it anymore, and the whole inner process moved out of my head into my breast, so that I wasn't thinking it anymore, but feeling and experiencing it. The moment I concentrated on the meaning of this sentence, without words, I myself became this meaning. But then the sentence has to read differently, not 'I always manifest divinity,' but much more accurately, 'I am divinity which is always manifesting itself.'" As I speak, Ima looks at me with a growing smile and growing pleasure. "You have concentrated very well," he says. "Very well. You've discovered that concentration cannot be a permanent condition, but only a transition between the projected world and being. When you concentrate your thoughts on something, you can't stop with just thinking, because concentration leads you back to yourself, and you become the very thing you're concentrating on. From thinking you progress through concentration into a state of being. Thinking ceases completely and the thinker becomes identical with what he is thinking. To think something means to project a thought outwardly by means of the intellect, as if by means of a mirror, hence to step out of oneself. Through concentration we draw the projection back again, and what is thought becomes identical again with the thinker, with the person himself. The two factors are joined in a perfect unity. That which is created goes back into the creator. Go on practicing and you will experience this process with ever greater clarity. Here's a new exercise. You like to sit under this palm tree. Concentrate on it. And with the timer leaves, I sit down again and look at the palm tree, keeping my thoughts centered on this tree, nothing else. Hours go by and evening comes. I have to go home. Menu is waiting for me outside and we go home together. The next morning I am back in the temple garden, and after our group exercises I take my place again under the palm tree, concentrating on it. When I began this exercise, all kinds of extraneous thoughts disturbed me. I suddenly remembered what Menu had told me the evening before. I noticed a bird up in the fronds, then a gnat was humming about my ears, then I remembered Chancellor Ruka's impertinences and felt angry. But I chased away all foreign thoughts as they arose in me and concentrated only on the palm tree. Now I am getting along better. Thoughts can no longer reach me and really disturb me. Previously I was still in the world of thoughts, among the thoughts. My thoughts were able to push me to and fro. But I did not let myself be pushed around. I stayed put just where I was, with the palm tree, gliding slowly and almost imperceptibly further and further into myself where thoughts could no longer follow and disturb me. Now and again a thought bobs up, creeping through my intellect like a tired traveler. From my secure position I observe this stray, straggling, tired thought, but I don't bother about it. I think of the palm tree. Slowly the palm tree fills my entire being. Days go by, perhaps weeks too, I don't know. I don't know anything more that's going on in my outer world, as I am concentrating on the palm tree with all my attention. Then all of a sudden I have the odd feeling that I am no longer looking at the tree from the outside, but from the inside. To be sure I still perceive its outward form with my eyes, but I begin, to an ever-increasing extent, to see and experience the inner being, the animating creative principle of the palm. To see it, to experience it, to be it. And finally there comes a moment in which I am suddenly conscious of the fact that the palm is no longer outside myself. No exclamation mark, it never was outside, it was only a false conception on my part. The palm tree is in me and I in it, I myself am the palm tree. I do not know how long I have been thus absorbed within myself. I don't even know what time means. There in the condition I am in the concept of time is unknown. Neither can I explain what this there is. But all at once some power draws me back, slowly, into my personal consciousness, and I notice that Ima is standing before me. My eyes meet his gentle glance. He sits down near me in the soft grass, waits patiently till I come back to my senses, then looks at me questioningly. I make one or two attempts to speak, but I don't succeed right away. Speech seems to have become completely superfluous. Finally my activity reawakens and my will functions again. The nerves of my larynx set my vocal cords in motion, and I can produce sounds again. Oh Ima, I say earnestly, softly, and surprised at the sound of my own voice, I have become the palm tree, or better, I've discovered that the palm tree was always I. Only I didn't realize it. Ima nods his angelically beautiful head and beams with joy. You're making wonderful progress. I'm so glad, so glad. You're making faster progress than anyone has ever made in so short a time. If you pass all your other preparatory tests just as fast, you'll soon be ready for initiation. Joyously we look at each other in silence. As I look into his eyes, I feel even more deeply how pure a being Ima is and what tremendous strength he radiates. The air is purer wherever he is. Then he offers me his hand and we get up. It's time for me to go home. After I have retired for the night and am already lying on my bed, Menu kneels beside me on the floor and asks, "What are you doing now in the temple?" "We do exercises." "Tell me what kind of exercises?" In all seriousness I answer, "Well, my last exercise was to think so long about a palm tree that I finally discovered I myself am the palm tree." Menu looks at me in amazement. "What have you discovered? What are you?" she asks. "The palm tree," I repeat. "You, the palm tree?" She asks why died. Yes, Menu, but leave me in peace, I want to go to sleep." Then Menu begins to laugh, so hard that she rolls around on the floor and tears stream down her cheeks. "Ha ha ha, so you're a palm tree? Where is your trunk, and where are your leaves? Ha ha ha, so you're not a young girl anymore? Ha ha ha." At that I sit up in bed, offended in my pride, and answer with all the dignity at my command, "Please take note, I'm not a young girl, but the representative of the Queen. I am the wife of the Pharaoh, do you understand? And if you're going to make fun of my exercises, I won't tell you anything more." At that Menu begins to cry. Covering my hands with kisses, she says through her tears, "Didn't I tell you it would be dangerous to be initiated? Who knows but what they may really cast a spell on you and turn you into a palm tree? You talk so strangely now. Watch out, please watch out. It would be good if the Pharaoh knew what's happening." Drying her tears, Menu leaves my room with a worried look on her face. I remain alone with a very unpleasant feeling that I should not have talked to Menu about my deepest, most sacred experiences. The next day, Ptahhotep sends for me. I am to see him in the evening. He sits at his accustomed place in his little reception room. His glance is as deep as the sky is high. He knows everything. "Come here, my little daughter," he says with a smile. I step up to him confidently. He takes my hands in his, smiles and asks, "Do you know what your next task is to be?" "Yes, Father, I know," I reply. "And what is it?" "To keep silence," I reply, smiling back at him confidently, despite my guilty feeling, because I know he does not condemn me. He nods. We understand each other. I don't need to apologize. He knows me better than I know myself, and he knows with absolute certainty that I wasn't acting malevolently when I spoke to Menu about sacred things far beyond her level of comprehension. I look into Ptahhotep's eyes. He sees me with all my imperfections, but he also sees my determination to learn to keep silence in the future. Then he gently strokes my hair. I bow and leave. Oh, how often am I to stand before him and have to confess that my tongue ran away from my brain? That I had failed again to be able to offer enough resistance to the basic urge for communication that has been planted in every human breast. But nevertheless in time I do learn to be on guard against this power too. I learn to keep my urge for communication as carefully and thoroughly under control as my favorite lion, and through this constant self-observation, I gradually form the habit of listening inwardly, whenever I want to say something, to be sure I have authority to say it. Gradually I learn to keep my mouth shut except when I really have something to say. And I come to recognize two beings in myself, a personal ego which is often inclined to chatter, without control, purely for the sake of communicating and attracting attention to my person, and in the background of my consciousness a higher self which restrains my personal ego, telling it when and what it is to speak or do, and when it is to remain silent or passive. The important thing is to pay attention and obey the orders of this higher self. Merely to hear its commands is not enough, everybody does that. During this period of time, Ima gives me further exercises in concentration to do after the group exercises in the temple are over. We sit together in my favorite corner in the temple garden and Ima explains, "You know now from experience what concentration is. But if you observe yourself during concentration, you will notice that in doing it you go through 3 phases: intellectual, emotional, and spiritual. All concentration begins with the intellectual phase. You direct your thoughts to the object of your concentration and consider what this object actually is. In this stage you are using your intellect because you want to clarify your thoughts and seek a completely satisfactory definition expressing fully and clearly the object of your concentration. As soon as you have found such a definition, your intellectual work is done, for you know now what this thing is. You don't need to reflect on it anymore, for when you know what something is, you don't cogitate about it anymore. Thinking is the bridge between ignorance and knowledge. When we know everything, like God, we will have no further need for thinking. God is omniscient. He himself is knowledge, and his knowledge is as perfect as a circle. What should he think about when he knows everything? Only the person who is obliged to expand his knowledge needs to think. This work of expanding knowledge consists of thinking. When your knowledge concerning the object of your concentration is complete, you make the transition from thinking to feeling. This is the second phase of concentration. Your consciousness projects outwardly through your nervous system all the characteristics of the object of your concentration, impressing them on your organs of sense, so you have the sensation of experiencing them. With every nerve and every drop of your blood you feel the object of your concentration and what it is like. When you have thoroughly experienced the object of your concentration in terms of thinking and feeling, you go on to the third phase, spiritual concentration. This means that in your consciousness you become identical with the object of concentration. You are no longer thinking about it, or feeling what and how it is, you are it. We call this a state of being. In this state you don't need to think about this thing anymore, nor to feel it, because you have become it yourself. In this condition, all your thoughts, all your feelings, all your words, all your deeds become manifestations of the object of your concentration. You experienced this with a palm tree, but you hadn't yet had any exercise in observing yourself during these 3 phases. To take another example, let's say you're sitting on the bank of a river and concentrating on the water. At first you reflect on what water is. You recall that water is a liquid made through the union of 2 gases. You know that it can be warm or cold, that if it gets cold enough it turns into a solid, that it has color and numerous other properties. And you think along these lines until your intellect has completely grasped what water is and means. That is all intellectual concentration. Then you get up and walk out into the water. Now you feel what water is and what it is like. You feel through direct sensation that water is liquid, that it flows about your body, and you feel its temperature without measuring it. You can splash about in the water, make little ripples or even big waves with your hands and arms. That is concentration in terms of feeling. In complete concentration, however, there comes the moment when you cease to be a being separated from water, you merge and coalesce with the water, you no longer have a human body, you have become water. Now you no longer need to think about water and its various properties. Neither do you need to feel what water is and what it is like. On the contrary, you are now water yourself. Complete concentration means becoming identical with the object of concentration, being it. In the 2 previous phases of concentration you were separated, whereas in this third and last phase, the condition of being, you experience complete unity. Then as a consequence, complete understanding and complete recognition from within. Of course your body hasn't turned into water, but in your consciousness you experience this state. Watch the people around you. You'll notice some are constantly talking about love and goodness, wearing sweet smiles of smugness, and trying to show others on all possible occasions that they are loving and good. But only on the outside. They wear the mask of love and goodness. But when it comes to deeds, they reveal their selfishness, because they are selfishness. Another person may never talk about goodness and never think that he wants to be good, yet everything he thinks, says and does comes forth out of goodness, because he himself is goodness. A person doesn't think about what he is, nor does he feel it, simply because he is what he is. He doesn't need to speak about it. Everything he thinks, says and does is the expression of what he is, the manifestation of his own being. Now comes the most difficult task of all: concentrate on yourself. First reflect and consider what you are, then feel what you are, and finally you must be what you are. For you to have become conscious here on earth, you have had to leave your true self and enter into your intellect and feelings. So far you have only been able to think and feel what you are, but you have never yet been able to be what you are. Observe the people around you and you will see that they are not their real selves. On the contrary, they are always identifying themselves with thoughts, feelings and roles they are playing here on earth. They have fallen out of their real selves and become pretenders, people living in a world of make-believe. Only in the eyes of very small children can you still see the sparkle, the light of real being. As its intellect awakens, the child begins to identify itself with its outward person, getting more and more removed from its divine, true self. And all the while the person, as we think about him, is only a mask through which the true self, the great invisible one, looks out at the world. The person cannot be more than an instrument for the manifestation of the self. But people get so attached to their mask that they cannot free themselves from it anymore. The true self is king and master, the person is only his servant. But the sons of men abandoned their self and, descending from the throne, identified themselves with their mask, with their person. They make a king out of the servant and separate themselves from their true being. They force their higher self into exile, into the unconscious. The intellect causes this separation, and by means of concentration exercises and a purposeful effort to become conscious and aware, the intellect can be an instrument by which we get out of this separation and back to our true self. In the past you have concentrated on various things. From now on, your one and only task is to concentrate on yourself, progressing through the 3 phases of concentration until you achieve complete identification with your own true self, until you really are yourself. It is your task to reach the state of being which can only be described, in the first person, as I am that I am. But watch out. It's not enough for you to think what you are, nor to feel what you are. You must be what you are in your own true inner self. That is your concentration task until your initiation. And so I enter the long period of my life in which I devote myself to these 2 tasks, learning to be my own true self, and learning to keep silence. The tree of the knowledge of good and evil. When I have progressed to the point where I have pretty well mastered the art of keeping silence, I stand before Ptahhotep again one evening, and he asks me, "What have you learned during your struggles to keep silent? Have you only learned the art of keeping silence?" "No, Father, that was simply impossible. While I was struggling with silence, I simultaneously had to struggle with speech. To the same extent that I have mastered silence, I have also mastered speech. This is because silence means not talking, and talking means not keeping silent. I wasn't able to separate these 2 things. I've discovered that silence and speech are 2 different sides of the same unit, like the 2 sides of a coin." "Right," says Ptahhotep. Then he gets up and leads me to one of the great white stone blocks of which the walls of the room are made. Pointing to the smooth, white surface of the stone, he asks, "What do you see on this white surface?" "Nothing," I reply. "And what could I draw on it?" "Everything." "Now," says Ptahhotep, "this nothing therefore contains everything. In this condition both together form a perfect unity. Within this unity something can only become recognizable if it becomes separate and distinct from unity. Now watch as I draw, with green paint, the form of a leaf on this surface. The form of the leaf was already there on this stone surface before I drew it, but you weren't able to recognize it, because the positive form of the leaf and the negative nature of the background were still at rest within each other. They were completely identical. The form of the leaf was not yet separated from the everything that is contained in this nothing. When the leaf appeared on the wall, it became separated from the everything, and therefore recognizable. And remember something very important. The fact that this leaf appears in green color means that it is left behind in the everything its form in the complementary color, in this case red, as its invisible, negative picture. Whatever you see as you look about you is only recognizable because it has separated itself from its complementary half, and the latter has remained behind in the invisible, unmanifested state. You can achieve knowledge only through comparing the two sides, positive and negative, which have become separated from each other. As long as these two sides are together, resting high each other, you can't perceive or recognize anything. Observe the visible world. It is only recognizable because it has separated itself from the unity in which the nothing and the everything are still at rest within each other. In other words, it has separated itself from the absolute unity we call God. The things in the world about us are only recognizable because the positive appears separately from the negative and we can compare the two together. There can be no perception unless unity is split into two halves, one of them manifested and the other, its reflection and complementary half, unmanifested, so that both become recognizable through comparison. Now follow me. Ptahhotep leads me into another room where he places a little figurine on a large table before a white wall. Then he puts two little lamps behind the figurine, one to the right and the other to the left, in such a way that two shadows of the little statue appear on the wall. Then Ptahhotep picks up a transparent red disc and holds it in front of the lamp on the right. To my great surprise, I see the shadow to the right on the wall is red, while the one to the left is green. How is that, Father of my soul? I ask in amazement. Think for a moment and you will find the explanation yourself, says Ptahhotep. I keep silent for a while and concentrate until I experience the solution. Then I explain. The statuette keeps back the red color as the red light is projected towards the wall, and allows only the complementary green color to appear on the wall. That's why the green shadow appears on the other side. On the other hand, the statuette holds back all the light from the other lamp, and so the shadow on this side of the wall appears to have turned red. Quite right, says Ptahhotep. You see, the two complementary colors cannot exist without each other, any more than keeping silent can exist without talking. Whatever you make manifest in the world of things about you, the complementary opposite stays behind in the unmanifested state. When you talk, the negative side of talking, keeping silent, stays behind, unmanifested. And when you keep silent, the positive side of keeping silent, talking, stays unmanifested. When a mountain is formed, its complementary half, a valley, must also be formed. How could a mountain be possible without a valley, or a valley without a mountain? Nothing can ever be manifested and made recognizable, unless its opposite, its complementary half, is simultaneously present unmanifested. When something positive is manifested, the negative remains unmanifested, and vice versa. When something negative is manifested, the positive is unmanifested. Wherever the one appears, its complementary half must also be present, even though in an unmanifested state. The two are bound together for all time and eternity. And so you see, the separation is really one in appearance only, because the two complementary halves, even when they are separated and have fallen out of the all-unity, can never get away from each other. Inseparable divine unity therefore manifests itself always and everywhere, for even in this seeming separation, it continues to be active everywhere as the ever-present attractive force between positive and negative. Both positive and negative tend to return to their original state, divine unity. Even though something appears in the visible world, it cannot split itself off permanently from divine unity. Sometime, sooner or later, it will unite with its complementary half and return to divine unity. The inherent force dwelling in everything that exists and drawing every created form back into the original unity is what we call God. All creation, the visible world about us, is like a tree. On the right side it bears positive good fruit, and the left, negative bad fruit. But both sides belong to the same tree and come from the same unity. Both good and evil have arisen only through separation from unity, which itself is neither good nor evil but divine. Only through separation is it possible to achieve recognition and knowledge. Consequently, the recognizable world must consist of good and evil. If this were not so, it would not be recognizable and could not exist at all. The entire creation is the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. But the Creator, God, is not a half which has fallen out of unity, becomes separated from it and consequently recognizable. On the contrary, God is unity itself. He stands above all created forms which have fallen out of unity. Right within himself, he has perfect unity. He is the nothing out of which everything arises and manifests itself, but in him the nothing and everything make up non-separated, divine unity. Creation always means a half of the whole. The half which has fallen out of unity and which has become recognizable through comparisons, while its complementary half has remained behind, unmanifested. That's why you can never find and never recognize God, the Creator, in the world of creation, simply because God has no complementary half with which he could be compared. There is absolutely no possibility of comparing him, and so there is no possibility of recognizing him. You can only be God. Listen, my child, there is only one eternal being, only one God. In everything alive there lives this one single being, there lives this one single God. God is the indivisible unity, he is present everywhere, he fills the entire universe. The whole universe lives because God animates it with his own eternal being. Hence God is like a tree of life giving its own being to the created, recognizable world that has become separated from its complementary half, in other words, giving life to the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. This tree of the knowledge of good and evil, our created world, is only alive because the tree of life, God, instills his own life in its veins, lives in it. The material world is like a tree of death, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and the God dwelling within it is the tree of life living in everything that is created. God is one and only one. This one single God is the Self, the innermost being within all creatures. God is everywhere present, and since two things can't occupy the same space at the same time and nothing can displace God from any place in the universe, only one and the same God can be present everywhere as the Self in every created form. God is indivisible unity. All creatures, all plants, animals, man himself, all are fruits on the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, all are alive because the vital flow from the tree of life streams through their veins, that is, because the tree of life lives within them. And that means in you too, little daughter! Your body is also a fruit on the tree of death, on the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and has no life of its own. But within you there lives the tree of life, because yourself is also a little branch on God's great tree of life, and you are only alive because God is living as yourself within you and your body, keeping your person alive. By virtue of having been born into your body, you have become a recognizable being. You have separated your consciousness from the great all and nothing, from God, from your own true self. You have fallen out of the divine, paradisiacal, original state, in which all possibilities of manifestation, including all plants, all animals and man himself, are still within the all-embracing unity, into the world of many forms and differentiations. You have become a manifestation, a created form. Consequently, everything you are here on the earthly plane is only the recognizable half of unity, made up of good and evil. And since your consciousness has been placed in your body, you have awakened in this body, that is, your consciousness has become identical with the body. To eat of something is to become identical with it, for what you eat is what you will consist of, what you will be. Through identifying itself with your body, your consciousness has, symbolically, eaten of the fruits of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and by the same token become subject to the kingdom of death. But now listen to the good news. Your body is the result of separation, it is only the visible half of your own true self. The other half has remained in the unmanifested, unconscious part of your being. By uniting these two complementary halves with each other, you can return to divine unity. It is impossible to experience this unity physically, that is, to make your invisible unconscious visible and physical also, and unite the two halves together. For one consciousness cannot animate two bodies. To try to experience unity in this way would mean death. By virtue of the very fact that the body has become visible and recognizable because it has separated itself from its complementary half, the reunion in this way would have to involve the death of the body. Nevertheless, you still can experience, in the body, this divine reunion with your complementary half, in a state of consciousness. You can expand your consciousness until you make the unconscious part of you completely conscious, until you consciously experience the unmanifested, invisible half of yourself, and in this way achieve divine unity in your consciousness. Even while your body remains in the visible world of the created, you can merge your consciousness with your own true self, out of which you have fallen, thus forming the perfect unity. In this way, right here in this earthly existence, you can experience bliss, experience God, be God. This striving for reunion is in everything that has been created. Every creature seeks its complementary half in order to reunite with it. The positive male forms seek the negative female forms and vice versa. This tendency on the part of positive and negative force even makes up the basic structure of matter. In actual fact, there couldn't be any matter at all without this tendency, for this striving towards unity, towards the state of being God, makes up the attractive power between positive and negative forces, and the whole world is built on this striving to attain the divine, primordial state. This striving itself is the source of all power in the manifested world. Nature uses it and, projected into the body, it is the basis of sexual power. As long as a creature seeks its complementary half outside itself, in the created, recognizable world, it will never find unity, simply because its complementary half isn't outside itself, manifested, separate from itself, but on the contrary, unseparated from itself, in its own unmanifested part, in its unconscious. No creature could exist if it did not have its other half in the unmanifested. Take yourself for example, little daughter. The opposite of everything you are and manifest in your conscious part is contained in your unconscious part, which nevertheless belongs to you, and which you are just as much as you are your conscious, manifested part. You don't find your complementary part outside yourself, in a man of flesh and blood, for example, but in the unconscious part of your true self. When you unite in your consciousness two halves of yourself, you've found your way back into the infinite all and nothing, you've become identical with God again. Through this union which takes place in your consciousness, the eternal longing of your manifested being ceases because it has found its complementary half and merged into unity with it. And for this reason the sexual desire of your body also ceases once and for all. You become complete within yourself. Right here in this physical existence, you experience the divine state, immortality, bliss, fulfillment. And inasmuch as the same one, individual being lives in all creatures, you simultaneously become identical with the true self of every creature when you awaken within your own true self. You will achieve unity with God and simultaneously unity with the entire universe. You will lift your consciousness out of your body, out of your personal being, and experience all-inclusive cosmic consciousness. You will feel yourself as the other self, in every creature, in the entire universe, in God. This means you will again be eating of the fruit of the tree of life. Then you will have moved out of the world of effects into the world of causes, out of the realm of the transitory into the realm of the eternal, out of the created into the creative, out of the realm of death into the realm of life. In short, you will have achieved your resurrection in eternal being. And that is initiation. PTAHHOTEP'S ceases speaking. But I see this divine unity manifested in the impenetrable depths of his heavenly eyes. Endless happiness, calm, and peace radiate forth from his eyes into my soul. In his glance I see the fulfillment of truth. He blesses me and I leave. The 12 sets of twin characteristics, The next evening I find myself standing before Ptahhotep again. "The time has come," says he, "for you to study and practice the 12 sets of opposites as your next exercise. In your initiation you will be examined concerning them. So listen carefully and make a point of remembering what I'm telling you now. Just as keeping silent and talking are the two complementary manifestations of the same force, in the same way there are 12 sets of opposites which you must learn to control. From now on you will spend only your mornings in the temple and then go back to the palace. And you must seize every opportunity to be among people as much as possible, because it is far easier to master each of these sets of opposites when you are in the temple than it is in the palace. Here you only meet people like yourself, neophytes, striving to attain divine unity, as well as priests and priestesses already living in divine unity. But in the everyday world you are subject to all kinds of temptations. You meet people who are slaves of their bodies, and such people try to influence you too. The danger of falling is much greater. If you can master all the characteristics and properties applicable throughout the world, you will also be able to pass the initiation examinations. These 12 sets of opposite characteristics are: keeping silent, talking; receptivity, resistance to influence; obeying, ruling; humility, self-confidence; lightning-like speed, circumspection; to accept everything, to be able to differentiate; ability to fight, peace; caution, courage; to possess nothing, to command everything; to have no ties, loyalty; contempt for death, regard for life; indifference, love. The earth is now going through a long period in which body-dominated and self-seeking people will gradually take over the ruling power. But you already know that wherever negative forces are manifest, positive forces must also be present, although in the unmanifested state. During this dark period of the earth, the sons of God who manifest the divine laws of selflessness will gradually abandon the earthly plane, withdrawing to the spiritual plane of the unmanifested. Nevertheless, they will continue to work in the human subconscious, as they actually will be the unconscious of humanity and will manifest themselves in the souls of maturing people as yearning for liberation and salvation. On earth, the megalomania of certain individuals, together with the growing dissatisfaction of the enslaved masses, will lead to bitter and ever bitterer struggles throughout thousands of years. Many millennia of constant struggling and bickering and the supremacy of avarice, vanity, envy, vengefulness, hate and other animal characteristics would eradicate from the face of the earth everything that is good and true and beautiful were it not for divine providence and a group of spiritually united people, under the guidance of the sons of God working on the spiritual plane, who will save our secret knowledge from sliding into oblivion. The earth, like every other planet, is under the guidance of a high spiritual power, and this power manifests itself through the sons of God in a manner appropriate for the people concerned. It is manifested through a group of initiated people who through their development have become peers of the sons of God. They are all co-workers in the great divine plan of saving the earth from darkness, isolation, and the rule of material and diabolic forces. Every initiate takes part in this work, and as you are to be initiated, this means you too. In order to be a useful co-worker in this great plan, one must first master the whole scale of the sets of opposites. And you too, for your initiation, will have to pass an examination in them. Mastering these attributes means that you use them at the right time and in the right place. The same attribute that is divine at the right time and in the right place is satanically evil at the wrong time and in the wrong place. This is because God creates only what is good, beautiful and true. There are no bad characteristics as such, and no bad forces, but only wrongly used characteristics and wrongly applied forces. You've already found out what it means to speak or to keep silent at the right time and in the right place. To keep silent is perfectly divine and brings blessings on all concerned, if we do so where and when we should. But on the other hand, if we keep silent in a place or at a time when we should speak up, As for example, when we might save a person from a great danger with just a word, our keeping silence becomes satanic. And if we talk in the wrong place and at the wrong time, the divine gift of speech is turned into satanic chatter and gossip. In the next twin pair of opposites, receptivity is divine if we are receptive and open to everything that is high and beautiful, good and true, that is, if we are receptive to God's will and let Him work in us. On the other hand, the receptivity, or impressionability, is disastrous if it becomes a spineless lack of character and capitulation to influence. Ability to resist influence means the ability to put an unflinching resistance to all low influences. But if we also put up resistance against higher forces, we immediately turn our divine attribute of resistance to influence into a satanic kind of self-isolation. It is the duty of every co-worker in the great divine plan to give absolute obedience to God's will. The latter can manifest itself directly through you or through other people. You can recognize God's will when you thoroughly examine everything that is asked of you to be sure that it is in agreement with your innermost conviction. God speaks to us through our innermost conviction, and we must give Him absolute obedience. On the contrary, to obey someone against our own conviction, purely for reasons of cowardice, fear, material advantage, or merely wanting to be good, that is for low, personal reasons, this is servility and is satanical. Ruling means giving ignorant and weak people some of the ruler's own willpower. Universal love, uniting all the forces active within the people, should lead the people towards a general well-being, without infringing on their right of self-determination. Any ruler who, without love, and for selfish motives, imposes his will on others and violates their right of self-determination makes the divine activity of ruling into satanical tyranny. Humility is what we must feel towards the divine, towards the higher self which animates us. You must realize that all the good, beautiful, and true attributes belong to Him, that your person is an instrument for manifesting divinity, but by itself and without divinity it represents merely an empty husk. You should recognize within yourself the same divinity, the same eternal being which manifests itself throughout the universe, and you must subject yourself humbly to this divinity. But you must never subordinate yourself to earthly or sub-earthly powers or bow before earthly forms, for this would mean turning divine humility into weak, cowardly, satanic self-humiliation, and by doing this you would violate the divinity which animates you with its own eternal being. If you want to be a good servant within the divine plan for salvation of the world, you must never forget that you do not live and work on your own strength. All power comes from God, and all powers you manifest come to you from your higher self, from God. Constantly remember that your person as such is an imaginary being. Your true being, the only, eternal reality within you, is God. That's why self-confidence means having confidence in the God dwelling within your heart, but not in the phantom being of your person as such. Divine self-confidence is indispensable for every creative activity and represents an inner union with God. But when a person imagines his qualities and powers are his own and not God's, he turns divine self-confidence into satanic false pride and presumption. To be a co-worker within the great divine plan you must also be able to make decisions with lightning-like speed. You must learn, instantaneously, without hesitation, to choose the best of a number of different possibilities. Situations can arise in which only a moment's delay can mean missing the unique, never-occurring opportunity. When you can act in a moment, with complete concentration and with a presence of mind that stands above and beyond all concept of time, your power to decide instantly is divine. But acting quick as a flash without concentration and presence of mind turns divine lightning-like speed into satanic haste. And that's why you must also learn divine circumspection. Before acting, you must control your temper and with lots of patience allow the decision to ripen within you. In order to recognize the will of God you must often allow yourself time to reach the right decision. That's what it means to act with prudence. But if you carry prudence and circumspection to the point of never reaching any decision at all, You're turning divine circumspection into satanic, doubting indecision. As a useful co-worker in the divine plan, you must learn to accept everything that fate brings you. Your worth is not determined by external circumstances but by the degree in which you manifest God. Worldly degradations or humiliations cannot destroy, or even reduce, your inner values. By the same token, praise or glorification cannot make them greater either. For this reason, you must never be affected by the way ignorant people treat you. You remain what you are whether people vilify you or glorify you. Learn to be contented in any and all conditions and to accept the circumstances fate gives you with complete imperturbability. Whether your work within the great divine plan requires you to live in abject poverty or to hold a high position and command a great fortune, you must regard either of these merely as means to a great end. Neither of them must change your inner attitude. Learning to accept everything in this way is divine. On the other hand, you must always be able to decide when you, as a representative of divine guidance, must defend yourself against humiliation or calumny. In the same way, there are times when you must be able to decide that it's the right thing to do to withdraw modestly from glorification by the crowds and masses. To accept everything must never be allowed to degenerate into apathetic indifference or cowardly lack of character. Always choose the best and don't be satisfied with what's inferior. You must be able to differentiate and distinguish what's beautiful from what's ugly, the good from the bad, the true from the false, the divine from the satanic. Without a completely developed power to differentiate and distinguish, one can't be a useful co-worker in the great plan. If you want to be useful, you must also be able to fight with all your energy. With the sword of truth you must be able to fight the shadow of error in order to help bring about the victory of divinity on earth. But your noble and courageous willingness to fight must never be allowed to degenerate into stupid quarrelsomeness. And even though you must often fight bravely, you must not forget that you have to fight with spiritual weapons in order to bring peace to the earth. You must fight to restore unity to what has been torn apart, to restore peace to those who are fighting. But your love of peace must never be allowed to turn into a cowardly or comfortable kind of not wanting to fight. In order to be a useful co-worker you also have to learn caution, at the same time being able to decide the right time and right place to use this divine gift. You can save yourself and others from great dangers, harm and useless sacrifices through the proper exercise of caution. But the divine gift of caution slips over into satanic cowardice when one doesn't dare to do something because of fear or lack of self-confidence. You must possess unflinching courage, and you must not fear any danger. You must stride forth courageously to face any difficulty, valiantly fending off any attack against the divine when the great goal you're working for requires it of you. But divine courage must never be allowed to deteriorate into dare-soft-devil recklessness. As a co-worker within the great plan you must also understand what it means to possess nothing. Whether your task demands abject poverty of you or gives you the greatest wealth, you must always remember that nothing, absolutely nothing, ever or anywhere really belongs to you. On the contrary, everything is God's property, and from His property you receive something only for your actual needs, corresponding to your task. Just as it's a matter of indifference to a canal whether more or less water flows through it, because the water doesn't belong to it, you too must regard everything fate gives you as something that comes to you from God, and something you must pass on. What you will have to live on is something you don't need to worry about. You will always receive as much as you need. And no matter how rich you might be, you must always remember the fact that you really possess nothing. But this divinely positive attitude must never slide down into not caring about anything or contempt of things material. You must never expect the people about you to maintain you without work on your part. Matter too is a manifestation of God, and so you must respect matter as something divine. But at the same time, you must be master over it. You must master the art of being able to acquire as many material things as you need for your earthly task. And remember well that as long as you are on earth, you'll have to be dealing with matter, not without it, and certainly not against it. It's necessary for you to be able to acquire and hold matter, to master it and use it wisely, for otherwise you're completely at the mercy of earthly powers and, under their control, unable to carry out your earthly task independently and freely. But take care lest the divine ability to master matter deteriorate into a selfish, satanic craving for possessions. As a co-worker in the great divine plan, you can't allow yourself to be attached to anyone. Learn to recognize the divine, the earthly, and the demonic characteristics in everyone. Don't love the person, but love the divine within the person, tolerate the earthly, and go around the demonic. Whenever your task demands it of you, you must be able to leave without delay the person you love the most, because you must always remember that the lovable characteristics in him are God, not the person himself. The person is only an instrument for the manifestation of God. You can find and love the same manifestations in other people too. Love God in everyone, then you will not be attached to anyone. This not having ties must never be allowed to turn into general indifference and apathy concerning the people around you. You should be loyal, in life and in death, toward the people in whom you have recognized God's manifestations. You love your master and your co-soft-workers in the great divine plan because you have recognized God in them. You are loyal to God in them, because you love their person only as an instrument of God. In this way the esteem and loyalty you show towards your master and co-workers can never turn into a cult of persons or personal glorification. To play a useful role in the great divine plan, you must be able to use your own person, like an obedient instrument, in front of the public. You must be able, in front of groups of other people, to animate your talents and abilities with your spiritual forces, raise them to a climax of brilliance in such a way that you manifest your spirit in the highest degree through your person, through the posture of your body, through the movements of your hands, through the glance of your eyes and through the persuasive power of your oratory, all so that you can bring people under your influence and carry them upward with you to a higher spiritual level. In other words, you must be able to appear before the public without inhibitions and without being bashful. But the art of appearing in public must never be allowed to awaken the devil of vanity in you. It must never be allowed to degenerate into self-complacency and the base desire to show off with your God-given talents. When crowds of people enthusiastically cheer and applaud you, you must constantly carry in your consciousness the awareness that the people are not enthusiastic about your person, which is only an empty garment, but about God who has manifested himself through your earthly instrument. If in your application of the art of appearing in public you avoid the beguiling temptations of the devil of vanity, you won't be the least disturbed when, in fulfilling other tasks, it becomes your duty to remain completely unknown and unnoticed by other people. In such a case you must not display your talents, but rather disappear in the crowd as it were, without wanting to stand out or be noticed. However, this modest remaining unnoticed must never be allowed to degenerate into personal self-underestimation or self-destruction. In your heart you must always carry your worth as a human being. If you want to be a useful co-worker in the great divine plan, you must be able to achieve complete disregard for death. You must have the unshakable conviction that there is no death at all. When your body has ceased to be usable, yourself casts it off just as you cast off a worn-out piece of clothing. The self, however, is a branch on the tree of life, therefore life itself, and life is immortal. When you become identical in your consciousness with life, you won't shrink back in fear of death whenever your task brings you into mortal danger. On the contrary, with complete equanimity and absolute contempt for death, you will be able to face the greatest danger. But never let contempt for death turn into disrespect for life. You must appreciate life above everything else. Life is God himself. The eternal being manifests itself in everything that lives. You must never carelessly or wantonly expose yourself to danger. Appreciate life in your body too and live joyously. But the joy in living must never become an end in itself and turn into sensuality. And last but not least, you must be able to pass the most difficult test of all, The test of love and cruel love, indifference. This last pair of twin characteristics makes up an inseparable unit right here on the earthly plane. Whenever you manifest one half of it, the other manifests itself automatically. You must completely give up your personal viewpoint, your personal inclinations and feelings, learning to love everything and everyone without distinction or discrimination, just as God Himself loves everything and everyone. Just as the sun shines, sends its loving radiations, with perfect impartiality on the beautiful and the ugly, the good and the evil, the true and the false, you must learn to love the beautiful and the ugly, the good and the evil, the true and the false, without discrimination and with perfect impartiality. The highest kind of love of all, divine love, is the perfectly impartial love. It must be a matter of complete indifference to you whether a thing or a person is beautiful or ugly, good or bad, true or false. You must love them all with the same love. You must learn that the beautiful wouldn't even exist without the ugly. You must learn that the good wouldn't even exist without the evil, nor the true without the false. And that's why you must love them all equally. You must learn that the beautiful and the ugly, the good and the evil, the true and the false are only reflected pictures of the ineffable which we for convenience sake call God. When absolutely constant and completely impartial love radiates from you to all creatures, your love will never again be mixed with personal inclinations or antipathies. You will consider everything from the standpoint of the whole, and when the interests of the whole community are at variance with those of individual persons, you will unhesitatingly defend the cause of the group with ruthless disregard for the interests of individuals. But this ruthlessness must always be rooted in universal, divine love. It must never spring from personal antipathy. And you must also be able to manifest your impersonal, cruelly impartial love for your fellow beings in those cases when their soul can perhaps only be saved at the expense of their earthly well-being, even when such people are very, very near to you personally. You must even be able to look on dispassionately when those nearest and dearest to you get themselves into great danger, and if they don't react to ordinary measures, you must not try to hold them back by spiritual force, hypnosis, or magic powers when the salvation of their soul is at stake. It's better for a person to suffer material or physical ruin, even death, than to lose his soul. Under all circumstances you must endeavor to save his soul. Just as God doesn't meddle in the affairs of men, but rather leaves them their free will, you too must let your fellow human beings apply their free will, and you must never compel them to do anything by force. In your helpfulness, you must always consider everything from the standpoint of spiritual well-being, not from the standpoint of the earthly and physical. But this divinely impartial love must never degenerate into indifference and apathy, and you must never refuse to help a person because of personal antipathy when you can save him with earthly measures. These are the hardest tests of all because you must give up your personal feelings, simply turning them off as it were. Only when you have completely mastered the preceding 11 sets of opposite characteristics will you be able to recognize the voice of God so clearly as to be able to feel, even in the most difficult cases, what you should do in perfect divine love, and what you should not do. Then you will no longer be able to err, because you will be love itself. And love can only act in love. You will only need to radiate yourself, to be yourself, and the whole universe will be able to draw from your warmth, from your light, and from your strength. Then you will have become divine yourself, and your consciousness will have become identical with God Himself. You will have returned from out of the world of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, that is, from out of the realm of the tree of death, where everything is visible in the state of separation, into the realm of divine unity. You will then be eating again of the fruit of the tree of life. And of this fruit you will also give to eat to those who come after you, so that all may return to the unity of the immortal, eternal life, to the eternal being, to God. O you representative of God! I shall never, never forget your words. They have engraved themselves so deeply in my soul that I have become identical with the meaning of these words. They've even gone into my blood, into the marrow of my bones. and I find myself a different person after this instruction from the one I was before. But my task is to make all this come true. The lions. The next day is a great festival. As usual, Menu dresses me, puts on my gilt sandals, and then I go over into my reception room where the ladies of the court and Ruka, the Chancellor, are waiting with the jewel bearers. Very ceremoniously Ruka steps over to the jewel bearers and opens the coffer. Then the senior lady of the court, my former chief governess, takes out the magnificent golden collar, comes over to me with much pomp and ceremony, and places the golden collar on my shoulders. Then, just as ceremoniously, she fastens on my head ornament with the golden serpent, and finally my bracelets and anklets. I stand like a statue, motionless and dignified. Although I behave myself with all befitting decorum, I'd really like to give Ruka's beard a healthy yank because he's looking at me in such a saucy, impertinent way again. Rook isn't really bad, and he too has some of the blood of the sons of God in his veins. He is very intelligent and crafty, and although he too can see into people's hearts and minds, he doesn't exploit this ability to an excessive extent. When he bows before me, it's not the bowing of a chancellor before his queen. On the contrary, he is bowing as a man before my feminine beauty and looking at me with a covetous eye. Impudent fellow. He knows all the while that I can read his thoughts and all his feelings. But then I think of PTAHHOTEP'S words, in every living creature there is the striving towards divine unity. The male seeks the female, and the female seeks the male. That is the attraction between the two forms of manifestation of creative forces. In this light I can understand Ruka too. This power is working within him, and it's not his fault that he finds me pleasing. That's the reason for his impertinence. If it weren't for this force working within him he wouldn't bother about me. And in my secret heart of hearts I'm really not angry at all that he admires my beauty. After the dressing ceremonies, the ladies of the court and Ruka accompany me to the faro. How beautiful, how very beautiful my father is in his festive robe. Just like a god incarnate. Then we all leave the palace, going out to the waiting chariots. Some building or other is going to be dedicated today with an inaugural ceremony. Father and I step into the golden chariot, the chariot with the lions, and father takes the reins from the attendant's hands. When I was still quite a little girl, father was already taking me for rides in his chariot. I had to stand behind him, and he explained to me how to keep my balance by elastic body movements during the joggling, bumpy ride. I had to learn to keep my entire body quite relaxed in order to be able instantly to follow the movements of the chariot. When the floor beneath me was rocking to and fro and bouncing up and down, I had to be able to stand on my toes, keeping my feet, my knees and the rest of my body flexible and quickly able to make the necessary counter moves. These chariot rides were always very funny, and at first we had plenty of occasions to laugh at my awkwardness. At the start, father let the lions walk slowly, gradually quickening their pace to a trot, but the moment they began to run, the chariot threw me back and forth and I was naturally afraid. Instead of keeping myself relaxed, I grabbed frantically at father's hands, robe and belt. Father laughed heartily, and with unending patience he showed me again and again how to stand upright. Finally I learned how to make the right corrective movements and was able to stand upright without hanging onto father or the edge of the chariot. It was wonderful to be able to stand as securely and as apparently motionless as father while the chariot raced over the ground. Often our rides were quite long. It was a thrilling feeling to be speeding along behind the galloping lions. The lions also enjoyed being able to get in a good run, and not only we, father and I, but the lions too would laugh with joy. Through these chariot rides my body became muscular, powerful and as resilient as if I had practiced wrestling every day. Every single muscle was used, forced to co-soft-ordinate and react instantly with every movement of the chariot. It was a constant dance, although invisible, as it was the floor underneath, not we ourselves that was really dancing on and on. When I was 15, father taught me how to drive the lions. What a wonderful feeling it was to have these magnificent, gigantic animals in my power. They responded to the slightest impulse of my will, so supremely sensitive that they immediately did everything I wanted them to without my having to move the reins. But father never let me drive them alone, not even my favorite lion, a real personal pet, to the point of being jealous, because the lions were always highly independent and only initiates could control them. I hope when I'm initiated I'll be allowed to drive the lions alone. Now en route to a public festival, father drives his lions with all due dignity, and I stand beside him as his wife. I am proud of father. He is still very young, strong and magnificently beautiful. His body and his handsome face radiate tremendous power and concentration, especially now when he is driving the lions. Standing and balancing on his toes, his body absorbs every movement of the chariot, and he seems to stand motionless, as securely as if he were the sun god himself. We reach our destination and the boring ceremonies begin. I don't like these public festivals. They are always the same. Huge crowds, marching soldiers, people of rank ! And for a time that seems interminable I have to sit still, practically motionless, watching the ceremonies until everything is over. Then I have to exchange friendly greetings with the people of rank, while reading the many stupid and treacherous thoughts behind all the humility and flattery they wear on their faces. How lucky that among all the many hypocrites in the court, who seek only the satisfaction of their vanity and desire for power, there are a few truly upright and loyal co-workers for father and Ptahhotep. There's an officer, for example, whose radiance is so bright it seems almost golden. Who is he? I ask father in a whisper. His name is Fistha, father whispers back. He was recently made an officer, but he has such splendid qualities, as you can see from his radiance, that I want to make him a commander. The ceremonies are always the same, the only difference being that we sometimes have to sit on the palace terrace, sometimes on a great dais, and at other times on the temple terrace. Sometimes the ceremonies are for the dedication of a new building, sometimes to celebrate an expedition returning from barter trade with neighboring countries and bringing back the wares obtained abroad. Then at other times we take part in a harvest festival or various temple festivals, and these I don't like for the simple reason that the great crowds haven't the slightest idea about the meaning of the ceremony. Instead of worshipping God in the various forms in which he manifests himself, as represented in symbolic pictures, the ignorant masses worship the symbols themselves. But in time even the most boring ceremony is ended. At last we can go home and be ourselves again. No, I wouldn't like to be the pharaoh. The affairs of the country don't interest me at all. Legally I should be the successor to the throne, but father never talks about this and pays very little attention to preparing me for the tasks of a pharaoh. I know that Ptahhotep and father are able to raise themselves up above the plane of time. They can see and experience the past and the future as present. I too am beginning to develop this ability, and often I can see parts of the future, but whenever I'd like to see my own future, only a dense mist appears before my eyes, hiding everything. But father knows my future, and since he is not yet treating me as a co-regent, I imagine I may never become a pharaoh. I have already had this presentiment on my own. It doesn't worry me in any way, as I'd rather be a priestess in the temple. But curiously enough I don't see any pictures in the future which would show me as a priestess in the temple either. I see only mist. After such celebrations, I am always happy when I can get back to the temple the next day. I always feel comfortable in the pure spiritual atmosphere of the temple. Telepathic exercises. One day Ptahhotep sends me a message saying I should come to see him that evening. As I stand before him, he says, "You've passed your preparatory tests so far quite successfully, and now you may try to establish psychic contact with another person. You will find you get better results with these exercises after sundown." That's because the sun's rays have a stimulating effect on those nerve centers and glands which serve the physical manifestations of the spirit and thus tie the consciousness to the material plane. The sun's rays have a contrary effect on spiritual manifestations. After sunset, this effect ceases, the consciousness can free itself from certain nerve centers and withdraw into the spiritual plane. Living creatures go to sleep. Going to sleep means that the consciousness withdraws from the body into the spirit. And since most people are not able consciously to reach the deeper levels of the spirit, they lose consciousness, they fall asleep. With practice one can develop the resistance of his nerves to such a degree that he can remain conscious even at the deepest level. In this way the nerve centers and brain centers which are at rest during the daytime become active, receiving and conducting the vibrations of the spirit, the self. In this way you can establish contact with someone at a distance, that is telepathic contact. It's better for a beginner to practice after sunset so that he doesn't have the effect of the sunshine working against him. Later on he develops the ability to make a telepathic contact anytime. In this exercise, just as in every exercise in concentration, you begin by fixing your entire attention on one single thought. Concentrate your thoughts completely on the person with whom you want to establish contact, allowing your imagination to help along. With your eyes closed, you imagine the person you want to reach, seeing him with your inward eye, his body, his face, his eyes, and imagining you are he and he is you, until you actually get the feeling that his hands are your hands and your body his, until you achieve complete identity with the person you are trying to reach. When you've reached this point, think the thought you want to transmit clearly and concentratedly. Think it with intent awareness that you are the person concerned and that this person in you is thinking this thought. This exercise has 3 phases. First you practice in the presence of the person whom you want to reach telepathically, and during your practice the person concerned tries to receive your thought. Later you repeat the same exercise at a distance and at a time agreed upon in advance, with both of you knowing that the other is going to concentrate on him. Finally you will transmit a message through telepathic contact without your partners knowing about it in advance. These 3 phases make up the positive half of telepathic exercises. In this work you are the one who wants to send a message. The negative half of the exercise consists in your developing the ability to receive and understand telepathic messages. This exercise too consists of 3 phases. At first you make yourself receptive and empty in the presence of the person from whom you want to receive a message, then alone at a time agreed upon in advance such that you know who is going to concentrate on you and when. Finally you must be able to receive any telepathic message without knowing in advance who is going to concentrate on you and when. In time you develop to such a point that you respond immediately to every message from a distance, at any time and from any person. No matter what you're doing, you'll feel that someone is concentrating on you, and you will hear his voice within you. Later on you will not only be able to hear the person's voice, you will even be able to see the person you're in contact with. His form, his face and especially his eyes will appear before you just like a picture in a dream. When you reach this level in your progress, you won't feel the fetters of matter, of your body, in such an oppressive fashion, for by then the isolation you felt by virtue of being imprisoned within your body will be greatly reduced. You will be able to enjoy the freedom of the spirit while you're still living in the body. When you want to create a telepathic connection, you'll find you will succeed better at night. Then the consciousness is not so strongly occupied with one's own thoughts. The person concerned is less isolated. He is passive, and your telepathic message will be better able to reach his nerve centers. Most people's nerve centers are in such a latent state, so poorly developed, that it takes a very powerful effort on your part for them to be able to receive a message at all. When they're asleep, you can get them to dream about you and pick up your message in their dream. Practice will reveal all the laws of telepathy to you, including how to know immediately whether someone is busy and how to isolate yourself when you are busy concentrating on something. Only beginners disturb each other. Every evening you are to practice these exercises according to my instructions. And now let's do a bit of practice right away. Seat yourself opposite me, close your eyes, and try to communicate a thought to me. I sit down opposite Ptahhotep and concentrate on him. I imagine that I am Ptahhotep, and I induce within myself the feeling that my hands and feet, my entire body, are his hands, his feet, his body. Then with utmost concentration I think this thought: I, Ptahhotep, get up, step over and stroke the hair of this young person, myself. For Ptahhotep's hands radiate wonderful strength, and I am always happy when he lays his hand upon my head. Almost instantly Ptahhotep stands up, lays his blessed hand upon my head, and strokes my hair. So my concentration was successful. Or was it? After all, Ptahhotep can read my thoughts even when I'm not trying to transmit a thought to him telepathically. Good, he says with a smile. I was able to read your thought not simply because I can read your thoughts anyway, but because you were really concentrating very well. Your lion would have felt too what you wanted. My lion, father of my soul? I can believe that. But a person? Patience, my child. In time everything is possible. Now let's try it the other way around. I'll transmit a thought to you. Make yourself empty and receptive. Ptahhotep sits down and I do as he asks. A moment later I hear his voice from within me, as if coming out of my own heart. As soon as you've achieved sufficient self-control in all the twin characteristics, it will be time for me to reveal the last secrets to you before your initiation. I open my eyes and ask with joyous expectation, does this mean I'm drawing near to my initiation? Ptahhotep smiles, since you heard my message, you are ready to receive it, except that you still need to perfect yourself in self-control. I jump up, throw my arms about his neck, and kiss his cheeks with resounding smacks. Ptahhotep embraces me and says with a loud laugh, you see how you can't control yourself. You haven't been able to resist the effect of spiritual unity. You've experienced the union of our spirit, the sources of this unity flowed into your body, and now your body wants to participate in the joy of union. But don't forget that what is divine on the spiritual level because it corresponds to the laws of the spirit becomes satanic on the material level because it runs counter to the laws of matter. Union in the spirit is possible, but union in the body is not. Two bodies cannot occupy the same space. Because of the longing for unity, people try to unite their bodies, and therefore slide down into sexuality. Nature exploits the longing for union, the yearning for the long-lost paradisiacal state in order to beget new generations of people. The great disappointment is only that sexuality cannot create union. What's impossible is simply impossible. And all creatures, in addition to being tired through the drain on their energies, are sad after sexual intercourse, simply because the soul remains unsatisfied. The longing for the paradisiacal unity continues, and nature goes on using this unfulfilled yearning to produce new generations of offspring. For you it would be very, very desirable not to let the yearning for union flow unhindered into your body. I am protected enough to be able to resist your entrancing beauty, but you may meet younger, inexperienced men who can't resist you when you throw your arms around their neck. Naturally my advice is wasted, says Ptahhotep with a smile. What you really lack is experience. And it's this lack of experience I can now thank for your vehement expressions of love. Father of my soul, I say, you're not angry at me? Ptahhotep smiles. No, my little child, I'm not angry at all. As long as you only throw your arms around my neck, everything's all right. But be very, very cautious with other men. The higher you rise in spirit, the more irresistible your radiations become. You don't need to get nearly so close to a person for your power of attraction to be effective. Be careful that you don't lead men to their downfall. Father, I asked amazed, do you mean I'm not spiritual enough? You know how successful I am in my exercises. And Mentapta is very satisfied with me too. I already know how to control my body and my nerve centers to a very high degree. I've passed all my preliminary tests. Yes, said Ptahhotep. Spiritually you are already very awake and in control of your body. But at the same time you are very free and lacking in caution on the physical plane. You are neglecting to bolt this door, not because you are not able to, but because you don't always want to. You're not protecting your body sufficiently against the high frequencies of spiritual vibrations, and that is a constant danger for your nerve centers. When your spiritual forces enter your body, you conduct these high frequencies, untransformed, into your lower nerve centers, and this means there's a danger of your higher, finer nerve centers being burned out and destroyed. That would be too bad for this fine instrument. You have enough self-control when you want it, but you often relax your grip on the reins out of pure enthusiasm. Sometimes you simply don't want to exercise self-control. Be on the lookout, dear child, and always alert. O Ptahhotep, my dear master. How early you saw what was unavoidably coming and how much you wanted to save me. But the best advice can't change an experience into experience, and my inner lack of balance and self-control had to be brought back into equilibrium through painful experience. The future and sunrise. A long new period begins in my life. I examine my every thought, my every word, my every deed. I reflect and watch to see whether, at the right time and in the right place, I am really giving expression to the divine, and not to the satanic. And in this constant watchfulness, this continuous self-observation, I discover how undisciplined and unbridled and sensual, in a word how personal, I still am. How much longer is it going to take me to reach the point where I don't allow myself to be overpowered by passions, where I no longer identify myself with my external impressions, but always remain master of all my physical, spiritual and mental forces? During this period of my preparation for initiation I spend only my mornings in the temple, coming back to the palace after my physical and spiritual exercises. In the afternoon I take part in public life. Excursions by ship and chariot alternate with travel and inspection trips to various settlements. But these excursions and the conversations centering around them really bore me stiff. It isn't that I don't like company, oh no. I enjoy very much being with people, but with people who are my kin and who have something to say. But these people are so different from us who have our lineage from the sons of God. Of course we too have human blood and our race too is no longer pure, but we consciously live in the spirit and are not so materialistic as the sons of men. It's almost as if they have completely forgotten that they, in themselves, are free spirits and that their body is only an instrument for the manifestation of their spirit. These people are so identified with their body that they live in the illusion they are only body. When their body needs food, they believe they want to eat. They are hungry, and instead of taking in food under the watchful supervision of the spirit, they act as if they themselves were eating, rather than merely being observers and governors of their body. They eat just as greedily as animals. I watch them during feeding time and often feel like turning my head away so as not to see their beastly behavior. I too let my body eat with good appetite. I too supply my stomach and digestive organs with pure forces, getting all the taste of the food I eat so that my body can absorb all the precious forces in the food. But how could I identify myself with this? Myself can't be hungry, since the self is not matter but the master of matter. It's true my consciousness receives a message from the body to the effect that it needs nourishment, and I'm aware of this message in the form of a feeling of hunger. But the self in me neither eats nor drinks. How could I forget even for a moment that these functions are only necessary in order to maintain the body in health? The only thing myself really has to do with all of this is to observe watchfully and control what enters the body and see to it that teeth and tongue do their work properly. I can never understand how people, after eating like beasts, can say something like, but that tasted good to me. To whom did it taste good? Don't such people know that it tasted good to their palates? These poor people are such slaves of their physical desires. We simply don't understand each other. But Father and Tahotep say it's our duty to remain among them and awaken higher desires and aims within them. And all the while Father knows that the people of rank within his court are mostly only interested in how and where they can get a well-paid position, so they can get rich as quickly as possible and satisfy their hunger for power. And another thing, these sons of men go hunting for wild animals, using their intelligence to kill innocent animals, and they're even proud about it. They should be ashamed. These people are worse than the animals they hunt. Animals only kill because of hunger. But people kill for passion's sake, because killing, war and hunting give them pleasure. But Father says that people are still undeveloped and we mustn't judge them by our own standards. Another thing, these people attach endless importance to their family tree. When a person has one ancestor more from the lineage of the sons of God than someone else has, he mentions it as often as possible, and shows contempt for others with less brilliance in their ancestry. That's why they pay so much attention to the family a daughter is descended from, and the family of the young man she marries. How ridiculous! As if they didn't really know that earthly life is only a journey between being born into the body and leaving it at death, whereas the self is the same in every living creature. Only the body can have a lineage. The level on which a person stands is determined only by the level of his own intelligence. Often enough, a person with several ancestors from the lineage of the sons of God still has a lower degree of intelligence than someone else with far fewer forefathers in the divine race. When I'm among these people, I feel as if I were among the dead. They seem to move, speak, eat, drink and carry out functions of the living merely because natural forces are at work within them. But where is the conscious spirit that controls and guides these natural forces, not only in the body, but also outside in the universe? They don't know they have the ability to guide these creative forces. They're so blind they see only the external form of people, and they haven't the faintest idea that I can read their thoughts, their feelings, see their whole soul, their inner being. They lie to my very face for the simple reason that, not being able to read my thoughts, they believe that I can't see theirs either, and that I don't know their thoughts are very different from what they say. They don't realize that a light creates a kind of insulation around them and develops a dark shadow, like smoke, in their radiation, and this dark blotch is not only ugly, but even smells bad. My pet lions are quick to smell the foul scent of these liars. Whenever one of them comes near, they start to wrinkle their nose, then get up, give the person concerned a contemptuous glance, and stalk off majestically. But with no such easy way to defend myself, I have to keep on talking with such people just as if I didn't clearly see their hypocrisy, and even smell it. It's much more pleasant to be alone with Father. He's had a charming house built for the two of us, in a shady garden by the seashore. Whenever he has some free time, we go there by boat on the Nile, taking only a minimum of servants. This gives us a magnificent rest, coupled with deep enjoyment of the endless sea and the peace of each other's company. Father and I both love the sea, that great mother of the earth, with childlike devotion. We're both of us so very happy in our little house by the seashore, and our life there is closely linked in many ways to the sea itself. Here we experience perfect liberty, immortality, eternity. We take advantage of every opportunity to be close to the sea. We go for walks together along the seashore. We go looking for mussels together, and sometimes we take a little boat and row out quite far, all by ourselves. There's an immensity about the beauty of the sea when the air is calm and the water beneath us is as smooth as a mirror. But there's something just as grand about being out among all the waves when the wind's blowing them up high, and we feel all the exhilaration of being hoisted skyward by the crest of one wave, then sliding down into the trough of the next. We strip off our clothes, jump into the cool water, and swim about our boat. Once, after such an invigorating swim, as we were sitting on the beach, I asked Father, How is it possible that people can be so blind to spiritual truth? What's going to happen to the world when the government gets into the hands of the sons of men, as Ptahhotep once told me it would? I'm frightened even to think of the consequences of the dominions passing into the hands of self-seeking people obsessed with a craving for power. I'm beginning to be able to sense what's coming in the future. My exercises in the temple are awakening my inner sight, and my powers of clairvoyance are growing from day to day, but still I don't see everything as clearly as Ptahhotep and you. For a long time further sits looking out over the water. Finally he says, yes, the earth must go through a very difficult period for many thousands of years. As you already know, the pure-blooded sons of God all departed from this earthly plane long ago. And their sons who have been born as a cross between the two races but who still carry within themselves the possibility of perfectly divine manifestation, are also gradually disappearing from the face of the earth. In order for the higher powers to be propagated through hereditary channels, when the pure-blooded sons of God had already departed from the earth, their sons, who had inherited their abilities from their fathers and who had achieved initiation, again took daughters of men as their wives. And this went on and on for generations until this intermarrying had penetrated into all levels of life in both races. But as long as the waves of creative force are moving in the direction of further materialization, the earthly element always plays the dominant role in heredity. For this reason, less and less descendants of the sons of God, with their original elongated cranial form and their capacity for manifesting higher abilities, are being born on earth. Nevertheless, in accordance with the laws of heredity, this continual intermarrying has made it possible for a pure-blooded son of God to reincarnate himself at any time, even in the darkest, most materialistic period in human development. For the time is coming when only people with short heads will be born and will move into positions of ruling power all over the earth, even here in Egypt. They won't have the spiritual vision and wisdom of the present dynasty that has come down from the higher race, and instead of governing their people with selfless love, they will rule only with the intellect, with blind, crude craving for power, and with unmitigated selfishness. As you know, the continual intermarriages between the sons of God and the daughters of men have gradually led to the development of a hybrid race which is passing on the inherited characteristics of both races. There are numerous individuals who, although they have human blood, still have the elongated cranial form, and thus have inherited all the spiritual and psychic powers of their paternal forebears. But according to the laws of heredity, this continual intermarrying will result in more variations of different individuals even in the same family, but less and less individuals with inherited characteristics from the divine lineage. Even today there are cases where, among several sons in a given family, one is still quite divinely spiritual, another already quite physically human, and a third can easily be a mixture of both. The relationship between those with higher and those with lower characteristics is shifting constantly towards those with the lower characteristics. No wonder men orientated towards the physical very often nurse a bitter hatred towards their brothers who have inherited divinely spiritual characteristics. All too often, this hatred leads to tragic clashes. Nevertheless, as a result of still further intermarrying and in accordance with the laws of heredity, the high knowledge of the initiates will penetrate deeper and deeper into the people and wider throughout the entire population. As ever more variations and differentiations arise, the time will come when every human being will have the possibility of reaching the highest degree of knowledge and initiation. This intermarrying, going on for many thousands of years, will eventually obliterate the differences we now feel to be so tremendous between the omniscient members of the ruling family and the completely ignorant and undeveloped masses. Thus, in time, the people and their rulers will become equal as people. In their pure form both of these two races, the sons of God and primitive man, will gradually disappear completely, but there will always be some individual born on different levels of development. In some of them the inherited characteristics of their divine ancestors will be manifested to a greater degree, while in others the primitive human characteristics will be dominant. In this way everyone will have characteristics inherited from both sides, and the races will be so thoroughly blended that people can no longer be distinguished by racial characteristics but only on the basis of traits of character and abilities. Generally speaking, people with higher abilities will have exactly the same cranial form as other people but still stand out above the masses as great scientists or artists, philosophers or mystics. Both the elongated head form of the sons of God and the short, ape-like head form of primitive man will have disappeared completely. In the hybrid race the brain and nerve centers serving for the manifestation of higher spiritual and psychic abilities will be in an undeveloped, latent state for many thousands of years. Accordingly, people's heads will be roundish in form. On the other hand, people in this hybrid race will develop extensively the brain centers serving the intellect, and their future generations will thus have high, arched foreheads. Just as the waves of spiritual force emanating from the higher race will reach larger and larger numbers of people as a result of this intermarrying until they reach people of the lowest level and make it possible for them to have knowledge, in the same way worldly dominion will pass into the hands of people on lower and lower levels. In their ignorance, of course, they will first destroy the great divine cultures which the sons of God have built up in various parts of the earth. Only a few remnants and ruins of the great buildings and the monuments we have today will be left as silent witnesses to tell of the knowledge, wisdom, goodness and beauty that once reigned on earth. As time goes on, people will only know through their legends about the omnipotence and omniscience of the great white magicians and initiates, but since these people will be ignorant themselves, they'll go along for thousands of years believing, in their pride and arrogance, that these legends are only fairy tales. The continual hybridization process going on between the two races has created a kind of ladder of development on which even the lowest level of primitive man can climb upward. Animal-like people themselves are nothing else but pure spirits which have fallen far down into matter and which, having lost their divine consciousness in matter, are no longer aware of their high parentage. In order to give them the possibility of regaining their consciousness on the highest plane, the sons of God made the great sacrifice of putting their strength into marriages with the daughters of men. With these marriages, however, they've anchored themselves in the material world and are obliged to go through the whole developmental process up to the complete spiritualization of the earth in the capacity of helpers, some of them in human reincarnations and some of them in the bodiless spiritual state. The level of the ruling class will sink lower and lower, and the dominant power will shift from one country to another. Continual wars raging on earth will lead to ignorance, poverty and misery. The last initiates will refuse to turn over to these people the devices and equipment through which they control the forces of nature and the tremendous creative forces that operate in secret. Before they leave the earthly plane for thousands of years they will destroy all their instruments. One of the last initiates, who will come forth out of a different people from ours but who will nevertheless grow up here in Egypt and receive initiation, will salvage one such instrument, taking it with him out of Egypt, and for a time the priests of his people will be able to keep the secret. But the time will come when the last initiate will have to leave the earth, and he will destroy the last instruments. He will have to do it to keep the ignorant sons of men from destroying each other, themselves and, through chain reactions, whole continents again, purely as a result of their passion for power and possessions. The destruction which once overtook the home of the sons of God must never be repeated. After all the initiates' instruments are destroyed and their high knowledge has passed from the earth, people will have to till the soil with their own physical force, and they'll even have to cut stones with their own hands, just as primitive man did. They'll also have to suffer the tyranny of fellow human beings from within their own race. However, since everything that manifests itself on the earthly plane arises through forces originating in the indivisible unity and striving for equilibrium, the tyranny of self-seeking rulers will awaken people out of their unconscious state. Through pain and suffering their attention will be guided to higher, spiritual truth. Spiritual leaders of the earth must leave humanity apparently alone because people are to discover divine truth in themselves and in nature, standing on their own feet, using their own will, independent of outside help. If this were not so, they would never have the opportunity of climbing up to the highest level. But just as a good mother helps her child to learn to walk alone so that it can develop independence, while all the time she watches from a distance, ready to help it up again after a fall, in the same way the spiritual powers guiding the earth are ready to intervene whenever necessary to help humanity out of difficult situations. They are active on the spiritual plane, guiding and leading humanity from there. Whenever, instead of knowledge, ignorance and error and superstition gain control on earth, whenever spiritual darkness is so great that it threatens to get completely out of hand, there will always be some of the sons of God ready to make the great sacrifice of descending to earth, being reborn in a human body, and in this way bringing divine light and consolation to humanity. Through the intermarriages between the divine race and the human, the inheritable divine characteristics will be propagated among the people. In this way it will always be possible for a son of God, through a pure woman, to receive a body with all the organs he needs to manifest himself completely. In every epoch throughout the development of the earth through many thousands of years, the sons of God will incarnate themselves in order to teach people the laws of the Spirit, love and selflessness, and in order to carry out the most varied tasks. Even though dominion will rest in human hands all over the earth, there will still be some rulers who will reign with wisdom and justice and build up high civilizations on earth, or at least in parts of the earth. Others, coming as scientists, artists and mystics, will bring humanity the highest art, music and literature. They will bring the world new ideas and new discoveries in order to guide the earth's development in new directions. For the most part, these sons of God will live a very lonely life, often in the most abject poverty and abandoned by their fellows, for there will only be very few people who can understand them. Nevertheless, their spiritual light will reach out in ever greater waves, into ever wider circles. The names of these spiritual giants will be known for thousands of years, and people will study their works high the highest schools of the sons of men. Then, too, there will be reincarnated sons of God working secretly within humanity. They'll find places to live in the high mountains, in caves, or in other remote regions where, undisturbed in their retreats, they can send forth extremely high forces into the atmosphere of the earth. People who have already developed to such a point that they can receive these spiritual waves will automatically establish spiritual links with these sons of God, and work together with them. Often they will not even be aware of this spiritual link. On the contrary, for all they'll know, they will merely be acting on the basis of their own inner conviction, not knowing that this inner conviction is divine power transmitted from the sons of God. In this way some highly developed people will transmit and proclaim to all humanity the teachings which the sons of God will bring to earth from time to time. Although the masses won't be able right away to understand these high truths, they'll feel the love and power inherent within them, and for this reason they'll believe in them. That is how religions will come into being, from the divine teachings of the sons of God. All the sons of God have always brought and always will bring the same truth into different parts of the earth, but people will interpret it differently depending on the characteristics of their race and their degree of development. These different interpretations, as they get passed on to later generations, will give rise to different religions, all springing from the same truths. One and the same Son of God will reincarnate himself at different times and in different places of the earth in order to proclaim the highest truth to humanity. And from the same truth proclaimed by the same Spirit, people in different parts of the earth will develop different religions. Because of such differences arising merely from human ignorance, people will make war upon each other, trying to send each other to hell in the name of God. The degree of development reached by people in different nations at any given time will vary greatly, and the reincarnated sons of God will consequently receive widely varying kinds of treatment. In some countries, Where people are most interested in divine truth, the sons of God will be recognized, heard and honored. But the waves of force keep radiating outward till they reach their utmost material limits. There will also be times in the darkest periods of earthly life, when materialism, hate, envy, fear and terror reign, and in such times too the sons of God will have to return to earth and be very badly treated. Ignorant people obsessed by a passion for power will torture and kill the Son of God. Nevertheless he will go through with this sacrifice, thus radiating tremendous spiritual force. The spirit in people will awaken and vanquish the darkness in their soul. Little by little the face of the earth will be completely changed. From the utmost material limits, the waves of creative force will then flow back again, ushering in a new period of upward development. People will have more and more opportunity to cooperate with the sons of God in the great divine plan for the salvation of the earth, and as time goes on they will manifest more and more spirituality. Then masses of individuals will be reincarnated who once were incarnate in the divine race, but who either could not pass their tests for initiation, and died during initiation, or later fell after having become initiates. They will again be conscious of the knowledge they once had, and while people will still be killing each other in some parts of the earth, there will be a constantly growing group of people receiving and transmitting the radiations of the sons of God, and preparing the new life of the Spirit. The people descended from the lower race will also gradually climb to higher levels. At first they will only be able to grasp with their intellect that they are capable of better things and that they could live much more happily on earth without killing and enslaving each other. The higher humanity climbs, the more materialism and passion for possessions will lose their grip on people's lives. Little by little the passion for conquest and power will decline, and instead of using their strength to fight each other, people will use their abilities to harness the forces of nature. In this way they will discover step by step that they don't need to earn their bread through dull, difficult drudgery, that they don't need to water the earth with the sweat of their brow, and that by activating their higher nerve centers they can command the forces of nature. Thus the earth will gradually come back under the dominion of high waves of force, and people will not only be able to understand with their intellect, but also to experience and realize the highest divine truths. In this way high civilizations will develop again. As long as a person identifies himself with matter, with the earth, his consciousness is linked with the earth in a state of identity. He is earth. Consequently, when his body loses its usefulness and dies, he dies too, that is, his consciousness ceases and falls into a latent state. That's what people call death. But the situation is just the opposite with a spiritually reawakened person who stands above matter during his physical life. For him the fact of being born into a body is death, whereas the death of the body means his awakening, resurrection, life. When people cease to identify themselves with their body, or to express the matter symbolically, when they cease to eat of the fruits of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, manifesting only the right half of the tree of knowledge and leaving the left half of the tree in the unmanifested state, they will live in a paradisiacal state, in themselves and as children of the earth. This is the stage of development humanity must reach. It will be a long struggle until the earth reaches this plane of existence, but spiritual forces gradually penetrate even into the most isolated heart, and in the course of further thousands of years the earth will again be transformed into the promised land. Sometime, in the far distant future, the salvation of the earth will be accomplished. Father stops talking and looks out over the sea for a long time as if he had been reading the future there. Father, I ask, will you and Ptahhotep take part in this great work? Will you to be born again for tasks on earth during the eons and eons to come? And how about me, Father? What's going to happen to me? I often see other people's future very clearly, but when I try to see my own, there's only a curtain of mist before my eyes, and I can't see into it or through it. Father shoots me a very strange glance at this question. Then, putting his arm about my shoulders and drawing me close, he gives me his answer. I'll be reincarnated a number of times in earthly lives because, through my marriage with your mother, I've put my roots down in the plane of matter, deeper than would normally be appropriate for one of our spirit. But Ptahhotep has never departed from his spirituality and never identified himself with his body. When he gets through with his present task, he'll not be born again for more than 10,000 years. Together with a number of other sons of God, he will continue to guide the development of the earth, working on the spiritual plane and projecting his influence on earthly life from there. Many highly developed people will be in spiritual contact with him and cooperate with him in the great divine plan for the salvation of the earth. They must carry out the tasks that Ptahhotep assigns them, and quite independently. As soon as they have carried out one task properly, they'll receive new ones and, gradually, more and more difficult ones. Through many thousands of years, people who reach spiritual maturity will also receive initiation. They won't be initiated in the pyramids as candidates are now, but will simply be assigned tasks to accomplish as part of their life and work, and these tasks will make up their initiation tests. In this way they will gradually develop into full-fledged co-workers with the sons of God. And working with Ptahhotep there will also be those fallen sons of God who identified themselves to an excessive extent with matter, burnt out their brain and nervous centers by transmitting excessively powerful vibrations into them, and consequently had to be born again on even lower levels of matter. Only through the experiences to be gained through several reincarnations can these fallen sons of God climb back to their original level of divinity. Through lots of pain and sorrow they will have to awaken their higher brain and nerve centers within their body on a lower level, and it will cost them great effort and long practice to reactivate these organs and be able, once again, to manifest spiritual and magical powers. They will never feel quite at home among people, as their way of thinking will be quite different from that of the mass of human beings around them, and they will never be completely able to understand human earthly life and adapt themselves to it. They will be strangers, traveling through life alone and misunderstood, always regarded as somewhat queer. For the most part, as I already told you, they will have the task of teaching people science, art and literature, and bringing new ideas to earth. By some people who understand them, they will be respected and revered, while by others who are forced to recognize their high gifts, they will be objects of envy and hate. Through long suffering and many sorrows these fallen sons and daughters of God will be awakened from their material dream, rediscover their relationship with their lost brothers, and reacquire their lost cosmic consciousness. Then they too will work together with their brothers within the great divine plan, and proclaim divine truths on earth. I ask, Father, you said that the sons of God will gradually disappear from the face of the earth, and that the people, even though not yet awakened on the spiritual plane and consequently self-centered entirely in the physical plane, will get control and dominion over the affairs of the world. In that case, how will the people be able to control the lions? These marvelous animals are so extremely sensitive that they don't tolerate the selfish sons of men in their vicinity. Even now, on their animal level they are a manifestation of the highest power, the sun power, and live and move in harmony with the sun's vibrations. They respond to courage, honesty, love and have such fine nerves that they simply can't tolerate low-level radiations. Whenever anyone approaches them, they know immediately whether he's coming towards them in a spirit of love, or in a low attitude of fear and passion for power. That's why they hate the selfish, power-hungry sons of men. If what you say is going to happen, how will lions ever be able to serve the sons of men? I just can't imagine, Father. Your imagination is absolutely right if it doesn't show you a future picture of lions serving mankind. It's quite true, people won't be able to keep the friendship of these wonderful animals. With lies and pretty words, selfish and ignorant people can, and often will, deceive each other, but never the lions. Animals pay no attention to appearances, they see only the truth, because they themselves are true. Lions will cease to be domestic animals, withdrawing into the wilderness, far away from people, and living a wild life of their own. But Father, What animals will people use to pull their chariots? Oxen and asses are much too slow. Father smiles. There are places in the world, even now, where a splendid animal related to the zebra and a donkey is working in the service of the people. What's more, the time will soon be at hand when this same animal will begin to be used in our country in place of the lion. Remember, our government means peace. We keep order and prosperity throughout the country by means of wisdom and love. So for the present, we have no reason to fight each other. But when my day of governing is over, a ruler from a different family will come and found a new dynasty. With a much higher proportion of human blood in his veins, he will not be satisfied merely to rule with wisdom, but will also set out to conquer neighboring countries. The time is coming when the power of our country will no longer be based on knowledge and selfless love, but on cold, crude, brute force, and the good, the true and the beautiful will be shoved into the background. Then this zebra-like animal will play a great role in the life of the world. It is an obedient animal, and even if it isn't as strong as the lion, it has the advantage of willingly participating with people in their wars, something no other animal would do without becoming wild and dangerous itself. But in the course of some more thousands of years, people will progress to the point of discovering how to make their chariots go without animals. All the secrets of creation were known to the higher race of the sons of God. They knew how to liberate their vehicles from the gravitational force of the earth and guide them with the power of thought. They left many sketches and drawings of these vehicles which were able to fly because of their lack of weight, and some of the sons of God preserved these sketches on specially treated palm leaves, taking them away to another part of the earth when their original homeland was destroyed. Some initiates are still guarding them there today, and they will continue to be guarded for some 6,000 to 8,000 years to come. By that time, people will have discovered quite different methods for moving their vehicles on the earth and in the air. To be sure, not with the power of thought, and for this reason their systems of locomotion will not be as certain and free of danger as those of the sons of God. Still later, people will discover all the secrets of the sons of God, even the last secrets of life. Then this period of development will have gone through a full cycle. Father, now please tell me about my future. Once again Father looks at me with such a strange, sad glance. Then he draws me closer to himself, and with a voice which clearly betrays his controlled sadness, he says, "My dear child, I have already talked about your future, but you just didn't recognize it as your future. This, together with the fact that you can only see a curtain of mist when you try to see your future, is proof that the world self, God, does not want to show you your future for good reasons. How could I go against the will of God? Be satisfied that it's better for you not to know your future. If you knew it, you couldn't carry out your present tasks and duties properly. One thing I can tell you is that we'll both go through these coming events together, although not in each other's physical presence. From time to time we'll have to reincarnate ourselves, but not simultaneously and not at the same place. There will also be a time during which you will have to live and work on earth while I'll be living in the world of spiritual energy, working in the atmosphere of the earth in the same way as PTAHHOTEP and many other sons of God. But in your dreams you'll often meet us. The details are really not so important, because no matter what happens in your future, through the unity of the higher self you'll always be in touch with us." I put my arms about him and repeat contentedly, "Yes, Father, I belong to you, and I know you'll never leave me." "Will never leave you?" Father repeats slowly and seriously. When evening comes, Father and I sit out on our terrace, enjoying the magnificent sunset over the sea. While the sun sinks lower and lower in the west, Father points to the broad estuary of the river and says, "You see far out there where the waves of the sea are rolling in, someday, thousands of years from now, there'll be solid land there covered with cities and houses and all the comings and goings of people. The Nile is always sweeping a lot of earth along with it, so the shoreline is gradually moving out further and further into the sea. Thousands of years ago there was only water where we are now, and some thousands of years from now there will be land right out to where you see that boat with its sail to the wind. The face of the earth is not only changed by catastrophe and upheavals, but also by the slow working of water. While he is talking, the sun slowly goes down. The sky is alight with all the colors of the rainbow, changing with every moment. Then the sun disappears below the horizon, and soon we're surrounded by pitch darkness. Only the stars shine like big diamonds. For a long time we stay out on the terrace, and I tell Father that I can now make telepathic contacts. Father wants to try me out to see whether I have my higher brain centers under control. He tries to communicate a thought to me through becoming identical with me in spirit. Both of us are proud and pleased that I am able to repeat aloud his silent messages. I have progressed to the point, at least after sundown, of being able to make contact with Ptahhotep II. I now concentrate on him, and his body, his noble face, and especially his eyes rise up before my inward sight. Then I hear his communications like an echo within myself. I hear his familiar and dearly beloved voice as if it were my own inner voice. Then the picture of him within me slowly fades, and I realize that he is isolating himself from me. He is concentrating on something else. Suddenly I feel in the mood to try and contact Ivona too. As I concentrate on him for a few moments, a picture of him appears in my consciousness. I see him, his angelically beautiful face, and watch him smile and tell me without words that he understands me and is very happy about my progress. Dear Ivona, I always feel his brotherly help and love within me. Early the following morning we are out on the terrace again, for sunrise, if anything, is even more beautiful than sunset. It is still dark, and the sky is a deep blue, almost black. Suddenly, almost without warning, the upper rim of the sun appears, and with it a magnificent reddish-purple color, suffusing the whole vault of the sky until all is aglow. This is followed by a gorgeous interplay of colors, all kinds and shades and tints, from the brightest flame yellow all the way to deep dark blue. Seeing the firmament alight with the handiwork of God fills my soul with ineffable joy, and a feeling of infinite peace and well-being fills my body with new vital force. How often I admire the sunrise from the terrace of our little house. Pure joy and delight feed the very depths of my soul. And my joy is all the greater because when we are here Father belongs to me alone. Here he is not the Pharaoh, only my Father, my best friend and companion. BO-GHAR and the staff of life. One afternoon after a storm that has lasted for several days, when the wind has abated but the waves are still running high, Father and I row out some distance from shore to enjoy the waves that rock our little boat to and fro. Suddenly I notice something being battered about by the waves. It appears and disappears, rises up and sinks out of sight again. Father, I cry out. Look! What's that over there? Father glances off to where I am pointing. Let's row over there. He answers and starts pulling with might and main. As we approach, we can see that what we've spotted is probably the wrecked hulk of a sailing vessel. We see broken planks still clinging together, the snapped-off mast with its sail in shreds. Then I spy a human form clinging to the wreckage. Look, a child, Father shouts, starting to row even faster. It seems as if we'll never get there, but finally we do. A haggard boy of about 10 years of age clings desperately to the broken planks. He's already half dead, his legs hang down limply, and the waves pound his body to and fro. His eyes are quite expressionless and his hands, which seem to be glued to the planks, are all that keep him from sliding off into the water. Father tries to maneuver our boat quite close, but the waves keep beating us back, until finally he is able to seize a piece of wreckage and pull us up close. As he does so, I loosen the child's cramped hands, then together we draw him into our boat. He seems to be unconscious. Father starts to row for shore as fast as possible. Our servants have noticed what has happened and set out in several boats to meet us. Father carries the child into the house. Then the servants hold up the boy by his feet so that his head is hanging down. Then with powerful, rhythmic steady strokes father squeezes the boy's abdomen and ribs together in order to force out any water the boy may have swallowed. Finally father has the servants lay out the boy on his own bed, then sends them all out. Now I witness something very strange. Father goes to a little casket which I have always seen in his room at home and which he has always taken on his travels wherever he went. He takes out a little staff resembling a cross with a circle on top F. He holds the staff with this ring firmly in his hand and begins to make passes with it over the boy's body, moving it in one direction after another. I can see that father is concentrating very intently, directing all his attention to the boy. First he holds the staff at the top of the boy's head for a little while, then draws it slowly over his face down to his heart, stopping there for a moment. Then moving forward from the region of heart, further draws imaginary lines over the boy's trunk to his genitals, then repeating the same movements starting out from the top of his head, he moves the staff along the boy's arms and out to his hands, then finally over his legs and down to his feet. Father has scarcely touched the boy's head with the little staff when the child draws a deep breath. Then, as father moves the staff over different parts of the boy's body, he goes on breathing regularly, and his body twitches and quivers. Gradually he comes to, and by the time father is making his last passes, the boy suddenly opens his eyes, sits bolt upright, to all appearances in perfect health. Then, without warning, he falls to his knees before father, flings his arms around father's legs, lays his forehead on father's feet, and cries and sobs bitterly. Father helps him up, takes him onto his lap and dries his tears with tender loving care. The boy speaks a language I can only understand through spiritual contact. My telepathic exercises have developed my finer organs of sense to the point that I can understand the gist of his story without having to understand his words. The boy tells us that his father, who was a merchant in a distant land, set out to bring a shipload of goods to Egypt in order to sell them there. He took his wife and son along with him so they would be able to see what Egypt was like. After several weeks of travel, they were overtaken by a terrible storm. After days of struggle with the raging elements, the ship broke up and sank. His mother and several sailors disappeared in the waves right away, while he, his father and some of the sailors clung to a few pieces of wreckage. Then he saw his father, too, slip off into the water and go down. He clung tightly to whatever he could lay his hands on. And that was all he could remember. Father, I say, when the child has finished his story and begins to calm down, while I see in his spiritual radiation the gaping emptiness of stark panic and desperation, the boy doesn't belong to anybody now. Let me take him and have him brought up and educated. Menu will teach him the language and everything he needs to know as far as behavior is concerned. He can get schooling and training in the temple. You see what a pure soul he has and how intelligent he is. I'll take him to the temple so he can develop his abilities. We'll see how he develops there and what he shows a talent for. Maybe he'll become a priest. Please let me take care of him. Good, Father answers. You may keep him. The fact that you saw him and found him in the waves is a part of the faith that has linked you and him together for eons and ages. According to the inner laws of fate, he belongs to Y0U. While we are yet talking about him, the boy looks at us. Then, as if he had understood, he falls to his knees before me, throws his arms around my knees, and gives every indication of gratitude and confidence. I take the boy's hand and turn him over to a servant who gets him clothes and food. He eats with such a healthy appetite that it's hard to imagine he was completely exhausted only a few minutes earlier. As soon as a bed is made up for him in a corner of my room, he drops off to sleep instantly. Father and I go out onto the terrace. The surface of the sea is gradually quieting down, and we enjoy the play of colors at sunset. Father, I ask, what kind of force is there in this little staff of yours? What was it made of and how? It affected that boy like magic. He was half dead, yet after your treatment with the staff, He was filled with new vital energy. After some moments' silence, Father replies, "Yes, the youngster really was filled with new vital energy. The secret of this staff is one of the secrets of initiation. We have to keep it secret because the staff can not only transmit vital force, but also can kill. If the secret of the staff were to fall into the hands of ignorant and self-seeking people, they would immediately use it wrongly. The time is already very near at hand when you'll receive your initiation, and you've learned to keep silence. That's why I let you look on while I treated the boy with the staff. Ptahhotep will give you a thorough explanation of the secret of the staff, and after you're initiated he'll teach you how to use it too. Tomorrow we'll go back to the city, and you will report to him again. You've made great progress in self-control. Your initiation is near at hand. After your final instructions, you'll get it. I am silent with inward emotion. My initiation is near at hand. The long years of preparatory exercises will at last be over, and I am to be admitted into the secret sanctuary of the temple. Initiated. In silence, and in a deep spiritual stillness, Father and I watch the glorious, ever-changing drama of the sunset. Our few happy days of freedom are over so soon. Again, we are in the city, in the palace. I take the child, the poor little bird that has lost its nest, into my chambers and tell Menu what has happened. Menu's good, kindly heart goes out to the boy, and she treats him as if he were her own child. He points to himself and says, "BO-GHAR," and when we call him this, he rewards us with a happy smile. He is a fine soul. His body is slender, full of life and fire, resilient, limber and strong. He picks up everything easily. He learns new words and expressions in our language after hearing them only once. In the evening I go to Ptahhotep for some more instruction. As I walk there with Menu along the route that has become so familiar to me, I reflect that Ima no longer needs to wait at the door to guide me to Ptahhotep's reception room. I know the way, yes, even my feet know the way to Ptahhotep. Yet at the temple door, I see Ima's magnificent figure appear out of the darkness. His pure radiance fills the air all around him. I cast a stolen glance at his handsome body and check myself to see whether I could feel a physical attraction for him. No. I could never love him physically. I feel the loving tie that binds us is so deep it makes us completely one. How could a person love and desire himself physically? Ima too is descended from the race of the sons of God. He too has the elongated cranial form. He is pure, lofty, like an angel, spirituality personified. No, he could never love me physically, nor I him. Joyously I ask him, "How did you know I was coming? Did Ptahhotep perhaps send you to meet me?" Ima smiles. "Haven't you got used to the fact that a spiritually awakened person doesn't need external sources of information in order to know what a kindred spirit is doing and where he is? I concentrated on you in order to find out whether you had already returned to the city with the pharaoh, so I could prepare your next tasks for you. As I did so I found you were on your way here. Ptahhotep is expecting you. Come in. Tomorrow we'll be working together again." Ima goes and I enter Ptahhotep's reception room. Through my long exercises in self-observation and self-control, and through my long efforts to master the 12 sets of twin characteristics, I have learned not to transmit my joy into my body, so instead of throwing my arms about Ptahhotep's neck, I radiate all my love and joy through nerve centers that carry my consciousness, especially through my eyes. I bow low before him. He understands and sees my conscious control over my expressions of love, that is, over the forces working within me. I understand and see that he understands and sees. And we are united in spirit. Oh! This unity is 1,000-fold greater happiness than a physical embrace. I am blissfully happy in this perfect unity and wait to learn what he has to tell me. For a while, his eyes rest upon me, full of love and joy. His glance goes through and through me, unhindered. Finally he says, "The time has come for you to learn the secret of the staff and the use of our other instruments. Your father knew that you were ready to learn these secrets. That's why he took the opportunity to show you the life-giving aspect of the staff. From now on you are to come to me each evening so that I can transmit the last secret revelations to you. The next day I am in the temple early, and we are all happy about seeing each other again. I love all the neophytes, and the master of the neophyte school too, this noble, loving person who never makes an unnecessary movement and never allows us to indulge in any lost motion either. Through his methods we develop wonderful control of the body. Through these exercises I have learned to transmit creative force corresponding to my degree of development, the power of my consciousness, into all the various parts and organs of my body. This has made my body so conscious and so vitalized that I can feel every part of it as distinctly as I can the inside of my mouth. Little by little I have learned, not only to feel all my organs exactly, but also to control them consciously. For example, I can now control my heartbeat. To do this I have to concentrate on a particular point in my body, namely the seat of the force that compels me to inhale. When we exhale all the air in our lungs and then don't inhale again, something forces us to inhale, forces us until we absolutely must inhale again. What it is that forces us to inhale is harder to discover than what it is not. Certainly it isn't the nose, which doesn't actually breathe at all, but is merely an opening through which we can breathe. It isn't our lungs either, for we can clearly feel they were merely working instruments in the breathing process. Finally we discover that a certain force, located in the region of the heart, causes us to inhale and controls our breathing. When I think myself into this point, I can speed up or slow down my heartbeat at will, through the power of imagination. Similarly, I have learned, step by step, to bring all the organs of my body under the control of my will. It's wonderful to have so much control over the body. Mentapta is very satisfied with my progress. He nods and gives me a warm and friendly smile when he notices me again among the neophytes this morning. After our group exercises, I ask Ima, you've promised me a new concentration exercise. Yes, listen, says Ima. Up to now you've practiced your concentration exercises combined with slow, regular breathing in which you have inhaled the air and then you have exhaled it again. From now on when you sit down to your concentration exercises, you ought to practice them differently. As long as you inhale and exhale, you're identifying yourself with your body. But the truth of the matter is that your body is really doing the inhaling and exhaling, not you. The body lives because the higher self, God, breathes his own breath into it. We're all alive because our physical being inhales the breath of God. You know that God is the self in you. Thus your body inhales yourself, you, and that gives the body life. As long as you believe that you are the one that's breathing, you're identical in your consciousness with your body instead of with yourself. On the other hand, when you experience in your consciousness that your body is inhaling yourself and then again in breathing out, giving yourself freedom, you can experience the marvelous transition out of the person, the animated body you have been up to the present, into your true self. From now on as you practice, try to realize that not you are inhaling and exhaling, but you are being inhaled and exhaled by your body. With every breath you'll have the feeling, during inhaling, that you are filling your body with life-giving power and your body is inhaling you, and in exhaling, that you are withdrawing yourself from the body and remaining separate from it within yourself until the next breath. When you succeed in doing this, you'll experience something similar to the death of the body when you withdraw yourself from it and your body exhales you for the last time. Practice this a while and tell me how you get on. As Ima is about to go, I ask him to stay a moment, and I tell him how, with Father's help, I found little BO-GHAR and saved him. Ima, I tell him, I'd like to bring the boy to the temple for his training and education. Would you be willing to spend some time with him to see what he is particularly talented for? Yes, indeed. I'll be glad to speak to Mentapta, and he will take him in. He can live in the temple and get his training with the other children. No, Ima, I answer. I want to keep the boy with me. He has something infinitely loving and pure about him. I'll bring him to the temple every day and take him back in the evening. I'll bring him along tomorrow. The next day BO-GHAR comes to the temple with me. He doesn't know where I'm taking him, because he doesn't yet understand what we say to him, but he comes along anyway, obedient, with touching confidence and a radiant face. He is happy to be able to come along with Menu and me. I loved BO-GHAR from the very moment I first saw him half drowned in the water. He is fond of me too, and it's easy to see he is only really happy when he is allowed to sit at my feet. In the temple I take him through the long colonnade into the school of neophytes where talented children are getting their training. At first he doesn't want to let go of my hand. I understand that he's afraid I want to leave him here. I embrace him warmly and tell him it's perfectly all right for him to stay here, for I'll come and take him back to the palace with me in the evening. He doesn't understand my words and looks at me anxiously with big questioning eyes. As he sees that I'm not taking leave of him, he apparently quiets his fears somewhat and stays behind. When evening comes and I go to get him, I find BO-GHAR is getting along famously with the other children. Making ample use of hands and feet, he is telling them something while they listen to his tale with the greatest interest, as if they understood him. When BO-GHAR sees me, his eyes light up joyously. He runs to meet me, and throws his arms around my neck. I am delighted to see that he feels already so much at home. From this point on, every morning finds the three of us going to the temple, Menu, BO-GHAR and I. As the weeks and months go by, little BO-GHAR learns our language so well that he rapidly gains ability and fluency in expressing himself. He takes part in the early morning physical exercises under the direction of Mentupta. His body is alive to a surprising degree and the conductivity of his nerves is extraordinarily great. He does the exercises with tremendous concentration, revealing a great and innate control over the body. Ima loves him and devotes as much attention to him as possible. And the lonely little lad who has lost his relatives takes to Ima like a brother, with all his heart. He is grateful for every kind word. In the temple the heads of the school have found out that BO-GHAR shows little inclination towards the sciences but lots of talent for drawing and modeling. That's why Imhotep, the great artist, has taken him into his studio as his youngest apprentice. Imhotep predicts a great future for him. Every evening BO-GHAR waits at the temple gate for me, and on the way back to the palace he tells me what's happened, what he has learned and what he has done with the other children. If BO-GHAR hadn't found his way so deeply into Menu's good heart, she would feel offended that he is allowed to talk to me on our way back to the palace because I never used to allow her the same privilege. When there were only the two of us, I made her keep silent so she would not disturb my train of thought. But she seems to take it as a matter of course that I allow him privileges I denied her. PTAHHOTEP'S instruction, the 7 octaves of vibration and the ark of the covenant. I stand before PTAHHOTEP and listen devoutly to his words. Today, I shall explain to you the laws on which the staff's miraculous effect is based. These are, of course, simple laws of nature. God is everywhere present and the emanation of his omnipresence is manifest in the visible, material world as natural law. Therefore, nothing can happen outside natural laws. Yet these laws differ from one stage of development to another. Different laws apply to the spiritual, the mental, and the material world. And in the material world we find different laws at work in one and the same form of matter, depending on the magnitudes involved. For example, it is a law of nature for the surface of a body of water at rest to be horizontal. But this law is valid only within certain magnitudes. A drop of water in the calyx of a flower has a spherical shape, and a microscopic being living in this miniature world would come to the conclusion that water always has a spherical shape. Why? Because the relation between the surface tension of water and the power which forces water into the horizontal is very different in a drop, that is, in a small quantity, from what it is in a large body of water. And yet, the same laws are at work, People know very little about the laws of nature, with the exception of those they have experienced in daily life. They have become accustomed to these and call them laws of nature. And having found names for them, they believe they know the true essence of the laws of nature. They accept these laws and their effects as a matter of course. But when they are suddenly confronted by some phenomenon they know nothing about, they immediately speak of miracles or magic. People do not realize that these forces are no less laws of nature than those to which they have become accustomed and think they know, even though they haven't the vaguest notion about their true character. For man doesn't know why a plant will grow from a seed or why a new being will evolve from an impregnated cell. Neither do people know what insemination really means and why, after insemination, the cell will divide and subdivide. They have no idea why this subdividing process is repeated again and again, not even stopping at birth, going on and on until a full-grown individual has developed out of that one single first cell. Then still going on until this chain reaction slows down by itself and gradually gives way to a decline. But since people experience this daily, they take it for granted and aren't the least bit surprised at it. Still, this growth of a plant out of a seed, the birth of a child, death, the different effects of the winds blowing from different directions, and many other experiences of everyday life are just as miraculous as the effect and the secret of this staff and the other miracles and the magic power of the initiated. For you truly to understand the forces used by the initiated and applied through this staff of life, you will first have to learn a number of things. When we spoke about the tree of knowledge of good and evil, you learned that everything which has taken on material form is visible and perceivable only because it has fallen out of perfect unity and perfect equilibrium. But from this state of disjunction, everything tends eternally to return to unison and balance. Equilibrium means complete repose, motionlessness. On the other hand, to have become something that is, to have taken on visible, tangible form, is identical with loss of balance and with the constant urge to regain this equilibrium. It means incessant unrest, with continual movement. Should this constant motion cease, even for only a moment, all creation would suddenly be transformed into spiritual energy, that is, materially destroyed. All energy, all the forces of the universe, are movements which emanate from one point, their own center, and radiate in circular waves in all directions, manifesting themselves as vibrations or oscillations. These manifestations of force cease only when the forces that have got out of balance regain their primordial state of equilibrium, the divine unity. Hence when we speak of the primordial state we mean the state in which all material phenomena have ceased to exist. In its true essence, matter, too, is motion, and if this motion comes to a stop, matter must necessarily cease to exist. As long as the three-dimensional, material world exists, its immutable law is that of unrest, of movement. The fact that the creative force manifests itself on each and every level of innumerable possibilities means there are countless different wavelengths, waveforms, and frequencies. And as long as we are in the body, with its limited perceptive ability, we can perceive only a certain number of these waveforms because our organs of sense are limited. Whether some form of vibration appears to us as immaterial energy or as solid matter depends upon our own idea and the impression of something which is basically nothing but movement, vibration, or frequency. The shorter the waves in which a form of energy manifests itself, the less our consciousness records a sensation of matter. To the vibrations that are transmitted directly to our consciousness by our organs of sense we give names according to the sensations we feel: matter, sound, electricity, heat, taste, smell, light. The still higher, immaterial energies and radiations, perceptible only by means of our brain and nerve centers, we call thought waves, idea waves. Beyond them there are still higher, more penetrating rays and frequencies, all the way up to the very highest all-pervading frequencies of the divine creative power, life itself. We can only perceive these frequencies as a state of consciousness. So, throughout the universe, countless varieties of vibrations are at work, ranging from the shortest to the longest wavelength. Every form of creation, beginning with the celestial bodies and ranging all the way down to the tiniest monocellular creature, all the myriad manifestations of creation are the effects of various forms of these rays. We live in these various rays whether we know it or not. Even more, these forms of energy have built and formed us human beings and are constantly at work in our body, our mind, and our entire being. The whole universe consists of these various vibrations. The source of these creative vibrations we call God. God himself stands above all manifestations of life and rests in himself in absolute equilibrium without time and without space. But he is constantly radiating himself out into material forms in order to give these forms life. As God is omnipresent and fills the entire universe, everything that is in the universe is penetrated and filled by God. Nothing can exist without being in God and without God's penetrating it, as God is everywhere present and nothing can displace or dislodge him from his own presence. Consequently, every point offers a possibility that God may manifest himself through it, and everything that exists in our perceptible world carries this point as its own center within itself. From this point, there began its first manifestation, its creation, its fall from equilibrium. This aspect of God who creates the material world and gives it life by penetrating it, that is, the actual life high us and in all creatures, we call the higher self. Expressions like God, Creator, Universal Self, Higher Self or the Creative Principle all mean one and the same divinity in its various aspects. The energies radiating from the center are still highly spiritual in the center and of the highest frequencies. But the farther out they radiate from the center, the more material they become, until these radiating energies are gradually changed into matter. In this way the radiating power limits itself, and at the edge of manifestation farthest removed from the center it becomes a hard, material rind or crust. For this reason, the picture, the name of God who manifests himself in the visible world is a circle, an inner circle of higher powers surrounded by a hard, material rind or crust. Expressed in letters, the symbol is Om. All creatures, from the central suns down to monocellular beings, are built according to this principle. Look at a cross-section of our Earth. In the center, the mighty forces are still in the evolutionary stage of the fire circle. Next come the gaseous regions, then those of the molten or liquid circles, and the outer form is the rind of hard matter. But I want to tell you that another opposing force, centripetal force, is also active at the same time, drawing all material manifestations inward towards itself. And if hard matter were not sufficiently resistant, all manifestations of life would be drawn into their own centers and disappear. Even our Earth, with all the forms of life upon it, would suffer this fate. The resistance of matter prevents this from happening, and only for this reason is it possible at all for creation to exist and life to have come forth here on this hard, material crust of the earth. Don't forget the resistance of matter, because we shall talk about it again. Here is another example to illustrate the inner structure of material forms. A section through the spinal column of any vertebrate shows the same construction, the extremely fine substance of the marrow of the backbone carrying the creative power of life, developed and protected by the hard crust of bone. Whatever bone you cut, be it skull, vertebra or leg bone, you will find the same cross-section. If you cut the stem of a plant, you will come upon the same pattern. Have you ever looked at trees after they have been felled? The inner structure of the tree is exactly the same, radiating from the center are circles of vital energy, fed by the finer matter of the tree's innermost substance. The annual rings reflect the yearly radiation of life in the tree that takes place very spring, surrounded and protected by the outer ring of hard bark. Growth always starts from the center and radiates outward. The innermost source of all powers and manifestations is God. This aspect of God, who is clothed in matter and makes living beings out of created forms and which we call the higher self, Logos, is what draws us back into our own center, since we have fallen from the divine unity, from the state of paradise. It is the heavenly bridegroom for whom the human soul longs. One should never mistake this divine self for the personal I, which I itself has no true existence and is merely an imaginary being. The vital source behind every form of manifestation, be it a sun, planet, human being, animal, plant life or inorganic matter, is one and the same God, the same divine self. Although the same God is everywhere present in every creature, he is manifest in countless different variations, because God reveals himself on every single level on which manifestation is possible, and the created forms manifested on these various levels reveal only as much of God as each form can consciously experience and bear of the divine creative force, corresponding to its own level. To consciously experience force means being this force and simultaneously radiating it high all directions, including into one's own body. For this reason, the body too must have adequate power of resistance, otherwise the radiations of the self would burn and destroy it. Hence the bodies of the various manifestations of life are not made high the same way. On the contrary, the matter composing them is of different degrees of resistance, corresponding high each case to the level of consciousness of the manifestation of life concerned. You know that the chemical composition of matter determines which vibrations a body can support. When a body is subjected to a radiation in excess of its resistance, this harms its entire nerve system, and can lead to a nervous breakdown and even to mental derangement. When the number of vibrations of this force exceeds the scope of an octave, the force even becomes lethal. This is why, when we want to initiate a person into a higher degree of divine power, we must first prepare his body, subjecting it among other things to a chemical process, in order that the difference will not be more than 1 octave at the most. Otherwise he dies. In the material world there are 4 levels of manifestation which we call matter, vegetable life, animal life, and human life, depending on the outward appearance and the degree of consciousness attained. Compared with the human being, we can hardly speak at all of the consciousness of matter, and yet a crystal may serve to show that matter too has a sort of consciousness. Each level of manifestation of life is characterized by its own degree of consciousness, which is 1 octave removed from the next. Only man has the power to manifest several degrees of consciousness, all the way up to the divine level. If we keep in mind the intervals, octaves, by which we classify levels of evolution, we find that man, as a category, occupies 4 steps of the great ladder of evolution reaching from earth up to heaven. Furthermore, we see that each step corresponds to 1 octave on the scale of vibrations. Man knows about these 4 steps or degrees and has given them names. Man characterized by his intellect, genius, characterized by intuition, prophet, characterized by his wisdom and universal love, and the last and highest degree, that of the God-man, characterized by his omniscience and omnipotence. Thus, in the material world, we find 4 manifestations which together reveal 7 octaves of vibration. Every creature emits the vibrations of which it is made, that is, those which it consciously supports. Matter, the very lowest degree of consciousness, manifests itself only through contraction, cooling off, and hardening. The plant manifests itself on 2 levels, the material level and the level of force, vegetative force, that gives life to it. The plant manifests material vibrations unconsciously, it carries its body like a dress, but its level of consciousness is the vegetative level of force giving life to matter. Force manifested on this level has 3 distinctive aspects by which it can be recognized wherever it appears: the search for food, the taking in of food, and the assimilation or digestion of food. The animal manifests 3 forces, the material, the vegetative and animal. It has a body, it seeks out its food, eats and digests and is conscious on the animal level. It has emotions, instincts, urges, feelings, sympathy, antipathy and desires. The animal is conscious in the 3rd developmental stage, only 1 degree lower than man. The average man stands 1 octave of vibrations higher. He is conscious on the mental level. He has intellect and the ability to think. but at the same time he manifests the three other levels. On the material, he has a body; on the vegetative, he seeks out his food, eats it and digests it; on the animal, he has emotions, drives, sympathy, antipathy and desires. But his most outstanding characteristic is his intellect. Man thinks consciously. With the next degree of development, man makes a great jump. He lifts his consciousness out of the world of effects into the plane of causes. He draws on the divine source of the causal plan and manifests this force that appears in his consciousness as intuition. With the help of his intellect and spiritual power he is able to express his experiences on a higher plane in words and transmit them to his fellow men. He can also prove the existence of his intuition in other arts, without dimensions, in music, as a composer, in 2 dimensions with lines and colors, as a painter, in 3-dimensional forms as a sculptor or as a dancer. People call the creative person a genius. He manifests the 5 octaves of vibration of the material, vegetative, animal, mental and causal forces. The degree of consciousness of the next higher octave of vibrations, in the language of human beings, is called that of a prophet. The prophet manifests all the forces that work on the previously mentioned planes of consciousness, but he is also conscious on the next higher level too, the plane of divine wisdom and universal love. We must be careful never to confuse this universal love, which is manifested on the 6th plane and is a completely spiritual power, with the love of the 3rd, animal plane, which is the manifestation of animal instincts. This latter love is a vibration operating 3 levels lower, at the source of which is the urge to propagate the species. Such love is desire for possession and always only seeks the body. It forces a person to come close to the loved one, and embrace, kiss, and hug him or her, in a word, to possess. Whoever is subject to this kind of love is still living in his consciousness in the condition of dividedness and separation and seeks a complementary physical partner in order to find satisfaction. This love always seeks to take, to have something, to possess. Love in the 6th plane of manifestation, the love of the prophet, does not come from a condition of division, but from the primordial condition of divine unity. Hence, this love is universal, always giving, never taking, needs no supplement, no physical manifestation, but always radiates from the consciousness of divine all-unity. People who are conscious on this plane do not want to possess anybody, they feel themselves one with the infinite all. The 7th and most perfect manifestation of God is the completely conscious man, the God-man. All other forms of revelation manifest only transformed vibrations, only part of God. A God-man is a person who manifests God, his own divine self, completely and perfectly through a perfect consciousness, one who experiences and radiates the divine creative forces in their primordial untransformed vibrations and frequencies. He is supremely conscious, no part of him is unconscious. Only man has the ability to master and to radiate all 7 octaves of vibration, as the nervous centers corresponding to the 7 octaves of transformed and untransformed creative power exist in his nervous system. On the other hand, he is only able to radiate vibrations on the levels on which he has become conscious, because until he becomes conscious on a given level, the corresponding nerve centers remain in a latent condition. Thus the average human being will radiate vibrations up to the 4th plane, the genius up to the 5th, the prophet up to the 6th, and only the God-man is able consciously to radiate all 7 octaves and to radiate the divine creative power, according to his own will, in its untransformed form, or to transform it, to change it, and transmit it in lower, transformed, frequencies. Your father's staff that you have seen consists of a material, a kind of brass that has the power of transmitting the radiation corresponding to every plane. It is so constructed that, according to the will of the user, it can transmit untransformed radiations, either diminished or amplified as desired by the user. The staff can be a blessing or a curse. This depends on who uses it. An initiated person is able to radiate, in any desired degree, all forces of creation, from the highest divine forces to the lowest ultra-material forces with this staff, because within his own being he possesses all these forces and can consciously transmit them to the staff. Out of the whole gamut of these vibrations, the human being with his organs of sense can perceive only a part. Vibrations either above or below this part are ones he can only experience as an emotional condition. Thus, for example, he experiences the very highest divine frequencies as universal love. On the other hand, the very lowest frequencies, those of ultramatter, are lower than the frequencies which our eyes and sensory nerves perceive as matter. As they are outside our scale of sensory perception, we experience them in our emotions as hate. An initiated person will always use the staff properly and always radiate the force needed to create something good. A blessing. The ultra-material vibration he will use when necessary as an invisible, insulating, impenetrable protective wall. With the staff the initiated can dominate all forces of nature, amplify them or neutralize them. Every creature on earth possesses these powers, but only higher form corresponding to his degree of development. He utilizes these powers too, but is not conscious of them. Or have you ever seen a person who gave thought to how it is possible to raise his feet or his arms? Or that he could, even though for only a short time, remove his whole body from the earth? By jumping? Lift your arm and observe how you do it. Isn't it true that you contract your muscles and they lift your arm? Every movement of your body is brought about with a contraction of your muscles. But what contracts your muscles? Think a minute, my daughter. What? My will, father. Right. Your will. But if I ask you what your will is, can you give me an answer? Father, I have often observed what happens when I want something. But I have only been able to notice that when I want something, I can send out a force and give this force direction. For example, as you just said, if I want to raise my arm from its relaxed hanging position, it hangs because the earth is attracting it. Then this force which flows out of me through my will flows into my arm and forces my muscles to contract and through this to raise my arm. Very true, says PTAHHOTEP, by virtue of the fact that your willpower has flowed into your arm and muscles, you have conquered the enormous gravitational power of the earth on your arm. This is true when you jump too, but only for a short time, because your willpower is only greater than the earth's gravitational pull for a short time. So you see, time consumes your willpower transformed into physical power. Time does that. And space. You've used your power to raise your arm, or your body, in altitude, to remove it from the earth, hence to move it further in space. Thus you see that your power is consumed by two great factors, time and space. If you could amplify your willpower and store it within your body, you could conquer the Earth's gravitational pull for a longer time and remain at a greater distance from the Earth. You could glide through the air. You can't do that now because you haven't yet developed consciousness on this divine plane. The initiated, on the other hand, who are conscious on the divine plane, can draw directly on this infinite eternal source of power, without transforming it, and when they wish, float through the air just as long as they direct their willpower against the gravitational pull of the earth. The initiated person knows all vibrations and possesses consciously developed organs with which to use these powers. You know, for example, the power of thought with which we communicate telepathically. These powers too we control through a corresponding higher organ of our brain. Human beings don't even know they have such organs. The initiated is able to radiate the very highest of all powers, the divine, creative power. This is the power and radiation of life, of eternal being. The entire universe is alive and continues to exist by virtue of this power. To make conscious use of it lies only within the capabilities of the God-man, the only creature that is, in his consciousness, identical with God and radiates this power from his God consciousness, his cosmic all-consciousness. No other creature could endure this power consciously. Every force has its materialization on earth, and we therefore find that corresponding to all forces and vibrations there is a form of matter that has the resistive strength to endure it and transmit it. or even has the ability to store it and subsequently radiate it during a given length of time. What people call this matter is of no significance. Out of it are made the bodies of creatures and forms of manifestation corresponding to the various levels of consciousness. But this is true not only of the matter corresponding to their own level of consciousness, but also of the matter that conducts the vibrations below this specific plane of consciousness concerned. The matter of plants, for example, possesses a necessary resistive force for the vibrations of the vegetative life force, and at the same time for the vibrations of the matter, as the plant has a material body. The nerves and the bodies of animals carry within themselves the animal power corresponding to the animal level, and at the same time the vibrations of the vegetative level an octave lower, as well as the vibrations of the material plane a further octave lower. The nerves of the average human being, for example, have sufficient resistance to carry the vibrations of the mental plane as well as the transformed vibrations on each of the planes below, animal, vegetative and material. With the mental energies he thinks and is conscious on this level, with the animal energies he feels and experiences all emotional states, the vegetative streams of force give life to his body, and finally his body is built of material forces. And so it goes higher and higher up to the God-man who consciously uses all his brain and nervous centers and is able to direct the very highest vibrations of life, which has its central seat in his spinal column, without transforming them, into his nervous centers and into his body. The material of his body possesses the resistance to carry the very highest, divine force as well as, naturally enough, the transformed vibration of the other 6 planes of manifestation. Thus the bodies of people in the various planes of development only appear to consist of the same matter. Actually they are composed of different chemical elements whose resistance always corresponds to the level of consciousness of the spirit dwelling within. The fact that the body of the God-man is able not only to bear the highest frequencies but also the transformed vibrations of all other octaves, means that there must be a form of matter with the resistive force necessary to withstand and to conduct the divine creative force as well as all the other transformed frequencies of the lower octaves, without being dematerialized. Hence, the sons of God, in their homeland, invented a material, a kind of brass, of which they constructed devices for storing or radiating, either amplified or diminished, the very highest creative frequencies, either in their original or in transformed manifestation. These devices are so constructed that they keep the creative force in pure unchanged form. Consequently, over a long period, they act as a source of divine power, like life itself. Because the very highest of these devices which carries and radiates the creative force represents a perfect union, as perfect as a marriage, between the divine and the material frequencies, between God and the earth, we call this incredibly powerful conductor of force that is charged with the frequency of the divine self, the Ark of the Covenant. Now you know why we keep these devices so secret. The God-man who has developed his highest abilities can use these devices with impunity, as the Ark of the Covenant contains and radiates the same force as he himself, the force which he himself is. A person on a lower level, however, if he were merely to touch the Ark, would fall over dead momentarily as if struck by lightning. The divine frequencies would instantly burn out his nerves and he would suffer a shock. The same thing happens when this frequency is liberated from its state of isolation in the spinal column and strikes one's nerves untransformed. The person or animal or even a plant concerned dies immediately. People call this kind of death a stroke. They sense that some unknown power has struck the person like lightning. This power is the river of life itself, which normally is isolated within the spinal column, or within the innermost channel in the case of plants, and normally only flows into the body in suitably transformed condition. This force only breaks out in case of sickness and causes the stroke. For the same reason uninitiated people cannot be allowed in the vicinity of our devices. And even more. As these devices radiate the most powerful energy, we must keep them carefully hidden behind massive wells of rock providing the greatest insulation. Life energy itself has a lethal effect when it strikes a form of matter which doesn't have the necessary resistance. The matter is dematerialized, dissolved. The arc and still other tools thus consist of a material which, without being dematerialized, can be charged with the divine creative energy. The arc radiates untransformed creative energy and has the effect of giving life or destroying it depending on the dosage. This force has the same character of vibration as that of the human will, which is capable of conquering everything, including the gravitational pull of the earth, even though for only a short time. The arc of the covenant radiates this power magnified 1,000 times. And just as the earth through its gravitational pull affects matter and attracts it, we can work against the gravitational pull of the earth in every form of matter without exception, and consequently overcome its weight and render it weightless for a shorter or longer period of time. When necessary, we can even do the opposite, that is, work with the gravitational pull of the earth and increase the weight of an object as much as we want through the ultra-material rays. In this way even the greatest blocks of stone are rendered weightless for a period of time, so that the largest buildings you can think of can be built with the greatest of ease, or the weight of the stones can be increased to such an extent that they sink into the earth. For example, when we want to dig a well, we don't have to dig out the earth. We simply take a stone of suitable size and increase its weight so that it sinks into the earth until it reaches the desired depth. With the help of the Ark of the Covenant, this enormous source of power, we can also transform energies devoid of matter, as for example, the rays of light, into matter. And, inversely, we can dissolve this matter and convert it to energies active during eons of time. Look at this lamp. Just as the sun itself for billions of years has been sending out rays, some of which are converted to rays of light in our atmosphere through transformations of energy. In the same way, through the matter being dissolved, dematerialized, in this lamp, energies are created which are converted to rays of light in the air. This process could continue in this lamp for ages and ages, and consequently, it would go on giving light for eons of time were it not written in the history of the earth that we shall have to leave the earth for thousands of years and destroy all our equipment. Were this not the case, the ignorant sons of men would again cause unspeakable destruction. There will be a lot in the remains of our culture which coming generations will not understand. For example, the way we get such a mirror-smooth surface on even the hardest stones. The joints between them fit so accurately there isn't even a crack the size of the thickness of a hair between them. They will be greatly puzzled at how our slaves, working only by hand, have been able to cut stones so precisely. Because the sons of men make slaves of their fellow men, they will believe that we too have put slaves to work. For thousands of years it won't dawn on them that we simply dematerialize the superfluous stone on the surface and are thus able to get hairline accuracy on the edges and faces of even the hardest stones without the slightest human effort. We adjust our instruments to the desired width and depth of the stone, and everything beyond the dimensions we want is merely dematerialized. This is very simple as soon as you know the true nature of the different energies, including that of matter. But this knowledge is a blessing only in the hands of a knowing person. He knows too that love means life, and hate means death. Only initiates of the highest degree can be architects. As a matter of fact, to build with slaves we wouldn't need to be initiates. We don't work with slaves but with the forces of nature. Thanks to these instruments of ours we are able to create every form of manifestation. The manifestation depends only on how long and from what distance we put the creative energy to work. The sons of men take it for granted they can come into the temple with their sicknesses and we make them well again. Sickness means that the vibrations of the body have got out of harmony. We restore the inharmonious part of the body to its own proper vibration and the person gets well. Every organ has its own characteristic vibration. This means that every organ is as it is because it has a certain characteristic vibration, and this vibration is constantly acting within it and maintaining it. When this vibration changes, the organ concerned becomes diseased. We can also regulate the weather on Earth. making clear blue sky or, when necessary, clouds and rain. The sons of men see the lightning, hear the thunder of the pyramid and are happy because they know this means the blessing of rain. They live in the secure knowledge that the temple will take care of all their needs, their health, the rain that blesses them, and even their spiritual well-being. Father of my soul, I now ask, how do you charge this Ark of the Covenant with creative energy? Ptahhotep looks at me with a penetrating glance and says, I can see you already know how we charge the Ark of the Covenant. I already told you, there is only one source on earth that is able to radiate this power, and that is the God-man himself. It is the duty of the high priest to charge the Ark with divine creative power. He either drives his own high power directly into the Ark, or he achieves the same result with the help of the staff of life through converting an absolutely positive flow of power flowing from his hand at a lower vibration, conducting it through the staff and there converting it into divine creative power. For in his daily life, even the perfect God-man only radiates creative power in a transformed state. Only when his spiritual forces are concentrated and in his consciousness he is identical with God, only then does the divine force radiate in its primordial vibration. He must therefore be in a condition of cosmic all-consciousness when he wants to radiate the creative force. If the uninitiated sons of men were to see him in this condition, they would run away terrified, as at such times the God-man radiates such celestial, divine light that ordinary people can't stand the sight of him. If uninitiated people were to touch an initiate in this divine condition of being, they would momentarily fall over dead, just as if they had touched the Ark of the Covenant. Thus when an initiate radiates his rays of life for healing purposes, he withdraws into a state of concentration such that his radiation can be borne by people without harm. That is the power he directs to the appropriate nerve centers he raises up to the level of creative power with the help of the staff. For the staff is so constructed that it can not only conduct the rays but also transmit them in a transformed state, amplified or diminished, at will. Hence, an initiate doesn't need to enter the divine state of being in order to conduct the highest radiation of life into the Ark of the Covenant. On the contrary, he can enter a lower state of concentration and then direct the power corresponding to this level into the Ark of the Covenant, after raising it with the help of the staff up to the level of creative energy. When the Ark is charged in this manner, it radiates for a long time this highest and strongest energy, as a source of all other forces on earth. An initiate can produce and control even the most varied frequencies with the staff, as the staff is an Ark of the Covenant in miniature form, except for the fact that creative energy is not stored in it as in the case of the Ark of the Covenant. With the help of the staff, a human being could even convert his lower powers into creative force if he could radiate in a pure, positive and completely selfless manner power that is several octaves lower. This is because the staff always radiates the power that a human being puts into it. If a primitive and selfish person were to get possession of the staff, he would transmit his own negative radiations arising from his selfishness, possibly even in amplified form, and thus cause sicknesses, epidemics, earthquakes or even greater destruction, as the necromancers and practitioners of black magic once did in the home of a divine race. Do you understand now why the initiates keep their science so secret from the uninitiated? I understand, Father. And it is now quite clear to me how my father revived the half-dead boy. In his state of high concentration, Father directed his radiation, in magnified state, into the child. It worked like a miracle. The child was charged with vital energy, and his exhaustion disappeared immediately. But, Father of my soul, what is going to happen when the sons of men take over the government? Are you going to destroy the magic staff, as Father said, when he told me the initiates are going to destroy all their instruments? What a shame that people won't be able to enjoy the blessing of these powers. My child, says Ptahhotep, every creature lives in conditions that are exactly adapted to its state of development. If we were to betray the secret of the staff to the sons of men, they would immediately use it to do harm to each other and to themselves. The sons of men aren't ready for this knowledge and won't be for a long time to come. The staff we are now using will be taken out of Egypt by the last initiate in possession of the secret knowledge, along with the Ark of the Covenant. He will have no possibility to build a pyramid. On the contrary, he will make a small cover for the Ark to insulate it as well as possible. He will charge the Ark to a much lesser degree and will cause it to be carried during his migrations by means of long wooden poles as handles. When this last initiate feels he is approaching death, he will destroy his staff. For a time the Ark will continue to radiate the energy with which it has been charged, and the uninitiated will continue to carry it about in various countries for a long time until little by little they notice that it no longer has any power. Then even the last remains of the Ark will be destroyed. In times to come people will learn about the magic staff and the Ark of the Covenant only through records of earlier times. They will consider all this as a fairy tale and continue to tell it from one generation to another. But they will still vaguely remember that once there was an Ark of the Covenant in which there dwelt the power of the living God. And they'll also remember there was once a magic staff, or as we call it, a staff of life, with which the initiates, the magicians, performed miracles. From records from earlier times people will know or dimly sense that the staff represented power over all forces of nature. In later times when people want to symbolize the greatest power, they will place a staff, a scepter, in their hand as a token of power. In those times to come, however, their staff, their scepter, will only be an empty symbol of power. The true power, said force of the staff, will no longer be known to them. Only after thousands of years will a descendant from the tribe of the sons of God be reincarnated. He will discover these truths for the people of his time and will make a new magic staff. Until then, however, for thousands of years, there will be a strange kind of people who, either to entertain or to cheat, will call themselves magicians and will pretend they are performing their magic tricks with the help of a magic wand. They will thus be imitating what once actually existed. They will hold a magic wand in their hand and go through the motions of drawing magic powers from this wand. They will also use magic words, imitating our magic formulas. But people will only learn the true gigantic power of the word centuries later, when the fallen members of the divine race are reincarnated, those who are now living here, and will remember in their subconscious the truths which in that time will represent ancient records. They will prove that their memories are correct. The time will come when the sons of men rediscover and repossess all knowledge, even the very highest. Even then, of course, this knowledge will remain an unintelligible secret for the ignorant masses, and in uninitiated hands these rediscovered truths will be a curse. But after all, this is the path of mankind, through many troubles and sorrows, which people make for themselves. Little by little they will learn they must not play with divine power. They'll come to know that these powers should be used in full seriousness with dignity and dedication. For God gives mankind all, even himself, as a blessing. Only people, in their ignorance, make a curse out of everything. Father of my soul, I ask, you said that the pyramids were made of thick blocks of stone in order to insulate the equipment by means of which the penetrating frequencies are radiated. But how then can you conduct the radiations to the outside? The thick walls of the pyramids all contain shafts and tunnels through which we conduct out the force of the Ark of the Covenant and the other supplementary equipment which radiates energy. With the aid of these shafts and tunnels we also control weather. The positive and negative tunnels are built in different directions. When the positive and negative forces flow through them, they cause clouds to form and bring about the desired rain. The equalization of these tensions causes flashes of lightning accompanied by great noise. That is why people hear thunder coming from the pyramid. The other pyramids have been built for various other installations. What's going to happen to the pyramids when the sons of men come into power in our country and the Ark of the Covenant and all other instruments are destroyed? Will the pyramids stand empty? And what's to become of the high priest and the other priests and initiates? I ask. all except for the largest pyramid where the Ark of the Covenant is now kept and where initiation is given. The pyramids won't remain empty. When all our instruments for the radiation of divine creative energy are removed, the last initiated pharaohs will have themselves entombed in one of these pyramids. Their bodies, permeated through and through by divinely creative force, will continue, as the force will not be consumed, to radiate the supreme power just as the Ark of the Covenant does. Thus their bodies will continue in secret to act as tremendous sources of power, protecting this continent from evil influences. The radiation of well-preserved and holy bodies will help our country keep its power for thousands of years. But in the course of time most of these tombs will be destroyed by ignorant people. And what's going to happen to the Great Pyramid, Father? Ptahhotep looks off in the distance for a while as if he were observing things there. Then his heavenly glance sweeps back to me and he says, when the time has come for all secret instruments to be destroyed, and when the priest and initiates still serving in the temple at that time take their pilgrim staff and set out for faraway places, the high priest and his deputy will close the rock entrance of the Great Pyramid from the inside so that no son of man can find it. Then, after fulfilling their last duties, they will dematerialize their own bodies in just the way you've often seen the offering on the altar in the temple court dematerialized. Just a flash, then a little white cloud that soon disappears, not a trace of ash or anything else remains behind. Thus the interior of the Great Pyramid will be closed off from human sight for thousands of years. Nevertheless, our initiations will not cease. Mature souls will continue to be initiated here, not physically, of course, but on the higher spiritual plane. These people will experience their initiation as a dream or a vision. Ptahhotep ceases speaking, and for a long time we look into each other's eyes. I understand a lot that he doesn't want to say. But I still have another question. Father of my soul, is there a special reason why all pyramids are built in the same form? Why aren't they built in a cubic shape, for example, like other buildings? Ptahhotep smiles, not in cubic form? But the pyramids are built in cubic form. But I'll have to explain that to you next time. You've had enough today. I see that Ptahhotep has ended his instruction, but I still remain. I'd like to have him show me the use of the staff and the Ark of the Covenant. He looks at me with a smile and says, the time will come when you'll be permitted to know about the construction of the Ark of the Covenant and the Staff of Life. That will come after you've been initiated. But the use of these instruments is restricted to those who've reached the 7th degree after initiation through their own efforts. These secrets must not come into dangerous hands. Be patient. Time exists only in our thinking, but still everything takes time to mature. He blesses me, and I leave. The form of the pyramids, Satan. Once again I stand before Ptahhotep in his laboratory. I've already explained to you, he says, that behind all the manifestations of the visible world there is a primordial force, a striving to return to the state of unity, and this force is apparent as the attraction between the two complementary halves, the positive and the negative. You are now standing before me because the Earth's gravitational force is holding your body here. If it weren't for this force, you and everything that is not rooted to the Earth would have spun off into space long ago. Even the whole gigantic body of the Earth would have broken apart long ago. The force which holds together the Earth and all the matter within its atmosphere doesn't belong to the Earth itself, but merely affects the Earth operating outward from its center. If matter had no resistance and merely yielded to this force, the tremendous mass of the Earth and everything that's living on it would disappear into its center. But where would it go? Think for a moment. Come closer, my child. I'll show you. If I put various things on the top of this table, tie a string onto each, draw the strings through the hole in the middle of the tabletop, and then pull all the strings from below, all the objects are drawn towards the center of the tabletop, and all those that are smaller than the hole disappear. Where do they go? Aren't they drawn towards the point from which the force is acting? But where does the force in the center of the earth come from? The force that draws everything towards it? Can you answer that, my child? I reflect for a moment and answer, the earth is recognizable. If everything that is recognizable is so only because it is separated itself from the all and nothingness, leaving its complementary half behind in the unmanifested state, then the earth too must have its complementary half in the unmanifested state, and the force of gravitation it exerts on all the creatures and objects living on it is the striving for reunification between the earth and its unmanifested complementary half, which has been left behind in the void as its negative reflection. The Earth's gravitational pull thus draws all the Earth towards the void which stands beyond time and space, in order to bring about this reunion. If the Earth were to yield, all the Earth and everything on it would disappear into the center, into the void. But that would be a return to the paradisiacal unity, to God, to bliss. Why can't that happen, Father? My child, answers Ptahhotep, the obstacle is the resistance of matter. Without resistance no creation is possible. It's the resistance of matter that keeps the earth and all creation from disappearing and being annihilated. Everything that has appeared in this recognizable world has fallen out of a point in the universe, and this point has then become its own center. Through the fall it became matter. Now it can't return to divine unity because its own resistance as matter doesn't let it. A return to the paradisiacal divine unity, to God, is only possible through the spiritualization of the matter, that is, through the transformation of matter into spirit. But matter, all by itself, could never become spirit without spiritual help. That's why one aspect of God comes down into matter, clothes itself in matter, assumes material characteristics, and animates it as the self in order to make possible its spiritualization, its salvation. The effect which this self in the center of every creature has constantly exerted on the innermost structure of matter throughout eons and eons of time has led to the development of the forms of life existing on each rung of the ladder of creation. Thus each creature has come into being, from the simple protozoa up to the highest manifestation. The highest creature on earth is man. It is his task to carry out the completion of the spiritualization of the earth, a task at which all living creatures are at work, each within the limits of its own particular stage of development. And every human being who transforms himself from a being identical with the body into a being reawakened in spirit, a divine being, identifying his consciousness with the divine self, has fulfilled his duty. He has spiritualized a bit of the earth. He has advanced by one step the salvation of the earth. Then he can cooperate as a helper in the salvation of other beings. And now you know why you're standing here before me. It's because the self of the earth, which at the same time is our own self, loves the earth and all its creatures, drawing the earth towards itself, into divine unity, just as a bridegroom draws his bride to himself. This striving towards union, characteristic of all love, expresses itself in everything, including our bodies, as weight. This force which we call weight is at work in every form of nature, and when we build we must reckon and work with this force, never against it. When we take proper account of it, it helps us preserve our buildings for a long time. If we were to try to build against the laws of these forces, all our structures would collapse in practically no time at all. It's enough for you to understand that in the pyramidal form the resultant of forces is the most favorable one possible for the preservation of buildings for many thousands of years against the ravages of nature. The pyramids, particularly the Great Pyramid, have been built according to various mathematical and astronomical laws in order to serve the people as clock and calendar. You will learn these laws another time. Moreover, the fact that the lateral faces stand at an angle of 51 degrees to their base enables the pyramid to reflect the sun's rays far out to sea and far into the desert. Thus our pyramids also serve as lighthouses. All the laws on which they are based, together with the history of those who have built them, are inscribed on the ceramic tiles with which they are covered. When the sons of men someday discovered the secret of our writing, they will be able for a long time to read right from the pyramids themselves the knowledge and information I am giving you now, the mathematical and astronomical laws we have applied, the secrets of the pyramids and all our scientific knowledge. In the darker stages of the earth, however, these written records will also disappear, so the sons of men will later have to discover all truth for themselves. You must learn the law of the three-dimensional world, which is based on the law of the spirit and could not exist without it. The first source of all truth and of all manifestation is the eternal being, God. But God is in the unmanifested state beyond time and space, and only his manifestations appear as projections in the three-dimensional world. Therefore, in order to understand these laws correctly, we must begin with God. In order to talk about God, however, we always have to cope with the fact that God stands above the recognizable world. For this reason, every living creature can only understand God to the extent to which it itself is able consciously to experience, manifest and realize God, that is, to the extent to which it itself can be God. In everything God is living, and everything is living in God. Nevertheless, God in his own complete, perfect being can be understood only by one who has himself become God, or who has never fallen out of God. God can be understood only by God. The fact that even the most primitive man has a concept of God shows that divine consciousness is dwelling within him, even though only very dimly and to the lowest degree. On the other hand, to become conscious in God, to understand God completely, and to be God means to become completely one with one's own divine self, with the God dwelling within. That is easy to say but very hard to do. Because man has fallen out of his divine consciousness, he can only imagine God in accordance with his own personal power of understanding. How can he know what the real, living divinity is like in its perfection when his power of imagination only corresponds to the level he personally stands on, separated as he is from unity, and having fallen as he was from divinity? How can the finite understand the infinite, the mortal the immortal, the temporal the eternal? How can an imaginary being understand, experience and become identical with the eternal, true being, God? And still man must reach him. His eternal desire, his unquenchable longing helps him and propels him forward in the direction of his divine self. Man's intellect, the greatest but most dangerous gift he has received from God, builds a bridge across the seemingly unconquerable chasm between that which is personal and mortal and that which is impersonal and eternal. Through man's intellect he succumbed to the temptation to fall out of divine unity with his consciousness. But by the same token, his intellect gives him the possibility of bringing back his consciousness into full union with divinity. By means of his intellect, man is able to understand truth, and when he is understood, he will seek and keep on seeking and trying until he someday succeeds in finding the only path to the realization of his self. Realization means being something. For as long as we think about something or talk about it, we aren't being it. You can think about a cat, or about a lion, but that doesn't mean by any manner of means that you have achieved realization, that you have become a cat or a lion. Likewise, you can think about yourself without being your divine, creative self. To think something is to be separated from it. For if you send out a single thought, you, the thinker, are connected only by thinking with the object of your thought. You are connected with it, but not identical with it. You are not yet that which is in your intellect. Your intellect belongs to you. It is a wonderful tool, a mirror into which you can project everything and in which you can recognize everything, but your intellect is not you. The intellect is outside yourself. Consequently, what you can do with your intellect is not you yourself, is not achievement of realization. When man seeks God outside himself, he can often be thinking about God, he can be praying to God, he can be loving God with his whole being, but all this doesn't mean he has become identical with God. For man can never find God by seeking outside himself. The Creator in man is man's own self, whose last manifestation, farthest from his own center, is his little I, his personal I consciousness. The personal I within him is the image of God mirrored by matter, in the body. Thus, when man seeks to return to God and re-establish his identity with Him, he must follow the same path with his consciousness. He must draw his consciousness more and more from his own little personal I deeper and deeper into himself, turning to his own true self, to his Creator, until he consciously recognizes himself in Him. But this doesn't mean that the creature, the person, recognizes itself in this condition. As an imaginary being, it has no true existence and cannot really achieve self-knowledge. On the contrary, the Creator recognizes himself in the created, in the person. This is the only possibility for overcoming the state of separation and bringing back the consciousness into the state of unity. The individual stops thinking about himself and instead becomes himself, recognizes himself. In this condition, the recognizer, the recognized and the recognition are one and the same. The self, the Creator, recognizes itself in itself. Man can only experience God in this way. This is resurrection. In this state he recognizes that his own self has created him and is constantly creating him, hence that his own self is his Creator. He likewise realizes that the one and only self is the Creator of the entire universe. As a result of this divine self-recognition, he simultaneously experiences the creative cosmic all-consciousness. At the same time as he achieves self-recognition, he achieves recognition of everything, omniscience. This divine state in which the Creator recognizes himself may also be expressed symbolically by numbers. God in his state of resting within himself is 1 in 3 and 3 in 1. 1 and 3 are still an unseparated unity. In the field of geometry, the form of the equilateral triangle is the symbolic image of God in which the recognizer, the recognized and the recognition are one and the same, 1 in 3 and 3 in 1. Every form is the manifestation of the force that has built it. Thus every form is the image of the creative force that builds it and dwells within it. Divinity in its primordial state of resting within itself, always manifests itself in the form of a triangle. The triangle represents perfect harmony and perfect equilibrium as its 3 corner points all lie exactly the same distance from each other. On the other hand, when the aspect of God to which we refer as resting within itself moves out of the dimensionless state, beyond time and space and into the 3 dimensions, it becomes the creative aspect of God and always manifests itself in the number 4. As long as the numbers 1 and 3 form a unity in divinity, they remain 3 in 1 and 1 in 3. But when they emerge from the divine condition of unity, they separate, and out of the 1 in 3 there emerges 1 and 3, and that makes 4. The equilateral triangle contains, hidden within itself, 4 smaller equilateral triangles. This law also contains the secret of the key number of the 3-dimensional world, the number 7. Now try to imagine how the first energy of manifestation emerges out of the dimensionless state into the 3 dimensions. Close your eyes and I project this truth into your consciousness. I do as Ptahhotep tells me, closing my eyes and turning my attention inward. All of a sudden I see a point, and I hear Ptahhotep's voice. In order for a force to emerge from the dimensionless state and manifest itself, it needs a point of departure. A point is dimensionless, has not yet emerged from unity, but is necessary for manifestation. Because a point consists of only one single factor, it bears within itself the number of unity, the number 1. When the force whose first manifestation was a point emerges from the dimensionless state and is effective for a period of time, the point moves and forms a line. With my inward eye I see how the point gradually becomes a line, and I hear Ptahhotep's voice. The first dimension, length, is born. In its essence, the line is endless and thus, as a first manifestation, also represents the number 1. But in the world of manifestations, the world where everything always has a beginning and an end, a line is always bound to involve 3 factors, its starting point, its end point, and the intervening space between the 2. Thus the line represents the number 3, the key number for the one-dimensional world. Now you must have noticed that there is no possibility of manifesting or of finding the number to inner unity. As a matter of fact, after the first manifestation of the point, which represents only one single factor, we immediately jump to 3 factors, without the number 2. When a point moves, no matter how little, to form even the tiniest, shortest line, we're already dealing with the 3 factors, not 2. A line in infinity, of course, represents the number 1, but when it has a beginning and an end, it automatically represents the number 3. In order for the number 2 to arise, there has to be a splitting of unity. The number 2 can only be born when 2 units are set beside each other. But inasmuch as nothing has any real existence outside unity, unity must project a reflection outside itself. Thus there arises a fission, a separation, which means the death of unity. That's why the word for doubt, which represents a kind of cleavage within one's mind and soul, is so closely related to the word for 2. This is true in every language. Let us now watch how the second dimension arises from the first. A line consists of a series of points. Assuming the creative energy is active in each of these points with the same force and for the same period of time, each of these points moves outward from itself into the second dimension. Each of them becomes a line, and out of the totality of these lines a plane is created, an equilateral rectangle. The second dimension, width, is born. The rectangle is 4 in 1 and 1 in 4 and thus consists of 5 factors: the 4 manifested lines, line of departure, terminal line, right and left lateral lines, and the 5th factor, the non-manifested area enclosed by these lines. And so the key number of the 2-dimensional worlds is the number 5. But creative forces continue to work. The plane also consists of points, and if the same force works outward from each of these points in the same direction and for the same period of time, all these points move into the 3rd dimension, and a cube has been created from the plane. The 3rd dimension is born, height. The cube is 6 in 1 and 1 in 6 and it consists of 7 factors, the 6 manifested limiting planes and the 7th, unmanifested factor, its cubic contents. The key number of the 3-dimensional world is the number 7. As you see, the basic form of matter is the cube. The various crystals are built in conformity with this law, and in them you can find either the cubic shape itself, as in the case of salt for example, or the basic elements of the cube in various aspects and variations. If we now investigate the characteristics of the cube, you will also understand the laws of the variance. Starting from one of the corner points of the cube, try to find a plane in which all 3 dimensions of the cube are contained. If you merely cut straight through, you get a plane containing only 2 dimensions of the cube. In order to find a plane containing all 3, we must begin at one corner and cut through obliquely to the opposite corner points. Thus one corner of the cube is cut off. If we continue in the same manner, we cut off all 4 corners of the cube, and what's left in a very different shape, a tetrahedron, the faces of which are bounded by 4 equilateral triangles. So now you see that hidden within the cube in a shape with quite different laws, for the shape consists, not of rectangles, but of 4 triangles. If we were to flatten out these 4 triangles into a plane, they would form a single, equilateral triangle, the symbolic representation of God. Just like the equilateral triangle which makes up its mantle, the tetrahedron is the very incarnation of harmony and equilibrium. Since each of its corner points is equally distant from each of the others, there is no strain or tension in a tetrahedron, but rather a condition of rest in equilibrium. By way of contrast, the corner points of the cube, just like those of the square, lie at different distances from each other, and this means that both in the square and the cube there is a condition of everlasting stress. The matter in our 3-dimensional world is built up in cubic form, but hidden within itself it contains the form of the tetrahedron based on divine equilibrium. Matter cannot exist without the divine content. The whole 3-dimensional world is built up on this same law, quite irrespective of whether the form concerned is considered to be inanimate matter or a living creature. Whether a given form is that of a plant, an animal or a human, the body of each of these is subject to the laws of the three-dimensional world. Hidden and invisible within this body, however, is the higher, divine self, life, eternal being. Only man is able to manifest his higher self, that is God, through his thoughts, words and deeds, when he identifies his consciousness, not with his body, but with its spiritual content, with his self. As long as a person identifies himself only with his body, he is like an opaque cube in that he reveals only the characteristics of matter, crowding the divine creative principle into a latent, unmanifested state. No one suspects that the tetrahedron, the divine self, so different from the outward cubic shape, is dwelling within. On the other hand, a person who uses his body, his thoughts, words and deeds only to manifest the divine creative principle, while leaving the characteristics of his physical existence, his person, in the unmanifested state, such a person, to continue using the same figure of speech, is like a cut cube whose corners and inner content are turned outward so that its inner triangles, the equilateral triangles of the divine tetrahedron, are visible. Such a person uses the material, square shape only as a secure base in the three-dimensional world, allowing his way to rest on this base. But the shape of the cut cube turned inside out is the pyramid. Thus we see the pyramid is the symbolic form of the God-man, who reveals his divine, selfless nature and completely manifests God on earth. The salvation of the earth, the spiritualization of matter, is completed in the person of the God-man. The divine self, the Creator, is seated in complete majesty on its throne and rules over matter, over the body. By way of contrast, the symbolic representation of materialistic man who uses his intellect for the service of his material being is the cross, or a T, formed out of the four squares making up the surface of the cube. On this cross, or T, the secret, indwelling, divine self is crucified. In such persons, divinity is robbed of its power. It cannot manifest itself and is subject to the laws of the material world. It is crucified on the two great beams of the three-dimensional world, on time and space, and dies on this cross of matter. Its death, however, is not final. Even in the consciousness that has sunk down to the lowest level, the divine creative self sometime undergoes resurrection and saves the suffering human being. Materialistic man, in his ignorance through crucifying his own higher self, God within himself, creates ceaseless tortures and sufferings for himself. He becomes the criminal who is also crucified beside the Divine One. The pains awaken him, his higher consciousness is aroused, and with the resurrection of his divine self, he experiences his own salvation because he recognizes himself in him. The members of the divine race who fled to the far corners of the earth carried these symbols with them wherever they went, proclaiming to humanity the secret, hidden truth within them. In every part of the earth people will find these symbols in stone, in metal, or baked clay, in various sizes, large or small. Most people will believe that they represent a person who has been crucified, and only a few will recognize that the representation symbolizes the divine creative principle crucified on the two beams of time and space. The pyramids will continue to stand for thousands of years, proclaiming to humanity the highest truths which have been built into them. People with eyes and ears will find and recognize these elements of truth, even though they may not be able to fathom all the mathematical and astronomical laws of the pyramids, and some few highly developed persons will even be able to attain the truth proclaimed. On the other hand, for primitive minds the pyramid will always be a puzzle, just like the Sphinx, until they reach the point of being able to solve their own puzzle. But now let's return to our consideration of the cube. A few minutes ago you started at one corner of the cube and cut it in such a way that a plane contained all three dimensions. In this way you cut off a corner of the cube, then three more corners. But by starting at the other corner points of the cube you could make four more cuts and you would find the cube doesn't contain just one tetrahedron, but two of them, one within the other, each an exact reflection of the other.
These two tetrahedrons represent the innermost law of the recognizable world, the inseparable relationship between the two complementary halves, the positive and the negative, which, self-contained each within the other, form a perfect equilibrium and sit, as creative spirits, on the right hand and on the left hand of divinity. In creation they rule as two opposite laws, the law of spirit and the law of matter. Spirit is life, matter is resistance. The law of the spirit is radiation, giving, selflessness. The law of matter is drawing inward, cooling off, paralysis. There is only one single creature that is able consciously to combine the two laws, man. He is the connecting link between the world of the spirit and that of matter. He is able to live at one and the same time by the laws of both worlds. His thoughts, words and deeds can be an act of giving, radiating selflessness and universal love. On the other hand, his body belongs to the material world and lives by the laws of matter. At its right place and in its right time, every law is divine, but the opposite is satanic. Without the resistance of matter, creation would be impossible. In unmanifested divinity, all creative forces are still at rest in unity, in complete repose and equilibrium, representing merely potential, only power possibilities. Creation begins in that one force separates itself from unity and sets itself up opposite the Creator as resistance. That is the firstborn Son of God, the spirit of resistance which the Father sends out to act throughout eons and eons of time as a negative and opposite pole to himself, to bear the frequencies of creation, and by resisting them make it possible for creation to take place. This spirit of resistance is the opposite pole to the manifesting aspect of God. By virtue of its centripetal, chilling and coagulating characteristics, it is the cause of the creation of matter. Take up a stone for example. The power that makes it a stone and holds it together as matter is the very self-same law of resistance tending to chill, harden and hold everything together. As long as this law manifests itself in matter and as matter, the law is operating in its place and consequently in a divine manner. But inert matter becomes living matter when the divine spirit, the self, clothes itself in matter and becomes flesh. The self, life, penetrates the inert matter, and out of the law of matter there arises a living spirit, the reflected image which has only been able to become spirit by virtue of the fact that God, as the self of the living creatures, has breathed his own life into matter, is Satan. Thus you can see that Satan is the law of matter come alive through the divine spirit. Satan lies dead in matter, as its law, until with its own life the divine spirit makes him come alive. Whenever man's consciousness identifies itself with the law of matter so that his thinking, words and deeds, instead of serving the divine law, serve the law of matter, man is bringing Satan to life, man is becoming satanic himself. Without man Satan cannot exist, for without the self of man, Satan is only an unconscious force, a necessary natural law of matter. Satan can come to life only in the consciousness of a person who manifests the law of matter, the law of the flesh, in his spirit, who identifies his consciousness with his person, with his lower nature, with the drives and urges dwelling in his flesh, with the urge of self-preservation and propagation of the species. Such a person manifests the centripetal, coagulating power of matter as spiritual characteristics such as avarice, envy, vanity, bad soft-heartedness and selfishness. No living creature has ever met Satan by himself, for without man Satan has no existence at all. Without man Satan is only the law of matter. We can meet the living Satan only in the human being. Only in a human face can we recognize Satan as the expression of this face. When after the death of the body of such a person the self separates itself, Satan remains behind in the corpse as the law of matter, lie became Satan through the vitalizing power of the self in the consciousness. But the consciousness of a person who has identified himself with the law of matter and thus becomes satanic himself dies with Satan and becomes unconscious after death. Satan draws him, his slave, into inert matter, into the darkness, into loss of consciousness, into himself. On the other hand,
The consciousness of a person who has identified himself with the law of the Divine Spirit and served this law remains awake and alert after the body has been put off, liberated from its chains, freed of the isolation of matter. It merges into eternal light, into God. The two tetrahedrons contained within each other represent the two poles of creation in complete equilibrium. All creation, the world of unrest and the motion, is based on this divine equilibrium. It is the inner law operating through all forms and therefore in the crystallizations of matter also. As you've been able to see for yourself, the primordial form of matter, the cube, is built up around the divine tetrahedron. The triangles making up the faces of the tetrahedron are identical with the planes connecting the corner points of the cube. Man too, in his inner being, has a plane of contact with the divine self. And that's why he can only find his own divine being within himself, never by directing his attention towards the outside world. When man directs his attention towards the outside world, he is forced in accordance with divine law into more and more spiritual prisons, until after many pains and tortures, he finds divinity. But now let's examine the different kinds of forms of crystals based on the shape of the cube. Take 6 geometric forms, which have the shape of a house roof and a base area exactly equal to that of the face of the cube. Then place these 6 forms on the faces of this cube in such a way that their different edges are adjacent to each other. In this way you form a geometric body which we call a pentagonal dodecahedron consisting of 12 equilateral pentagons. The pentagonal dodecahedron reveals further laws of the long path of the consciousness. But now we want to look at the result manifested by the last crystal form in this series, the icosahedron made up of 20 equilateral triangles. Thus starting with the tetrahedron we can develop a total of 4 regular crystal forms with equal areas, the tetrahedron, the cube, the pentagonal dodecahedron and the icosahedron. It is only possible to form regular crystal shapes from triangles, rectangles and pentagons. From triangles, the tetrahedron, the octahedron and the icosahedron. From squares only the cube. From pentagons only the pentagonal dodecahedron. Except for the octahedron you are already acquainted with all these geometrical bodies. You can construct an octahedron by drawing 3 equally long lines, one in each of the 3 dimensions, length, breadth and height, at an angle of 45 degrees in such a way that the middle of the 3 lines is identical. When you join the endpoints of the 3 lines, you form the 8 triangles which go to make up the octahedron. Thus you see the octahedron consists of 2 pyramids joined at their base, one standing normally, the other upside down. And now pay very close attention. If we cut the octahedron with planes at equal distances from each other and pass through in each of the 3 dimensions, we create innumerable little octahedrons. But these octahedrons do not fill the space in the big octahedron. On the contrary, the spaces between the little octahedrons form little tetrahedrons just as you observed in the space within the cube. You can divide up the space in an endless number of larger or smaller octahedrons, and the little tetrahedrons in between will always be there. Thus you can see that in every one of its points 3-dimensional space is based on the divine tetrahedron representing absolute harmony and absolute equilibrium. In just the same manner all of visible creation rests in every one of its points on the divinity which stands above all manifestation, reposing unmanifested within itself. God is omnipresent. But now let's come back to the various geometric bodies contained within each other or superimposed on each other, tetrahedron, cube, pentagonal dodecahedron and icosahedron. Here are some further laws revealed by their relationships. If we take half the number of faces of each of the geometric bodies we've talked about, the tetrahedron, cube, pentagonal dodecahedron, and icosahedron, we get the numbers 2, 3, 6 and 10. If we multiply these numbers together, we get the number 360, the number of degrees in the circle. And if we add these numbers together, we get 21, the number of possible connections between the 7 factors of the key number of the 3-dimensional world, the number 7.
PTAHHOTEP stops speaking, and I stand before him in silence and awe. "Now you may go, my child," says PTAHHOTEP, "you've had enough for today. Next time we'll talk about the 4 sides of the pyramid. They contain further truths. If you want to attain complete self-recognition, they're very important for you." I bow and leave. Again I stand before PTAHHOTEP. "My child," he begins, "today you'll learn what the 4 faces of God are. It will help you very, very much to recognize them in you. The 4 faces of God are in everything that has been created. All of creation, including yourself, has been built up on his 4 faces. Life in the visible world, beginning with the gigantic central suns of the world systems and running all the way down to the tiniest protozoa, is merely a rotation around the 4 faces and in the 4 faces of God. You know why we always represent divinity in its primordial state of resting within itself as an equilateral triangle. God in his 3 aspects is 1 in 3 and 3 in 1. But this condition, just like the equilateral triangle, carries within itself the possibility of the number 4. When the 3 aspects of the basic number 1 separate from each other, and this happens when they move from the unmanifested into the manifested state, the 1 in 3 becomes 1 and 3. In this way the number 4 is born. Cast a glance at the equilateral triangle. In it you see only one unit which has 3 sides, 3 aspects. But it contains, hidden and unmanifested, the number 4. Because the equilateral triangle can be divided up into 4 smaller equilateral triangles. When the triangle moves out of the unmanifested into the manifested state in the 3-dimensional world, a tetrahedron is formed. As you have already seen, the first primordial form of material manifestation, the cube, contains the tetrahedron hidden and unmanifested within itself. The 4 triangles which make up the faces of the tetrahedron are the areas of contact between the divine and the material, as they are identical with the inner areas of the truncated corners of the cube. When we turn the triangles of the tetrahedron outward with the help of the corners of the cube, thus manifesting the triangles of the tetrahedron, we produce the 4-sided shape of the pyramid whose 4 sides, at one and the same time, are the 4 triangles of the tetrahedron turned outward and the truncated corners of the cube turned outward. The 4 sides of the pyramid symbolize the 4 faces of God, each of which taken alone and by itself manifests the 3 aspects of the first source, the divinity at rest within itself and standing above all creation. The pyramid reveals a living reality, the living law, in which God always and absolutely manifests himself in the material world, and because he does so he is in soft dwelling in everything that has been created. From every point of the universe God manifests himself 4-fold. In each of the 4 directions of the earth and the sky he radiates with a different effect. And because these streams of force, which originate at one point and yet are so very different, all come forth from the paradisiacal unity, we can speak of them figuratively as 4 great rivers springing up in the center of paradise, where the tree of life and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil are rooted, and flowing out into the external world in 4 different directions. You will find this 4-fold manifestation in everything that has been created, most noticeably in the 4 characteristics of the great currents of air, the winds. Even the dullest person knows that the winds coming from the 4 different directions have completely different effects. The north wind is dry, cool, with a quieting and paralyzing effect. In many parts of the world it even makes water hard as stone. The south wind always brings heat and has an arousing, vitalizing effect. The east wind is cool, refreshing. The west wind brings warmth and dampness, in many places rain. Its effect is fatiguing and soporific. This is something you already know, because every child notices the different effects of the 4 major winds. But have you ever thought about how this is possible? Have you ever wondered how it comes about that currents of air can start at the self-same spot on the surface of the earth and have different effects depending on the direction in which they flow? If, for example, a wind arises right where we are now, where we feel the air to be pleasant and mildly warm,
And if it blows southward, it is obviously coming from the north for people living in countries to the south of us. It brings them cool weather and has a calming effect on all living creatures. But when a wind starts up from where we are and blows northward, it's a south wind for people living to the north of us. It brings them warm weather and has a stimulating effect on the organs of reproduction of all living creatures. How is it possible for both a cold and a warm wind to originate at one and the same point on the surface of the earth, a tranquilizing and a stimulating wind, bringing dampness and rain to people on one side and dry weather to people on the other? It all depends on the direction in which the air is flowing. You see, that is the law of space we call the four faces of God. The first face, the north face, is fiery and has a vitalizing effect. That's why the south wind brings heat and stimulates living creatures to conceive new life. The second, the west face, is airy and cool. It makes everything movable, and that's why the east wind is refreshing. The third face of God, his eastern face, is damp, wet and lukewarm. It brings heaviness, inertia, warmth, dampness and precipitation, making all living creatures sleepy. Their consciousness withdraws into their bodies. And lastly, the fourth face, the south face of God, is cold. It has a contracting, astringent, crystallizing, materializing effect. It brings cold and calms the nerves. The first and the most important manifestation of the four faces of God is the fiery one, because the effects of the other manifestations, the other faces, depend on this one. The kind of fire determines whether the weather gets hot, or warm, cool or cold. That's why the fiery face of God is the father of the others. As a result of its radiation, the various specific states arise. The warm and dry together produce the gaseous airy condition, the cool and damp the aqueous, while the cold produces the hard, earthly condition. You find this law operating everywhere here on earth, in every tree, in every plant. Take any house, for example. The south side, which receives the currents from the north face of God, is warm and plants grow best on this side. The north side is cold, the east side is dry and the west side is always damp. Whenever we make rain in the pyramid, the precipitation hits all buildings from the west. This fourfold aspect is not only to be found in the major winds, but in everything that has been created. Look at the trees. The northern side, exposed to the radiation from the cool southern face of God, is always covered with moss. Have you ever wondered why the human being has only one face, and that towards the front? In the direction in which we face we are fiery, giving, whereas when we turn our back on something we are cool towards it. Our limbs, too, are all directed forward, and we can radiate our willpower only in the direction in which we are facing. And why do we sleep best when lying in a north to south direction? Why do all animals lie down this way? Why are even birds' nests and ant hills built in a north to south direction? Animals have no intellect to understand the reasons why, but they feel the effect of quieting radiations coming from the north and vitalizing currents from the south. Instinctively, they feel it's best for the circulation of their own current of life when they build their nests in a north to south direction and when they sleep this way. That's the secret of why a person who is seeking connection with God and praying should face north or east, but never south or west. In the north and in the east he can find forces that lead him towards spiritualization, whereas in the south and in the west he finds stimulation which leads his consciousness to identify itself with his sensual instincts. The effects of God's fourfold radiation are always the same throughout the entire universe. Every point in the universe, and this includes of course every point on the face of the earth, always receives exactly the same radiation from any given direction. The four faces of God can never turn or shift. They always stand unchanged, immutable, facing in their original direction. Wherever members of the divine race went, they taught the sons of men this profound truth in various ways depending on the characteristics of the people around them. Here where people understand geometric forms and can grasp truth intellectually, We expressed the truth about the four faces of God in the form of the pyramid. But there are other races of people more inclined to grasp divine truths as spiritual experiences. The members of our race who fled to such countries have built gigantic figures of stone to represent divinity in the form of a human figure sitting like a triangle and having a head with four faces, one looking in each direction. Both representations revealed the same fact: whenever the divine creative principle leaves its timeless spaceless condition in the unmanifested state to come out into the three-dimensional world and become matter, it manifests itself, even while keeping its three aspects, in the number 4. The shape of the pyramid shows this clearly in that each of its four sides, standing on the square base, forms a triangle representing the three aspects of God. Thus the pyramid manifests 4 times 3, the number 12. And that brings us to another truth. As you can see from the symbolic representation in the form of the pyramid, each of the four faces of God contains the three divine aspects. This results in a 12-fold manifestation which is present at every point of the universe and is acting in everything that exists, beginning with the individual creatures living on the planets and running throughout the planets to the suns and the systems of suns, throughout the universe, just like little circles in larger ones and larger circles in still larger ones, on and on to infinity. So if you understand one of these circles, you will understand the inner structure of the entire universe and of every single creature in it, for the entire visible universe is based on this 12-fold manifestation of God. But before we go on, you must realize that everything we human beings can perceive with our organs of sense from our personal point of view, that is from the outside, is the exact opposite of what exists in the divine state of being. Everything you can see when looking at it from the outside, whether from above or below, from front or back, from the right or the left, turns into its exact opposite as soon as you stop looking at it and start being it. When you look at something, you're in a dualistic relationship to it. You, the observer, and what you see are two different poles. But when you are something, you're in a monistic condition, in divine unity. To show you an example, let's take a letter, say a letter E. In what direction does this letter run? It runs from left to right. Father. I answer. Good, says Ptahhotep. Now when I draw the same letter on your breast so that you are this letter, you're in a condition of unity with it, in a state of being with it. In what direction is it running now? From right to left, Father. I answer. Yes, just the opposite. Come with me now and I'll show you something more. Ptahhotep leads me under to large circular plates that hang from the ceiling and serve as lamps. They both have the same 12 pictures but running in opposite sequence and facing in opposite directions. On the first plate the pictures all have their heads towards the center, while on the second their heads are all toward the circumference. And the sequence from right to left on one is just the opposite of the sequence of the other. Ptahhotep leads me to the first circle and asks, when do you see the pictures in the circle right side up? Always, from any point along the side, Father. Then Ptahhotep leads me to the second circle and asks, how do you sequence these pictures? All of them have their heads down, just the opposite of the pictures in the other circle, and they're all in the opposite sequence. I answer. Now try to find the spot from which you can see all of these pictures right side up and in the right sequence. I look at the figures and as I want to see them right, with their heads up, I involuntarily step over to a point precisely under, and consequently precisely in the center of the disc. And all of a sudden all the figures seem to change their positions. Now they're all standing right side up and in the correct sequence. I turn around slowly, continuing to stand in the center. Each and every one of the figures is right side up. But when I move only a single step to the side, they're all the wrong way round again. I step back into the center. Consciously and deeply moved, I experience the state of being. I understand what it means. The excitement of the discovery almost makes me dizzy. Seeing how thrilled and moved I am, Ptahhotep smiles. Do you understand now, he asks, why the personal is always the exact opposite of the divine? Do you understand why human script runs from left to right while the divine runs from right to left? Yes, Father of my soul, I stammer, trembling with excitement. I do understand. Ptahhotep takes my hand in his. Oh, how quickly the mighty power of this blessed hand calms me, and leads me to a large blackboard where I see various geometric figures. The earth, he continues, receives the 12-fold radiation of force of the 4 faces of God from the direction of various constellations of stars. Taken together, these constellations surround us like a wheel. We call this huge wheel the zodiac. It's owing to the effect of the radiations of the zodiac that the Earth can exist at all. Their vibrations met in a point in cosmic space, causing an interference in the waves of energy and leading to condensation. Materialization. Little by little our Earth came into being through this process of materialization. As the Sun played a great role in this process, the Earth grew in the field of force of the Sun and became its satellite. It receives its life energy from the Sun, but it also is constantly receiving radiations from the zodiac and from its sister planets of our solar system. Just like all the celestial bodies, the Earth represents the materialization of all these various radiations, and that's why for each step of earthly creation there is a form of materialization which primarily manifests the specific energy of the great cosmic wheel appropriate for the form of materialization concerned. That is to say that in rock formations, minerals, plants, animals and human beings here on Earth there are the materialized radiations of each individual constellation of the zodiac, as well as of each individual planet. The names of the signs of the zodiac characterize the earthly forms that are the materialized manifestations of the constellations concerned. When you see a lion, for example, you should remember that on the animal plane he is the materialized radiation of the particular zodiacal sign we call Leo or Lion. But at the same time there are minerals, plants and people made up of the same energy, but on the mineral, plant or human plane. Since the name of each individual sign of the zodiac is also the name of the form created by the materialized radiation from this zodiacal sign, this name is obviously the most appropriate single word with which to characterize perfectly the radiation from this constellation. The 4 faces of God, that is the 4 cardinal points, in the vault of stars, in the divine condition of being, are, each face of God, each cardinal point of the vault of heaven, contains within itself the 3 aspects of the unmanifested divinity, and so the 12 signs of the zodiac come into being. The 3 fiery aspects of the first face of God, of the first group, are revealed in 3 constellations called Aries, Leo and Sagittarius. The lion is the first manifestation of God and consequently the great father of the entire zodiac. That's why all 3 manifestations of the first face of God have a fatherly, life-giving character. The ram, Aries, radiates the fire of youth, the procreative power of the young father who penetrates the bosom of nature, awakens new life, and sets it in motion. The ram is the power of spring which in its effect is just as wild and heedless, just as ramish as the ram itself. The lion is the fire of the perfectly developed, dignified and respectable man, the mature father who radiates his creative power, his love and warmth towards all his children as he brings them up in affectionate care. The lion is the power of summer. The centaur, Sagittarius, is a being that has grown beyond its animal nature, overcome its physical desires and aimed its consciousness towards the high goal. The 4 faces of God in the divine state of being. Its radiation is the fire of the spirit, of the wise and mellow father who goes on helping his mature children with his spirituality, good thoughts and sage advice. The centaur or Sagittarius is the spiritual fire of thought, the power of age, of winter. The 3 aspects of the second group, of the earthly material face of God are, Taurus, Virgo and Capricornus, or the bull, the virgin and the goat. All 3 manifestations of this face of God reveal a motherly character. In the springtime the bull stands in a green meadow, and all of nature is decked out in the beautiful clothing of a bride on her wedding day, ready to receive all the procreative power of her bridegroom. The radiation of the zodiacal sign of the bull enables the earth to receive the fiery power of life and let it take root. Thus the divine seed is able to incarnate itself in an earthly body. The bull radiation makes it possible for the divine self, the creative principle, the logos, to become flesh. The bull awakens the power of conception in matter, in the female of the species, calling the bride to readiness. The bull represents that aspect of incipient maternity in which the mother-to-be is ready to conceive. Virgo, the Virgin, is the spotless queen of heaven, the mother goddess of nature who has never been touched by a male and yet is pregnant with myriad creatures that are born from her divine body. The power of the sign of the Virgin is the fertility of nature, and that's why she is shown holding in her hand a spike of grain with 5 kernels. In the mystic world, the Virgin is the human soul which, purged of all earthly dross, has become spotless and has received the divine seed from the Spirit of God. Thus she is expecting the divine child in which both principles, the divine and the material, are blended into perfect unity. Thus Virgo is the pregnant, expectant aspect of maternity. The third aspect of the earthly face of God is Capricorn, the goat. Thin animal lives in the region of the hardest matter on earth, stones, rocks and boulders. The centripetal force of the law of matter causes matter to reach the highest degree of hardness and consequently crystallize. In the crystal, matter overcomes itself, losing its original characteristic of opacity and becoming perfectly transparent. In the crystal, matter reveals the original geometric forms of the creative power. A child, too, is the solidified, crystallized form of the divine creative power of life. Through the law of matter, through the centripetal, compressive power of concentration, the achievement of the divine self, the divine child, consciousness, is born in the soul of man. As long as man identifies his consciousness with his animal instincts, he is like a stable in which animals are living. In this stable and surrounded by animals, the divine child, the divine consciousness, must be born. This takes place through the concentrating effect of the sign of Capricornus. The only path which can lead man back to unity, back into the lost paradise, is that of concentration. That's why the birth of the divine child is celebrated in the month when the sun stands in the sign of the goat. The radiation of this center of force helps man fully to manifest and achieve the divine in and through matter, in the body. Capricornus is the parturient aspect of the maternal. The 3 aspects of the third group, the vaporous face of God, are Gemini, Libra and Aquarius, or the twins, the balance and the water bearer. The vaporous combination state arising through this radiation gives movement. That's why these 3 constellations are favorable for the manifestation of forces which require free and unhindered movement. They are spiritual in character. The sign of the twins carries within itself the 2 halves of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Its radiation takes effect in 2 directions. It causes man to look to the left and to the right in order to gather knowledge and experience. It causes man's pathway through life to branch out like the limbs of a tree. Man goes forth to seek knowledge on the most devious paths that lead off in various directions. Seeking experience, people want to see everything, hear everything, learn everything. The radiated power of Gemini manifests itself as the urge to learn. The radiation of the Libra constellation forces everything into equilibrium. All the experiences man has collected are laid in the scales of the balance and weighed. What's valuable is kept, what's worthless is thrown away. The effect of the balance is one of harmony, developing man's powers of discrimination, and bringing the 2-sided forces of Gemini into equilibrium. The sign of the balance radiates the law of equilibrium and justice into the 3-dimensional world. It is the manifestation of law-giving knowledge. The constellation Aquarius radiates the knowledge that has been gathered under the sign of the twins, weighed in the balance, found worthwhile and codified into laws. The radiated energy of this sign brooks no let or hindrance and knows no bounds. The water-bearer gives, passes on treasures to others, untiringly pours the water of life out of his vessel, letting its waves flow on to the remotest worlds. These waves are the all-vitalizing high frequencies of the spirit. The water-bearer is the manifestation of the unhindered spirit freed of all bonds. The three aspects of the fourth group, the aqueous face of God, are the crab, the eagle, scorpion, and fishes, or Cancer, Scorpio and Pisces. The three manifestations of this face of God have an emotional character which manifests itself in feelings. The zodiacal sign crab symbolizes the little water of the hole in which the crab lives. After it has caught its prey outside, it withdraws into its hole to digest it. The consciousness which was directed towards the outside in order to find spiritual nourishment withdraws to digest and transform its prey. The impressions it has collected, into clarified and organized experiences. The radiated power of the zodiacal sign of the crab manifests itself as the introspective, self-analyzing consciousness of the truth-seeking individual. The sign of the scorpion eagle represents the great turning point when the crawling worm is transformed into a high-flying eagle, redeemed, a being that has awakened and become conscious in the divine self. The worm, scorpion, must kill itself in order to become an eagle. That's why this constellation has a double name. In its unredeemed condition it is called scorpion after the animal that can kill itself with its own sting. In its redeemed condition it is called eagle, symbolizing the free soul flying high above the material world like the divine falcon Horus. The radiation of this constellation is the driving force, the fire of life, which manifests itself in this form through water, through the fluids of the body. This force enables the spirit to clothe itself in matter in order to be born anew in the body. This energy is the original serpent of temptation, enticing the spirit into matter and causing its fall from paradisiacal unity. When, however, instead of operating in the material plane, this force is transformed and transmuted, becoming purely spiritual, sexual desire is transformed into an uplifting force which helps the fallen consciousness return into paradisiacal unity. Without this force no consciousness that has fallen from unity can find its way back into God. The water of this constellation is like a swamp in which hidden fermentation is going on and over which, without actually burning, little fiery will-o'-the-wisps are dancing. The fishes dwell in the endless ocean. Although they sometimes come to the surface, they submerge again and disappear in the immeasurable depths. The true nature of man is similar to the ocean. His consciousness is on the surface, but by far the greater and deeper part of him lies in the unconscious where the reasons and the roots of his thoughts, words and deeds originate. On the other hand, the person who has achieved redemption and attained complete and perfect recognition of self, whose consciousness has been initiated in his divine self and achieved realization in his self, no longer has a subconscious and a superconscious. That is to say, there is no longer a part of him that is unconscious. Figuratively speaking, he swims, completely conscious, in the depths of the limitless ocean of the divine all-consciousness. With the unredeemed person recognizes, or often enough, does not recognize, as the unconscious has become his home and element in which he is perfectly conscious. The two manifestations of sex, the male and female, are as happy as two carefree fish in the ocean of perfect harmony. The effect of the sign of the fishes is redemption, dissolving away the personal in the impersonal, in the depth of the limitless self, in the divine and indivisible unity of all one being. The great work of redemption is completed by the radiation of this power, the spiritualization of matter is achieved. You see, the three aspects of each triangle are related. Starting on the material plane, they progress upward in the direction of spiritualization. But there's not only a relationship between the three aspects of each of the faces of God, the four triangles are actually so related that their centers are identical. In this way they make up the zodiacal circle of 12 revelations, much that the various aspects of the four triangles form an interrelated series of steps in development and progress. Then there is still a third relationship between the individual constellations, namely the one between opposite constellations, each of which is a complementary half of the other. First, let's discuss the relationship of the steps' high development. The series naturally begins with the constellations of the Ram, as the beginning of all expressions of life, and hence the beginning of springtime lies in the Ram. But you should take note of the fact that there are two beginnings of springtime, one absolute and one relative. Every manifestation of life, including the earth and all the creatures living on it, carries within itself the absolute beginning of spring or springtime point. This absolute springtime point is independent of the outside world. On the other hand, the relative springtime point depends on the position of the stars at any given moment. Thus, because of the various movements of the Earth, it doesn't stay at the same place but is constantly changing its position. We'll go into all this more thoroughly later. The signs of the zodiac run in this sequence: Ram, Bull, Twins, Crab, Lion, Virgin, Balance, Scorpion, Eagle, Centaur, Goat, Water Bearer, Fishes. Everything that condenses into matter is manifested on the material plane and runs high its own lifetime through the full circle of a zodiac. The life of the individual human being is one great period that is divided up into smaller periods: childhood, youth, maturity and senility. These in turn break down into still smaller periods: years, seasons, months, weeks and lastly days. All the shorter periods of man's life, 2 days, years and so on, also run through the full circle of the zodiac. His birth corresponds to the Ram. Then one after the other, he runs through all the signs of the zodiac, reaching maturity in the Lion and dying under the sign of the Fishes when he disappears from the material plane. In just the same way our days begin with our awakening from sleep and appearing in the world. The day develops, reaches maturity and its culmination point at midday and then starts to decline. After further changes we come to the evening when we put away our bodies to rest and sleep, withdrawing our consciousness into the self and falling asleep, just as we do at the end of our earthly lives when we put away our bodies for the last time. Every period has its beginning, development, culmination, decline and dissolution. The individual signs of the zodiac have the following main characteristics. The Ram sees to it that something appears or is born in this world in the first place, and this is equally true when the actual time of birth doesn't fall under the sign of the Ram. That's because every birth, irrespective of the outside world and of course irrespective of the various constellations, carries within itself the power of the beginning. And this power we call the Ram, both outside in the vault of the stars and inside each individual being. That's the absolute side of the Ram in every created form. And the relationship is just the same with all the other constellations, with all manifestations of life, and with all the aspects of the four faces of God. There is always an inner, absolute manifestation and an outer, relative manifestation. After birth, every new creature must get its roots down wherever it is. This it does with the help of the bull. The new creature takes in food and assimilates it. This gives it a material connecting link with the outer world and creates a line of supply for its body. Under the influence of the sign of the twins, the new creature begins to gather experience, and his pathways begin to diverge, going into all kinds of ramifications like the branches of a tree. The creature develops in different directions and gains extensive knowledge. In the grab it draws back into its home again to digest its spiritual gains, the experiences it has gathered. Its inner core begins to develop. Through the life-giving, fiery effect of the lion, the creature matures and gains dignity. It develops its powers and abilities and fulfills its earthly duty of begetting a new generation. It becomes father of a family. The virgin brings the harvest. Man brings the fruits of his labors into his barn. In the depths of his soul the divine child, universal love, develops. In the balance his deeds are weighed, the positive and negative credited and debited against each other. His attention is directed towards both sides, on the one hand the worldly and on the other the spiritual. Within himself, he brings these two worlds into a perfect equilibrium, putting into effect the inner, divine law which stands above and beyond everything that's relative. The sign of the Scorpion brings the solstice, the great turning point. Man must spiritualize the divine creative power which so far has manifested itself within him as a driving instinct and urge. He must now utilize this divine creative power in the service of others. This means he must completely overcome his person. He experiences the mystic death of his person, then resurrection and immortality in spirit. From now on he ceases to serve materialism. High up above the earth, in perfect spiritual freedom, he flies like an eagle, like the sacred falcon Horus. Through the effect of the centaur he becomes a great teacher like the centaur itself, a being which has grown beyond the animal level, a being which now uses its animal body only in order the sooner to reach the great goal it clearly eyes ahead. Its thoughts cut like lightning through the heavy clouds of darkness and ignorance. It passes its experience on to the next generation. In the sign of the goat, the divine child, universal love, is born in man's heart. It becomes identical with divine self and conscious in it. As the divine child that has been born in his heart becomes visible, man becomes clear as crystal. In his words and deeds, he reveals universal love. In the water-bearer the creature pours out and scatters its treasures. It has become the shining, resplendent child of God standing above and beyond sexuality. Radiating itself, it is the source of the highest divinely spiritual power. The process of transformation and dematerialization begins. In the sign of the fishes, the living creature experiences a reunification with its hidden complementary half. This means, of course, that matter is disintegrated. The creature returns to its heavenly home, to universal unity, to God. Its consciousness glides over into cosmic consciousness. It casts off its body, and ends its earthly life. That's the path that every individual follows, even though he may not yet have reached the highest levels of consciousness. The steps of development may be different, but the circle of development is always the same. Now let's look at how the opposite signs of the zodiac supplement each other. The powerful, impulsive strength of the ram is regulated by the law of the balance which tames the ram's blind forces and guides them into the right channels. The bridal power of the sign of the bull supplements and satisfies the instinctive procreative urge of the scorpion. The maternal power of the crab, retiring to the shelter of its own hearth and home, is the complementary other half of the crystallizing, parturient radiation of the goat. The newly born child belongs to mother. The paternal radiation of the lion finds its other half in the childlike power of the water-bearer. The father supports, protects and educates the child. The youth in the sign of the twins with his eagerness to learn, receives the knowledge he is thirsting for from the great teacher, Centaur. The heavenly virgin, bearing the divine child in her holy womb, receives nourishment from the mystic world of the two fishes. Now you understand the radiations of the four faces of God in the varying effects of the different constellations. But in order to understand the life of the universe and the lives of the myriads of living creatures, including your own, you need to know that the circle of revelation, with its 12 centers of power, affects every point of the universe independently of the constellations. And because the four faces of God can never turn around, each constellation emits different radiations of power in the various directions of the sky. Thus the radiation is determined by the everlasting, never-changing direction of the four faces. Let's take the constellation of the Lion for example. In the direction of the south it emits the radiation characteristic for the lion, while towards the opposite side, to the north, it sends out the power of the water-bearer, in a westerly direction, that of the eagle, towards the east, that of the bull, in the north-northwesterly direction, that of the virgin, towards west-northwest, that of the balance, and so on, a different radiation in each direction. Now you understand that these radiations are not dependent on displace of a group of stars, but rather on the direction from which they come. Just like the wind has different effects, depending only on the direction in which it blows, not on the place in which it starts. And now here's another very important fact, because everything manifests itself outwardly from its own center, and because the four faces of God radiate absolutely equally and unchangeably from every point, everything, whether it's a central sun, a planet, plant, animal, protozoon or human being, is always in the center of two wheels, in the center of the great cosmic wheel, and, since this center is identical with the center of the individual being concerned, also in the center of one's unmanifested being, one's own inner wheel. We receive the radiations of the great cosmic wheel from the outside, while those of our own wheel are emitted from the inside. We are identical with the situation of the earth, which has fallen out of the divine being. The earth is not in a central spot in the universe, but rather a satellite of the sun, orbiting around the sun and rotating about its own axis. That's why we see everything in the universe as the exact opposite of what it is in reality, in the divine state of being. Seen from our position on the earth, the whole vault of stars, with all its cosmic systems, solar systems and planets, appears to rotate around us. But in reality the opposite is happening. It's not the vault of stars that's rotating around us, but rather our Earth that is orbiting around the Sun, our Sun, with our entire solar system moving in a larger orbit around a cosmic Sun, and the latter, with all of its cosmic system, moving around a central Sun, and so on in ever greater orbits and ever greater cosmic systems, on and on into infinity. And even the life of celestial bodies in cosmic systems is nothing other than movement and development in the great cycles of the four faces of God, in the zodiac. But just remember that every manifestation, every created form, regardless of where it is in the universe, carries within itself both the great cosmic wheel and its own little wheel, irrespective of whether it's a protozoon, a plant, an animal, a human being or celestial body. You'll consider this quite a matter of course when you understand that every point of the universe radiates the same 12-fold manifestation of the four faces of God, without these latter being able to change their position. The radiations of energy which we receive from the great cosmic wheel come to us from the outside. That's why we see the circle wrong side too, just like a mirrored reflection of the divine condition of being. Because the vault of stars, as seen from our standpoint on the earth, is always in motion, there is a corresponding change going on constantly in the composition of radiations reaching the earth from all the countless stars moving along their individual paths in the gigantic cosmic wheel. Every created form, including every human being, has its own individually composed structure of forces made up of the same creative forces that radiate from the stars in the universe. At the moment of birth, the structure of forces in the individual's own little zodiac wheel is identical with that of the forces in the great cosmic zodiacal wheel. And this leads us to something else that you should know, namely, that a living creature can be born only when these two structures of forces coincide with each other completely. The position of the earth in the four faces of God, which can never turn around until the end of his life on this earth. Man is constantly subjected to new impressions, new experiences and all kinds of other influences. As he gathers experience, his own inner constellation is modified to a great extent. Many forces are developed, many others get pushed into the background, depending on the individual's reactions to his deeds and his experiences. The inner constellation a creature has at the moment of its death is stamped indelibly upon its soul, and the latter cannot be reincarnated until the vault of stars, in its constant movement, comes into the same constellation. This is why some people are reincarnated again after only a very short time, while others may even have to wait thousands of years until the stellar constellations match those they carry in their souls. All the creatures that are being born into the three-dimensional world every moment throughout all eternity ended their previous incarnation under the same constellation as the one which existed at the moment of their birth in this incarnation. The death constellation in one incarnation and the birth constellation in the next are always absolutely identical. On the other hand, the birth constellation and the death constellation for any given incarnation are never identical, because the individual living creature concerned is changed through the experiences it has. But every creature, including man, carries within itself the imprint of the constellation reigning at the moment of its birth, and it carries this imprint through its entire life. This constellation contains the creature's own individual wheel in which its subsequent development and character changes are hidden. So if you want to know the inner birth constellation of the forces that have built a living creature and are working in its soul, in its body, in its entire being, and consequently also in its fate, you have to figure out the constellation the stars has at the moment of its birth. Because of the steady movement of the stars in the sky, the relationships within the two wheels, the cosmic and the individual, are constantly shifting. The centers of energy in the cosmic wheel, the constellations, the fixed stars and the planets, and the hidden centers of power of the individual wheel move away from the identical patterns they had at the moment of birth. After a time, these patterns of power within these two wheels can approach each other again. That's why in the life of each individual there are favorable and harmonious relationships at certain times and unfavorable disharmonious relationships at others. As a result, the creatures concerned sometimes reveal harmonious positive characteristics and disharmonious negative characteristics at other times. And because fate is the mirrored reflection of character and the result of the individual's deeds, its life takes favorable turns sometimes and unfavorable ones at others. All forms of life are subject to these forces, and only one creature has the possibility of ruling over all these energies and forces at work throughout the universe, within its own being and within its own destiny. This creature which has the ability to control these forces at will is man. But he can control them only when he is conscious of them, recognizes them in himself and overcomes them. As long as man does not recognize these forces in himself, he is just as much at their mercy as all the unconscious forms of life which are directly in contact with all these creative forces and willy-nilly controlled by them. Only the human being who has attained the ability of self-recognition is able to rise in his consciousness above these forces. Instead of being at their mercy in an unconscious way, he is able to control them or transmit them in a transmuted and completely changed form. When man is able to transmute the creative forces within himself, he is also able to transmute the forces operating within his destiny, thus controlling his own fate. Now you understand why it is necessary and important to know about the 12-fold radiation of power of the four faces of God within yourself, and why it is essential to learn to control it. When you realize that only your body and the material part of your being is built up out of these forces, whereas your divine self stands above them and is able to control them, you yourself can regain control over these tremendous creative powers, the same control you lost when you were born into the material world. When you realize this, you can liberate yourself, which in your body has been crucified on two great beams of the material, three-dimensional world, time, and space. Yourself which has been repressed and forced into your subconscious is liberated, resurrected from its apparent death and reinstated on its throne. This mystery of life is symbolized by the cross with the divine form crucified upon it, representing the second aspect of God. The creative principle clothes itself in matter and for eons of time makes the supreme sacrifice of taking upon itself the characteristics of the material world in order to animate it and fulfill its great task of spiritualizing matter by completely revealing the spirit in matter. The epochs of the world. I stand before him. He begins, the earth and its inhabitants are not yet conscious of the forces which reach the earth from out of the cosmos and maintain it. Consequently, the inhabitants of the earth aren't able to control these forces and transform them at will. The earth receives these radiations from out of the cosmos and is immersed and bathing in these waves of energy. Everything that happens on earth is a direct reaction to the action of these radiations, a kind of resonance resulting from their interaction. The Sun magnifies to a tremendous extent the radiations of the particular constellation in which it stands at any given moment, as it radiates its force to the Earth simultaneously with the radiations of the constellations concerned. This fact has a bearing on the way in which the 4 seasons have come into being. The movements of the Earth give us the impression not only that the vault of stars is rotating about us, but also that other movements are taking place. One of the most important movements the Earth makes is that its axis describes the surface of a cone. Whereas one of the endpoints of the Earth's axis remains relatively fixed, the other describes a circle. Because of this movement, the vernal point in the cosmic wheel is slowly displaced. Seen from the Earth, it appears to be moving backward. The time it takes for the axis of the Earth to complete one full conical movement, moving from the vernal point in the zodiacal circle right round to its starting point again, corresponds to 25,920 terrestrial years. We call this a cosmic year. Divided by 12, this number gives us a cosmic month, mainly 2,160 terrestrial years, the time it takes for the vernal point to move through one zodiacal sign. The vibrations from the cosmos have such a great effect on the Earth that they even influence world history. The leading ideas in religion, science and art are the result of the radiation of the particular constellation in which the vernal point is moving throughout the course of a cosmic month. The incarnated spirits on Earth, that is to say humanity, must always achieve a new epoch by reaching a new milestone in human development and establishing themselves in the ideas of the time. A nation is a group of spirits, the incarnation of certain concentrations of energy. Each epoch brings to the Earth a different group of spirits, a different race, and when this race has fulfilled its task of carrying out the new ideas and developing a new civilization for the space of a cosmic month, it leaves the Earth in order to develop further on another planet. In every race, of course, there are always individuals who don't quite make the grade before the end of the epoch. These remain behind, like the dregs in a drink, and must continue to develop on Earth. That's the reason why a nation experiences a sudden decline after achieving a high point in civilization. The highly developed fathers of the nation are followed by degenerate and weak-willed descendants, and the nation which was once greatly esteemed gradually falls into debility and disrepute. These descendants are the dross of the nation which has reached the highest degree of earthly development, become spiritualized, and departed from the earth. The material world has come into being because interferences have occurred in the divine creative radiations traversing cosmic space, and these interferences have caused condensations, solidifications, materializations. If the celestial bodies were to receive pure, untransformed vibrations of the divine creative force, this would result in the immediate annihilation of all matter. The fixed stars, the suns, are the great transformers which convert the creative vibrations from all celestial bodies and transmit them in wave-soft lengths and frequencies that are tolerable for the Earth. The transformed rays reach us from the fixed stars which form the constellations of the zodiac. Thus when we want to represent the highest divine radiation of energy, we choose the symbolic form of the constellation with the strongest effect on the Earth. And this is always the epoch-making constellation through which the vernal point is moving at the time. We are now living in an epoch in which the vernal point is moving into the constellation of the Bull. God, Ta, reveals himself to us in the radiation of this constellation, and that's why the divinity manifesting itself in the atmosphere of the Earth is represented in the form of a bull, in the form of a divine bull Apis. The complementary constellation of Scorpion Eagle is represented as Temptress, a serpent crawling upon the earth, or in the form of the divine falcon Horus. You know that this energy, as long as it is earthly and expresses itself on the low plane binding spirit to matter, is the serpent luring man back into further incarnations. On the other hand, when this force is spiritualized, it helps man to experience, while still in the body, the highest degree of spirituality. We use the serpent standing erect as the symbol of initiation, as the mistress of the tree of recognition and knowledge. The initiate is a high-flying eagle who has spiritualized the serpent, the power of the instinctive urge, and manifests it as spiritual power through his intellect. The initiate is thus an instrument of the divinity which reveals itself through the zodiacal sign of the bull. That's why in our epoch these animals are regarded as holy animals throughout the entire world. Now you understand why the initiates change their representations of God to accord with the constellation in which the vernal point falls at any given time. Above and behind all these symbols, of course, there always stands the unmanifested first cause, divinity resting within itself. The constellation of the bull belongs to the threefold manifestation in which the face of God has an earthly material effect, contracting, drawing together and hardening. This means that at the present time the forces that build up matter and operate within it are the easiest and most immediately available forces for the inhabitants of the earth to use. Our task is one of conquering matter with matter, that means conquering matter with the energies making up the essence of matter. We use the frequencies of matter, these unseen and immeasurably powerful forces, in other words, the spirit of matter, in order to conquer matter itself. We charge the matter of the Ark of the Covenant with the entire octave of these energies and thus control the laws of matter, the forces of construction and destruction, materialization and dematerialization, as well as the weight of matter which we can either overcome or increase at will. In time our truths will come to flower. But then as celestial movements and changes continue, the Earth will gradually move out of these regions in the cosmos in which certain specific energies are working together to produce our present epoch. Little by little certain of these energies will diminish, while new ones come into the picture, and thus the total pattern of vibrations affecting the Earth will gradually shift. This means of course that the people being born into life on the Earth will be gradually changing. The time will come when they won't understand our truths anymore. The symbols and words we use to express the mysteries of the laws of creation will lose their content, becoming empty husks for thousands of years. Mankind will have to learn through new tasks and surmount new obstacles in their accomplishment. You already know what is going to happen when the last high priest has initiated the last candidate worthy of our knowledge. After giving this new initiate the Ark of the Covenant and a staff of life, the last high priest will lock himself and his assistant inside the Great Pyramid, block the entrance from the inside with a stone fitting into the opening. Then the two of them will materialize all our equipment and apparatus and lastly themselves in order to save our secrets from falling into unworthy hands. Meanwhile the last initiate, who will come forth out of a nation destined to create a new epoch in the history of the earth, will salvage the Ark of the Covenant and his staff of life and have them carried out of this country. He will proclaim to his people the ideas of the new epoch in which the vernal point will move through a constellation of the Ram. The two complementary constellations of the Ram and the Balance will exert the strongest effect during that period. "Come, my little daughter," says Ptahhotep, "now I'll lay my hand on your head and you will see pictures of times to come." Ptahhotep leads me to a couch on which the neophytes, under his guidance, practice the ability of moving their consciousness freely throughout time, intentionally seeking out the past and the future in order to experience them as the present. Ptahhotep bids me lie down, and no sooner has he laid his hand upon my brow than I get the well-known buzzing and prickly feeling in my head. The very next moment I see pictures which, in the symbolic language of dreams, shows me the significance of events in the distant future. I see the reception room of the pharaoh, a strange hall and an unknown pharaoh who is not an initiate like my father but who has a radiation of a very low degree. Before him are two handsome, dignified men, two brothers with noble, magnificent features. From their radiations I recognize that one is an initiate while the other is only a quick-witted able speaker. The initiate is silent while his brother uses his powers of oratory. He is trying to convince the pharaoh that he should free their people who are working as slaves in the service of the pharaoh and let them leave the country under the guidance of these two men. The pharaoh is hard of heart and refuses. He demands a miracle. Then the brother who is doing the talking takes his staff and casts it onto the ground in front of the pharaoh. Instantly the staff turns into a serpent crawling over the ground. The pharaoh calls his magicians to give the men an answer. They too cast their staffs upon the ground and these also turn into serpents. But the first serpent devours all the serpents of the magicians. I interpret the vision. The staff represents the intellect, a powerful instrument. But when the intellect is bound to the earth and made to serve purely material ends, it becomes a serpent crawling on the ground, a wily temptress enticing man to selfishness. The two noble brothers struggle unselfishly for their people. In their hands guile turns into wisdom which destroys all the selfish arguments of the cowardly magicians. Now the vision changes. The godlessness and selfishness of the Egyptians causes new plagues and afflictions of growing severity. But still Pharaoh does not yield. He still refuses to liberate the people from their bondage. Finally the gravest scourge of all descends upon him. All the firstborn of the people and air animals, and even of Pharaoh's own household, are killed by the angels of God in a single night. Only those who have eaten of the flesh of the lamb and have written their names with lamb's blood on their doorposts are not killed by the angels. What does the symbol mean? In the new epoch just coming, the complementary constellations of the Ram and the Balance will be dominant. During the time when the effect of the Ram constellation has not yet reached full strength, the effect is that of a young ram, in other words a lamb. In their blood, the people following this initiate have forces corresponding to the radiation of the Ram constellation. They are the forerunners of the new epoch, the chosen people, able to proclaim to humanity the old truths in a new form. Those who have fulfilled their destiny in the old epoch must now go. Their task is over. The angels of God call them home. Then I see a new vision. The mighty initiate leads his people out of Egypt. And because the ram is a fiery sign, a pillar of fire moves ahead of him to show him the way. He leads his people out of the spiritual darkness prevailing in Egypt at the end of this epoch. But Pharaoh's heart hardens again. He regrets that he has allowed these people to leave his country in freedom. With his entire army, he starts out in hot pursuit of the refugees. But the great initiate, in order to protect his people, uses his staff of life. He directs against Pharaoh's army the frequencies of ultramatter which greatly intensify the Earth's gravitational force. Suddenly, Pharaoh with all his warriors, chariots, and animals become as heavy as if rooted to the spot where they stand. Their tremendously intensified weight pulls them irresistibly down into the earth. And as all of this takes place on the seashore, the great waves of the sea finally roll over Pharaoh and his entire army. I am amazed. Not about the effect of the staff of life, but about the animals. I have seen such strange and remarkable animals in Pharaoh's army. Some of them were pulling the warriors' chariots, while others carried warriors on their backs. The animals looked like zebras but were bigger and different in color, brown, white, gray and even black. I've never seen such animals. Could these be the animals Father once spoke about? Magnificent animals they are too. But the vision changes. The initiate wanders with his people through the desert, in the always difficult transitional period between two epochs. Two different ages are never sharply separated from each other but rather flow into each other gradually. Hence there is a transitional period in which the effects of the two constellations, the old and the new, appear to be weakened because of their mutual interference. The old ideas don't satisfy the new generation any longer, while the old generations are unable to accept and assimilate the new ideas. The greater portion of the people turn back to their old, ossified ideas, that is, to the ideas of the constellation of the bull. But these ideas no longer have the power of the full-size bull. On the contrary, greatly weakened, their strength is only that of a little bull, a calf. In the symbolic language of dreams, spirit is always gold, And so in my vision of the future I see the people of the initiate dancing about a golden calf and worshipping it. In the meantime the great initiate is on the mountain and speaking face to face with God. He is in the very highest state of consciousness, identical with God. He is the bearer of the will of God. It is God's will that he proclaim the new ideas to his people through two religious symbols, the sacrificial lamb, symbol of the constellation of the ram, and the two tablets with God's 10 commandments, symbol of the constellation of the balance. The sacrificial lamb is the divine self which, clothed in matter, allows itself to be crucified on the two great beams of the three-dimensional world, time and space, thus giving up its own life in order to save the earth through spiritualizing it. The two tablets of commandments, like the ones in our temple, on the head of the sacred falcon Horus, symbol of the divine self, the creative principle traversing space, stand as symbols for the inner structure of the self manifesting itself in the soul as moral laws. For more than 2,000 years these divine truths will be the guiding ideas and the religious symbols of the people. These divine truths will be the challenge of the new epoch. When the initiate brings the finished tablets of commandments and sees his people worshipping the golden calf, he bursts out in such a fit of rage that he dashes the tablets to the ground and smashes them in pieces while he asks God to punish the disobedient people. Then came venomous serpents, symbols of the temptress, the snake, the driving force of the constellation Scorpion. The serpents fall down out of the sky and bite the people that have worshipped the golden calf. They suffer terribly from the poisonous bites. The initiate takes pity on the hapless people. In the middle of their camp he sets up two beams in the form of a T and he places a brass snake perpendicular to it, with its head up. This is the symbolic representation of the tree of recognition and knowledge, the tree of the serpent. No longer creeping along the ground, but with its head upward, the serpent ceases to be the great temptress enticing people into the body and becomes a symbol of the highest wisdom leading men back into unity, to God. All the sick people who look upon this brass serpent quickly become well again. Interpreting the vision, I understand that people who cannot or will not accept the ideas of the new era fall ill spiritually. They no longer find their place among people and fall into deep spiritual conflict. They can only be healed by being guided back into the midpoint of their own being where the tree of the serpent stands. When they look upon this tree, without eating of its fruits, they recognize the divine truths without exploiting them for their own selfish purposes, and they are healed. Wisdom and selfless omniscience heal every disease of the soul. The visions of the future go on. The great initiate leads his people up to the threshold of the new epoch, up to the borders of the promised land. Then he goes up into a mountain and disappears. No one ever finds his body. I know that he has dematerialized himself just like the last initiated high priests have dematerialized themselves with their secret instruments and apparatus in the Great Pyramid. The chosen people who are called to proclaim and carry out the ideas of the new epoch wander onward, guarding the wisdom and the secret teaching of their great master. But little by little the Ark of the Covenant loses its magical power, and there is no initiate left to recharge it with his staff of life. A cosmic month goes by, and the axis of the Earth moves a 12th of the way around the surface of its conic orbit. Slowly the vernal point passes over into the sign of the fishes. Once again people are unsettled. They can no longer find truth in the worn-out, conventionalized ideas of the previous age. They resemble a herd of sheep without a shepherd. In this transitional period an avatar, I, Son of God, the great teacher of the coming epoch, is born with the supreme task of revealing the greatest mystery of creation by enabling God to walk incarnate upon the earth. This Son of God is the earthly image of the heavenly sacrificial lamb. Just as the divine cosmic self sacrifices itself, taking upon itself the matter of the three-dimensional world and the everlasting crucifixion of the two great beams of time and space, in this same manner this Son of God who manifests fully the divine self in his human body, must accept the vengeance of the spirit of matter as he undergoes death at the hands of ignorant people. A person who in his consciousness identifies himself with his body lies in inner darkness and resembles a stable with animals, the animal physical instincts, living in it. In this stable and in this darkness, just as in the darkness of night, the divine child is born, the consciousness of the self. Two kinds of people recognize the divine child and bow low before him: the plain, simple, unlettered and unlearned who do not yet know the doubting of the intellect and who live in unison with nature, like shepherds for example, and the knowing ones and initiates who have already traveled the long path of the intellect, have overcome their earlier propensity towards intellectual cleverness, and have learned to look at things with their inner sight after the manner of the wise men and mystics in the East. The religious symbols of the new era are fishes and the Virgin, the two complementary signs. The Son of God chooses his co-workers from other fishermen. He pays the tax he owes to the earth with a golden coin which he takes from the mouth of a fish. He draws forth for humanity the nourishment of his teaching from these two complementary signs. But his teachings are heard by people of varying degrees of development. To those who have already awakened in spirit and have therefore attained the fifth level, the spiritual plane, to these 5,000 people he gives all his teachings, the 2 fishes and the 5 loaves, the 5 grains of wheat on the ear in the hand of the Virgin in her symbolic representation. But even these 5,000 people who are already awakened in spirit cannot completely receive his highest ideas, not even in an entire epoch. Of the nourishment he has given there remain 12 baskets full of remnants. This means that humanity must learn the mysteries of the self in each manifestation of the 12 signs of the zodiac. In order to understand and attain these high truths, humanity needs 12 epochs, 12 ages, that is a full cosmic year, 25,000 terrestrial years. To all of those who have only been able to rise in their consciousness up to the 4th plane, the 4,000 people, the Son of God does not distribute all the truths of the 2 signs of the zodiac as nourishment but only some fishes and 5 loaves. But even this sum of his ideas is too much for them to eat, and there remain 7 baskets of remnants. Materialistic people must first learn the mysteries of the 7 planes before they are ready for the cosmic truths of the self. The sign of the fishes belongs to the aqueous triangle. Hence in this epoch humanity must stand up to the challenge of water. It must conquer water with water. And before my astonished eyes I see a machine by means of which people make use of the power of water transformed into steam. And I see great ships, like cities! Crossing the sea with enormous speed. They too are driven by the power of water transformed into steam. Mankind passes the test. It conquers water with water. In medical science too water dominates the picture as a therapeutic agent.